All right. Good evening. Let's try this again, everybody. Trying to have a nice, calm, relaxing, hopefully small group of conversationalists that can just talk peacefully about things and respectfully without the constant warfare that goes on other channels to try to compete and talk over everybody. Not having any particular conversation or topic of mine tonight. Just let's see who wants to get together. Just as just a friendly conversation. See who can talk about anything they want to talk about peace and freedom. Hey, there you are, Jesse. Oh, yeah. Hey, Gavin. Nice to see you here, man. Let me get the StreamYard link going. Love to be able to talk with you guys, and again, I'm only going to make sure that everybody's able to talk and we can have good, civilized, calm, rational, peaceful conversations tonight. So love to hear what's on y'all's mind and see what good fun we can have tonight. Let's see if I can link the StreamYard. Oops. Gotta mute that and then link this. There we go. Or pin that. There we go. Hello, Jesse, Canada. Good evening, sir.
Hi, how are you?
I'm pretty good. I'm still trying to calm down, to be honest with you. Even Mrs. Joel, man, she was losing it. So when that happens, I know something's wrong. Something needs to stop. So, but other than that, doing really well. So we're in the middle of moving still. So
Yeah. Just so you know, I agree with what you're saying. He is an ex-Calvinist and still has the Calvinist stuff in him, you know. And once you see it, it's hard to leave it. You
guess.
have to be, yeah. So it's different. It's a different gospel.
I heard he's a Catholic as well. I don't know if that means anything. But
I'm not. That might mean a little bit, but I know he said he dropped his Calvinism, but yet he still reads James White and all these other people. So
okay.
he's still reading the Calvinist material.
Well, and I guess so for me, in my mind about it, it's fine, and I don't care often what people label themselves as or what we can label them as. All I care about is what the Bible says.
Well,
That's
yeah.
That's what I was trying to read it.
So when you read it, what they call you is Armenian. Armenian. Okay,
See,
they would call you an Armenian.
I'm not
Calvinist.
from Armenia.
No, I know, but this is the terms they use.
Uh-huh.
Okay, that's what I am too, according to them. Now, I believe that God died for everybody, where Calvinists think that there's only the chosen. Okay, and when they read this verse, they read it as you get chosen, and if you turn it away so many times, then you're a chosen that's not going to come to heaven with us.
Okay. If you don't mind, let me pause you real quick on it, just for those that might watch this video later, that might not know. We just came from Praise's channel, debating with SFT and a few others about Hebrews chapter 6 verses 4 through 6, and I'd like to read it later here soon, so everybody gets the full context. But please go ahead and finish your point, Jesse.
No, that's really all I have to say. Hi, Gavin.
Hey, Gavin.
We can talk about it after. Yeah.
Sure. Gavin, shalom, as you like to say often, man. Uh-oh.
Big delay today.
Is he there? Or he's probably talking on Praise's channel too?
Oh, I'm getting so sick of that nonsense. It's just, and they jump down. You can't even say anything, and they jump down your throat.
Yeah, I mean, he was going on and on and on, and I was just sitting there and I was trying to be patient and kindly waiting for him to finish repeating himself, and then I started to just wanted to read the Bible, and I read it verbatim straight out of out off the internet here that I've got this Bible verse up, and he wouldn't even let me finish. So yeah, I got really frustrating, really stupid, and I apologize for contributing even on my part, but
everybody's built up, because this has been going on for months now, and I don't understand why, and it's hurting me. it really is.
Same. I don't understand. Why can't we just have a conversation? Hey, Gavin.
Hey, Gavin.
Regards to Mrs. Joel.
I'll let her know when she gets back, Gavin. Her and Matt, they're outside right now. They're trying to move. We're in the middle of moving still. We thought we were calling it a night, but she's got a concern about some of the stuff out there. They're moving stuff around right now.
Yeah, well, moving's a root cause of a lot of madness.
Well, we've actually it's been pretty smooth so far. We're sore as heck. I was climbing on a little ladder earlier to get one of the clocks off the wall, and I got off the ladder. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm old. But we got some helpers coming tomorrow. We hired a crew to help us tomorrow morning. So
good. Good.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
What's happening over on Praise's channel? I haven't been keeping tabs.
Oh,
well, he was wanting to. It seemed like Praise wanted to talk about the once saved, always saved thing.
Yep.
And
yeah, sure. Yeah,
and he had some supporting websites about it. So, and then Standing for Truth asked to get in there, and I guess that he and Praiser are kind of agreeing on the idea that you can be once you are quote saved, that you are saved. You can't lose your salvation, basically. And the contention's over that Hebrews 6 chapter.
Right.
And so I just read the chapter. I read that verse verbatim, and that Standing got really belligerent, started walking all over me, and just kind of. And I just left the room, and then he kept attacking me after I left. Yeah, like Smokey does. And so I went back in there again to try to just clarify things. And then so Mrs. Joel she started shouting.
Oh my goodness.
It was really sad. Yeah, she never does that. It kind of scared me, I'll be honest with you, a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just so you know, I'm not I don't hold that position that once saved, always saved.
Yeah.
I just don't hold it. I think someone can obviously be saved.
Gavin, you're not.
Sorry?
You're not Calvinist at all, are you?
Oh no way, Jesse.
No way. Okay.
No. But someone can be saved, but they can also turn their back on their faith. They can turn their back on God, and just pursue the worldly pleasures.
Yeah, that was what their debate was about. They were only quoting half of the sentences of that chapter, and then trying to claim that once enlightened didn't mean saved. That it was that you were just told the gospel. So just being told the gospel is enlightenment, quote unquote. And they ignore. And I try to point out to them as peacefully as possible that there's plenty of other things said after just that one half sentence, and it's all past tense. So, and I try to clarify it. Their position was that they're talking about people who might be saved in future tense and just rejected, the gospel or whatever. And so, so they're saying that it's impossible for them to be saved. But I was saying, no. The context of that whole part of that chapter is all past tense. People that had already been saved, past tense.
See, they have to add things to the verse and stop reading it and then start adding a philosophy to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
To get there. Now, I was surprised that he brought up that Esau and was it Jacob and Esau? No, because where he hated Esau, but this isn't written until hundreds and hundreds of years later as nations. And so this is not them as babies. This is them as nations hundreds of years later, and they always inflict this as them being as babies while they're in the womb. They hated them, but that's not what it means.
And I would have a difficult time understanding how the gospel, the New Testament salvation, has anything to do with Old Testament.
Well, it does. Romans 9, what it's about is Romans 9 is all about gathering up the nations, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then presenting the Messiah, and that's the predestination in Ephesians 1. The Messiah was predestined in Ephesians 1, first the Jews, then the Greeks and the Gentiles, and first to the Jews to be a light on the nation, on the nations, and then to spread to the Jews and the Greeks, right? This is the whole workings of the whole thing. And that's basically what Romans 9 goes through. And when they read election and all these things about election and being saved and saving, you have to look at all this stuff in the Old Testament. It has to take you back even to Isaiah 7, where, you know, we've gathered up the nations. And yes, there's no doubt in anybody's mind that the Jewish have been elected. They're the chosen people, but they are to be the light on the world. And and they bring them up into the day of the Messiah, right? And this is what Romans 9 is all talking about. So when they bring in this chosen people, and they're talking about it not as Israel, but they're talking about it as chosen people. We're in the club. They've chose me to get saved. I don't know if I'm going to get saved, but I see the gospel, so it must be. And then they're given the mystery. There's a mystery also, is why are you? Well, they use this mystery. The mystery is Jesus Christ coming, but they use it as a mystery to say, well, we don't know why God's giving us this grace.
That's weird to me. I know why. It's because he loves us.
Yeah, but see, after the fall, a Calvinist, everybody's what they call a reprobate now. They can't choose God. They can't choose God by themselves, right? In your mind, you can choose God and be saved, right? Yeah.
Okay. I apologize. I've only spoken to one, quote unquote, real Calvinist in my life before coming to these channels on YouTube. So I apologize. I still have
it's full of Calvinism. Okay. The YouTube is full of Calvinism. And what you see is the guys that get upset quickly. There's a thing called cage stage Calvinism, and there are these people that really jump at these things, and I'm getting to a point where I'm just turning into one of them.
Uh-oh.
I rebuke that in the name of Jesus.
Yeah. Thanks, Gavin. Well, sometimes you are too, though, Gavin.
Oh yeah. My faults are many. Jesse. I'm well aware of them.
And it's not that it's you, because I don't see you like that, but it's just everything that goes on around. I know that.
You don't know how many times I've said something and then immediately I've thought, oh my gee, that was an inside thought that came out of my mouth.
and you're at this every night too, so I don't know how you do it. You do so well at it.
Yeah, you guys are really cool guys. You guys seem to be you, as they say.
Hey guys, I'll be back in 5 minutes. I just had someone trying to call me. I'll be back in 5 minutes. I won't be long.
Well, hold the spot for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold my spot.
So I'm skimming through Romans 9 now, and if you want to kind of enlighten me, lol.
Well, I'm not an expert at it because I'm just researching it now, because I got hit hard with it a few months ago, I guess. Mm-hmm. I've never heard of it before either. I'm new to this. And I'm starting to see, I never knew why I didn't like James White, but now I do. Now I know what, some of the things he says is just bizarre to me. And I'm just like, whoa, I could never watch him, but he is a Calvinist. There's a really good article. Let me see if I can find it here. I'm going to find it. We should look at it.
Yeah. So I'm thinking of all kinds of other counter examples, but again, I want to kind of hear Romans 9 perspective first.
Well, Romans 9, the whole thing, they let's see which ones. Romans 9. Yeah, if you want to go to Romans 9, we can.
Yeah, I'm already reading it. Just kind of absorb it.
Okay, so that's one of their let's see.
This means that Abraham's physical descendants are not necessarily children of God. Only the children of the promise are considered to be Abraham's children. He's talking about how Abraham had other children other than just Isaac.
Yes, he did, and he had 6 with I forget her name now.
Rebecca?
No, he had. Abraham had after Sarah died, he married again to, and I can't remember her name. And
he also had children with his handmaiden too.
Yeah, well, he had Isaac and Ishmael. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So they're not part of this because they left. They're not in the chosen group. Mm-hmm. So it's just the line of Isaac where it goes, right? And where does it say? Romans 9 should say something about the chosen.
18. So you see God chooses to show mercy to some and he chooses to harden the hearts of others.
So yeah. Okay. So yeah, this is where he okay. After the fall, everybody becomes hard. They don't see God. It gets to after the Messiah to Romans now at this time when Paul's writing this. Now God hardens some people and softens others, chooses others, and the chosen understand the Bible. And why you would have to, if they can't choose God anyway, why would he have to harden them? But these are the people like the Pharisees that you and me look at it as you and me would look at it. These are should be the people of like the Pharisees who are already hardened. So God will harden them again. And you'll see that played out exactly the same steps that he played with the Pharaoh. Pharaoh hardened his own heart first, and then God hardens his heart. How does he do it? I don't know. Maybe he poked his head in there one night and said, "Hey, look, Pharaoh, I want you to follow me." And he just dug his heels in. Said, "Not a chance." So it could be. Who knows? And then they revealed to this lump of clay, right? Mm-hmm. Yep. That's if you read it in its context where it comes from in the Old Testament. What it is a piece of clay that's not working quite right for the potter. And so instead of making, I'll say a cup out of it, he makes an ashtray, or a bowl, right? So the clay isn't quite right for the dipping cup or whatever he's making. So he'll use it for something else. And this is the what it says in the Old Testament about the clay, but they use this as saying you're a lump of clay, you're only good for one purpose. So
well, I think it's also I think it's from Job where he's talking about why should the pot complain to the potter, why'd you make me this way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It should be selecting to, let's see, clay. I forget now where that is right now.
I just read it too. Hold on.
The clay.
Verse 21. When a potter makes jars out of clay, doesn't he have a right to use the same lump of clay to make one jar for decoration and another to throw garbage into it?
Yeah.
The same way, even though God has the right to show his anger and his power, he is very patient with those on whom his anger falls, who is destined for destruction.
Right. Right. Well, that's one. Okay, so that's one, and there's another one. That's where in Job.
Well, it's a reference from Job, but that is Romans 9, 20 through 21. Because 20 also says, he says, no, I didn't say that. Who are you, a mere human being, to argue with God? Should the thing that was created say to the one who created it, why have you made me like this? That's Romans 9:20, but that's the same thing that Job, or that's in Job.
That's in Job, right? Exactly. That is, yeah. And it's not a matter of choosing, right? So to understand how they go at the text,
mm-hmm.
it helps you a little bit to sit back and go, okay, they're talking Calvinistic talk, so I'm just going to step away, unless you can argue with them, right? It'll help that way. Sure,
and I'd love to reason with anybody reasonable, whether we agree or not. So, and since it's just you and I for now. I just read the whole chapter, and the entire context I got from Paul reading Romans 9 is that the chosen people from the Jews were not necessarily chosen, that they also were hated, and then the hated people, the Gentiles, because he talks about after verses 25 how the Gentiles are also loved. So God changes his mind basically, and the question with that would be why, and I think it's because of how how any individual, any one person, much less a nation, tribe, whatever, how they want to, be their attitude towards God. And at the end.
Right. Exactly. That's exactly it. Their choice towards their God. It's exactly right.
And Paul summarizes all that at the very end of this chapter after verses 30. He says, what does all this mean? Even though the Gentiles were not trying to follow God's standards, they were made right with God. And it was by faith that this took place. But the people of Israel, who tried so hard to get right with God by keeping the law, never succeeded. Why not? Mm-hmm. Because they were trying to get right with God by keeping the law instead of by trusting in him. They stumbled over the great rock in their path. God warned them of this in the scriptures when he said, I am placing a stone in Jerusalem that makes people stumble, a rock that makes them fall. But anyone who trusts in him will never be disgraced. So that right there, that summary, any of all the examples shared shows that it's not predestined. It's not predetermined. It's just basically what we choose.
You're exactly right. Exactly right. 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
And then Galatians 3:28 also, further reinforces that. He said, "There's no longer Jew or Gentile, slave or free, male and female, for you're all one in Christ." So, and then this all correlates back to Hebrews 6. I think it's very explicit that it's only talking about those who were saved.
Absolutely. It does.
When it talks about how they tasted the goodness of the word of God and the power of the age to come, where they, where does it say about the Holy Spirit? Those who have experienced and shared in the Holy Spirit. I tried to understand their word salad about that something about how you can, that's right. SFT was saying that the Holy Spirit tries to lead people to repentance by just sharing the gospel, but
see, he's getting it mixed up with. So the gospel is there for us. That's it. And if we read it, we can get enlightened. Yes, I believe that.
Yeah, right? But it doesn't end with that. And it says, who have tasted, past tense, the goodness of the word of God and the power of the age to come. I don't think unbelievers are going to experience the power of the age to come. And then you have turned away from God. It's past tense. And it's possible to bring such people back to repentance, which means you had to have already repented before to go, to go back to,
Right.
It's all past tense. And then rejecting the Son of God, they themselves are nailing him to the cross once again, past tense, and holding him up to public shame. So I don't know. I can understand their point if we didn't have the rest of that section of the Bible, but we do.
But they'll stop there and use and insert stuff from other verses. And let me tell you something. Once you're shown that, it shook me up so bad that I couldn't even read the Bible anymore properly. I couldn't even read it the way I used to. It just meant something completely opposite. And what it did to me was, this is what it did. It took love away. It took, because the view of a high 5-point Calvinist is this. You're a reprobate. You don't choose. God makes you like this, and when He so decides, He's going to choose you for heaven.
Oh yeah, they were all automatons. We're all like angels.
And well, no. Then the hardness comes off your heart, and you understand the Bible. Other people can't, and they never will, and they can't choose.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So that's an automaton, someone who's programmed to believe a certain way.
And this is what they call the grace doctrine, that you really don't deserve it, even though God made you that way. But you really don't deserve it, but He's going to give it to you, the heaven. So
well, I mean, there's truth to the idea that we don't deserve it. But
yeah,
I don't know. I can't understand where they say that God basically forces people to be saved or not. That's what it sounds like.
Yep. Well, okay, but this is how they'll do it is they make you he opens you up so that you can freely choose.
Okay,
but nobody else can freely choose.
And everybody else is closed.
He'll open you up so that you can freely choose.
Right. So that's what I mean by automaton or by being an angel. So angels, my understanding, they're predisposed to either serving God or fighting God. You know, they can't choose. They're pre-programmed. So he's just saying that mankind are just angels again. So this is what Calvinists sound like they're saying.
Yeah, right. Except they use this word freely. If you if you want to know all about it, the confessions, the Westminster confessions, the Belgium confessions, all those Reformed teachings of Calvin. That's what it is.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, that's where they get this from. Now, so but it's a so if you're a compatibilist, so you're not a libertarian free willer, you're a compatibilist, which means that God will eventually make you freely choose Him. That's how it's described. So you'll talk past Him otherwise.
Is that like making a slave freely choose to, hoe your field for you, to tend your crops? Serious question. Laughing, but it's a serious question.
How about this? Yeah. First of all, you were a slave, but now you're a serfdom.
Now you're a free slave.
You're a serfdom. Yeah. So now I've given you your own little plot of land, and you have to pay me for it.
And Paul does talk about how we are slaves to Christ, but I think that's a choice. He's talking about we're not
absolutely
forced to be slaves to Christ. Jesus himself, you have to pick up your cross daily. That's a choice.
So we're Armenians to them, okay? And he said that about you when you popped out.
Yeah. I that is so foreign to me and so irrelevant. My brain didn't even register it.
Well, I'm just starting to see it too. So and I'm going to tell you, that Ryan that's on. Yeah. He's got the 5 tulips. Do you know the tulip?
I don't know, and Calvinism? I don't want to
know. I think you should know if you're going to be dealing with these guys online. I'm just going to show it to you because then you'll get disgusted here.
Oh boy,
if I can.
Just to be perfectly full disclosure, I just want to talk about science, technology, and God. And how everything relates to God. I don't care about these weird doctrines.
I want to help you though, so that you don't get yourself into these pickles.
I'd just avoid those things. To be honest with you, but go ahead.
Because I agree 100% with you. But yeah, if you don't want to, that's all right too.
Well, again, I'm in the spirit of having an open conversation. You are very civilized and kind and patient, so I love you want to share it, please. I'll listen. And you're right, it might help me.
Yeah, I think it will.
Go for it.
I'll let me find it.
5
or just
tulips.
Look to 5. Just type in. Yeah, you can do it, and then you can share it. Is 5? What is 5-point Calvinism?
If you want to share stuff, by all means, I'll
Okay, I can. I'll find. I got it on my computer here. I can. I'll do it.
Tulip
Yeah,
Calvinism.
because it's. I got it here somewhere.
I went
Yeah.
to a learnreligions.com website. If that's any different.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. I can share my screen now.
Sure.
How do I do that now? Let's see. Here. Share screen.
Yep.
I share screen.
So-
And
What?
share
It's ran over
screen.
by a deer?
Almost.
There it is, right there.
You are grandmother.
Reindeer.
Share.
Yeah.
Horrible.
You hearing this, Jesse?
We were like, is that Jesse camping?
Mhm.
Hello. Anyway.
Hi.
So I learned my lesson. Let's try not to move loads to the new house at night. Anyway, the deer was.
Y'all went to the new house?
Yeah.
I thought you were just moving something out of the car. I
No.
would have helped.
We went. That's what I wanted you to do.
You
silly.
didn't tell me.
We just moved
Anyways.
stuff out of the car.
Okay,
And
I
that
got.
was- that is a deer. And I'm like, that is a deer. And immediately I was like, turning. I'm like, you know what? We wouldn't have turned in time. If he decided to run, we'd have been donezo.
What?
Yeah. Sitting right there chilling on the side of the road.
Thank
standing
God.
there, frozen in place.
Yes, sir. All right.
Okay, yeah. No more moving at night.
Well,
We're gonna get Coquet Tone.
you think the deer would have all moved out of this area by now? It's getting rather urbanified.
Nope, he was looking beautiful and healthy.
Yeah.
Just chilling on the side of the road, standing there frozen in place. I'm going.
Grandma got ran over by a reindeer. Okay. All right. Jesse's trying to teach me about Calvinism.
Oh, go for it.
You ever hear about it?
I've heard the word, yeah. And
the-
I've heard that they're like super strict or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah. The 5 tulips of Calvinism.
Tulips?
Okay,
Tulips.
so what they call a hyper or a high Calvinist will hold this. Okay,
Mhm.
and so total depravity. That means after the fall, we are just the fall was set up, and we fell, and we can't choose properly, and we can't choose. We're just depraved human beings. Okay,
Mhm.
Unconditional election. What that is it does. You don't have to choose God. You don't have to do anything. He just chooses you. There's no prerequisites for it. You're just chosen for heaven.
Well, I
Okay.
think that's true to an extent. But go ahead.
Well, but we can choose the gospel and
We can reject
choose
it,
to
right?
believe, right?
Right.
And that should give us salvation if we believe.
Agreed.
True?
Yes.
And we repent and believe. Yes. Okay. So that's not what this means. What this means is you're just plain chosen, period.
Hmm.
Okay? Limited atonement.
Have hot mic, Gavin.
Oh, sorry.
That's so funny.
And limited atonement, just lightly. Oh, this is just a touch on it. But limited atonement means Jesus didn't die for everybody. He didn't send out the signal for everybody that if everybody repents, they can all come to him.
Yep.
This means this is just for the chosen.
So that sounds anti-Christian, anti-biblical, anti-Christ.
Yeah. Irresistible grace. Well, here's what irresistible grace is. He chooses you. You're totally deprived. He chooses you unconditionally with Christ.
Mhm.
And that's the irresistible grace. Now, he made you this way. Don't forget, he made you a reprobate to start with. Okay. Now, this is the grace. Now, what other grace? The people that don't get to get chosen, what's the grace for them? Well, it rains on their side of the road too, and they can grow their crops and whatever, but then they go to hell. They're made for hell. All right. So there's no grace for them, but there's grace for these people. Now, perseverance of the saints. Well, this is all the ones that stay in the faith. They go no matter what. They go to heaven. So there's a lot more to that one.
The whole once saved, always saved thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's one. I just thought I would show you that so you understand what they're talking about when they talk to you. So I'll stop sharing now and we can talk about something else.
Sure, and I think I understood most of that because again, I did have a Calvinist friend back at SpaceX, and we at the first stage booth stand. We talked a lot about it, and we loved talking to him because again, he was the only Calvinist on site. So you know, we love disagreement. You know,
Right.
unlike some of these guys on these other channels. So we craved to talk every chance we had that we could get away with to talk about the stuff while we worked. We'd seek him out, you know. I hoped he loved because that meant that we made his job easier. But still,
what you'll always find with them is by talking to them, they're never on point with these things, right?
What do you mean? Oh, you mean that
they slip?
Huh?
They slip all the time. From one to another, and they bebop around on these things.
Oh, you mean
trying
like
to be
you mean like how a Mormon will say that they do believe that Jesus is Lord, but just not God or something? They try to kind of hide some of the little things.
They're consistent. I guess what I should say, a lot of Calvinists aren't consistent with this. And one of the things that they know is they know the verses that support this Calvinist stuff. They know the verses that support Ephesians 1 and Romans 9, and they can lip them off just bang, 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 and you're just thrown for a loop, and you sit back and go, oh,
and ignore all the rest, right?
Yeah, it's exactly what it is, and they get upset too, very quickly.
And that's the problem I had. I was telling that to SFT, that the fact that he was getting so upset and being hypocrite about all this, that was really the clinching thing that showed that he wasn't really being genuine to me.
Yeah. It's not all of them. Some of them are wonderful, I'll say, but there's ones that are hyper Calvinist and high Calvinist. They tend to be a little more upset, right?
And don't think I'm saying that SFT is always bad. He's a great guy, you know.
Right.
He apologizes when he does that sometimes, but I'm just saying tonight specifically, he was.
Yeah.
Well, he made me mad.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I don't know if you can hear Mrs. Joel.
Yeah,
she started shouting, which was extremely rare.
Oh, I don't blame her.
So
what do you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, the main verse that's coming to my mind about all of that does ring true is where Jesus said that no one can come to the Father except through him, and that he'll never lose one of his own sheep. So to me, that does say that we can't, and that is in conjunction with that we can't become Christian, we can't be saved without asking Christ, without asking for forgiveness and repenting and all those other things. And it's not that those are works. It's just right. It's just showing that you're genuine, you know. And then Jesus even complained about those who act like they're genuine. He said, many will come in that day and say, Lord, we prophesied your name and heal the sick in your name. But even so, there's still a delineation that Jesus himself makes, that even if you do all these acts that make it sound like you call on his name and that you're saved, as Paul said, Jesus says there's still people that do that he'll reject.
Right.
So I understand that once you know, and that's how I word it. Once you know God for real, once you've gotten away from doctrine, you've gotten away from belief. Even once you know Jesus personally, and there's no more doubt, you've not just lived your life, but you see God work in your life. You see, it is irrefutable. God exists. Boom. And there's no more rejecting it. There's no more. Again, there's no more belief anymore. It's like Carl Jung put it. I don't need to believe God exists. I know God exists.
Right.
Once you got to that point, then yeah, Jesus. That's what I think. That's what Jesus meant. That you can't become unchristian. You can't become unsaved, or however you want to put it. And that's where I think that's the gist of what Paul's saying in Hebrews is that if you do, if you've been legitimately saved and you've legitimately had the Holy Spirit in your life, all the past tense, once you've done all those things to become saved, and you decided to be unsaved, you decided to reject Christ, reject God after you've legitimately received the Holy Spirit, then you've given God the middle finger. What the heck? It's not God rejecting you; it's you rejecting God. And I tell atheists and unbelievers or whatever all the time, God's just the perfect gentleman. He wants you to go home with him. It's the whole purpose of all this. but he's the gentleman. He's not going to force you to. If you don't want to be with God, there's other places you can go, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
It's that simple.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, she's back.
I could.
Oh, she's talking to her friend. Sorry.
I could join, but I won't be able to talk much. But I definitely want to listen in.
So yeah, I don't know. I would still, I'm willing to entertain other ideas, other conclusions, but the ones that they were giving me tonight, they stopped at those who were once enlightened, and they stopped at that, and they ignore all the rest.
Yeah.
And then they're challenging me to refute the non-scriptural examples, I guess. But
see, SFT used to be a Calvinist, he said, but yet he still has these Calvinist writings that he quotes, and I think he's got all this Calvinism in him, and he can't see these verses the other way, and it's going to take a lot of years for him to see it.
Okay,
to be honest with you,
I would conclude that it just takes people knowing Christ for real, because Christ explains these things. I mean, I you know, they say you're crazy if you hear voices in your head, and it's not that I hear a voice in my head, but I commune with God. You know, I listen to the Lord, and I challenge this. I am concerned that I might be listening to something other than the Lord. You know, and so I'm constantly trying to find out. Okay, Lord, is that really you? You know, and I'd like to be able to be, you know, whatever perfect spiritual Christian dude that can always know, but I don't trust that. You know, I'm still human. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I'm constantly challenging and trying to discern everything that I hear, that I believe, and I'm always subject to change, but I still, I do listen to the Lord. I want the Lord, and I often tell Lord, please stop letting me be able to doubt. I want to be an automaton. I want to be able to just to be the perfect Christian. Right? You know, I've cried to him about this sometimes, and he's like, no, I want you to have a mind of your own, Joel. I'm like, darn it. Ah, sorry. So yeah, that's where I'm at.
No, I hear you, and it just, I never knew what these guys are. I went on to Jill's stream one time, and I said, well, aren't we all made of God's image? And he said, no. He says, well, doesn't God love us? What about the atheists? He loves them. They're made in God's image too. And he said, no. Well, God loves everyone. No.
See, I love atheists and everyone because I know God loves them. I love them because of him.
Exactly.
It's not complicated. It's not rocket science, as I often say.
Right. And after that, I unsubscribed to him. So, yeah, I didn't know where this come from, but now I do now. And
well, I wish
they can't say God loves you.
Well, and then I guess what's even more sad / crazy to me is are they the arbiters of who God loves?
No, but right, exactly. But this is all from Calvinistic views that have grown over the years, even. So.
Well, and I was going to say, I wish we could, you know, the old cliche, wish we could all get along, but there's got to be a way to find unity, commonality. We all listen to and read the same Bible. We're all talking about the same Lord. What you thinking, Gavin? I see you keep muting and unmuting. Here goes mutes again.
Uh-oh.
You all right over there, Gavin? Maybe his mic's not working. He's trying to fix his mic. But yeah, no, I appreciate it. So again, yeah, the guy at my last job, he was awesome. You know, he didn't like to argue a lot, but he wasn't shy. He didn't shy away from his beliefs. And again, we kind of appreciated that he had a different interpretation, because again, you know, there's I like to say it often, there's no atheists in science. So we don't want to be bored by listening to the choir, you know. We don't want to again, I like to quote Heinlein often as well. I never learned from a man who agreed with me. So we find somebody who disagrees. We're like, okay, dude, okay, well, then what do you think about this? What do you think about that? What do you think? So we crave that, and it's not a conflict; it's just a disagreement. We crave disagreement. We need to bounce ideas off of others to try to test biases, and so we love that guy, and we knew each other's families. We're all real tight knit group guys, but I wished everybody was like that. We can disagree and still crave to want to know each other's ideas and to be friends, basically, not just coworkers, not just people on YouTube, whatever. Why can't we all do that? Why is it so hard to do?
It's a completely opposite view to what you have. So I really don't know how. I just don't get into it with them at all because I know what they see.
Well, and again, I do want to get into it. I tried. Again, I was real patient with standing, waiting for him to finish, and then just quoted the Bible, and he got really belligerent, calling me names. I mean, that's fine, but it's just, why can't we just reason?
Many of them do for that reason. Now, I don't understand it, but I think it may be a big part of it too. Is the attitude? You have to have a certain attitude to be on here to talk and make a channel and do all these things. It took me a long time to come on channels, and I'm still nervous on here. So,
well, I appreciate the heck out of you, Jesse, and everybody else that just wants to have cool, calm, rational discussion and can be patient together and figure out how to just take your turns, whatever. That's all I care about.
Yeah,
whatever channel is like that, and Praise's channel is usually like that, I thought.
Yeah, I know.
So I love Praise, and Gavin, you're awesome. I love how you help try to keep that channel.
I love Gavin.
I know, eh? I know.
I love Mrs. Joel, but not in a married kind of way.
Uh-oh.
I don't know what kind of what?
Married kind of way. He's being silly.
Oh no, of course not. Oh my goodness.
He's being a Kiwi.
I'm gonna take off his beard. Oh, I didn't take off his beard.
Oh, you're talking about
in the game, yeah.
See, she's playing her Lord of the Rings online game, so I thought you were talking about taking off Gavin's beard.
Oh, right.
It's getting weird.
If you were in the game, you'd understand, yeah.
So what do you think, Gavin?
You mean about people having different opinions?
Pardon? Sorry.
Do you mean about people having different opinions and the way they deal with it?
Just all this
Calvinism stuff,
filth and Calvinism and stuff that's going on online.
I don't like it, and I don't like it, especially when Christian brothers go at each other like atheists.
Yeah.
It's always the bigger and better man that negotiates for peace. Always, always, always.
Amen.
And we don't see that a lot. We see too much worldly behavior, and I say that as I'm trying to look past the sawmill in my own eye. Okay, I'm not trying to beat my own thing. My sawmill is really large, but I just wish we could see some more examples like Jesse Camping, the most eligible bachelor in Canada.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean, I mean, just some more humility, some humbleness.
Civilized.
You don't have to win the argument.
That got me upset, that argument.
Yeah, and obviously me too. I tried to shout over him shouting over me, which was stupid. And then, like I said, Mrs. Joel started shouting. That freaked me out.
Oh my God. Yeah, it made me so mad, like in a hurry. I was like, oh my God.
SMT, he cut you off. He cut you off by saying what? You cut me off. You keep cutting me off. He cuts you off by saying, you keep cutting me off. or something. I forget now.
That's absurd. It was horrible.
It was just terrible.
Well, yeah,
And go ahead.
he was the one cutting me off.
That's what he said.
He was.
And then all I was trying to do is actually answer his question. He kept saying, "Well, let's wait for Joel to explain this to it." And so I'm starting to explain it to me. It's to explain. I just reading the Bible verbatim, asking how that fit with how the Bible actually puts it. And then he started cutting me off again.
And he doesn't do it nicely. He says something like, "I've explained it, and he's too stupid to understand it."
Right.
He says something rude like that, And I'm just like, oh, come on.
Exactly. I think that's what sets me off as well. Calling me stupid. I'm like, well, come.
Just
we're not stupid.
Slides that in there just to what? Why do that?
And that's Smokey's tactic too.
It is.
We need to stop being like that. But more importantly, we just need to find the groups that we can get along with, that we can disagree civilly. I think that's what a lot of crave.
That fellow One Way that comes around once in a while?
I have seen him, but I don't think I've ever seen him chat like live.
He's a really nice fella. He is a Calvinist, and you can sit and talk to him, and he can explain to you this stuff. And he's kind of shown me how different ones, the more hyper they are or high they are on their Calvinist points there, the quicker they get upset, right? And they really don't, because they don't. I'm not sure if I'm going to take a guess at it. Part of it is because they feel chosen, and another part is because God really isn't love, right?
That's what's horrible. That's the contradictory part.
Yeah. So they won't ever express that until they can see it for themselves.
Yeah, and then my whole point, my whole desire is that, okay, whatever any of us believes, let's go to the Bible. Let's read. Let's follow the context. Let's not point to other sources on the web. Let's not go outside of the Bible. Let's just reason together with what the Word of God actually says.
So that's what I would call a biblical Christian, and they have. I'm going to tell you, once you've been taught this, you can't shake it. It's a complete opposite reading of the book, and it just throws you for a real loop. It'll turn you right around, and then everything you see is the other way around. I would guess that a pastor or something that's maybe kind of saw a little bit of the light, I would bet it would take him years to get himself away from it.
Well, from Calvinism, Jesse.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And I would say that's like that with any doctrine or dogma. That's always between somebody, them and the Lord. The Lord can turn anybody around as far as I'm concerned. But and I can see to a certain extent, where the idea that God is omniscient, He's omnipotent, God knows everything. He knows what our decisions will be. So in that super broad, God's perspective, so to say, the potter's perspective, yeah, He knows what the pot's going to do, but that has nothing to do with us. We don't have God's perspective. We don't know if we're chosen or not. And like I was just expressing earlier, even if I think I am chosen, I'm still, I work out my salvation every day with fear and trembling, as one.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So I'm constantly talking to the Lord. Lord, am I doing this right? I hear somebody say, "Oh, Joel, you're wrong. You're a liar." Blah, blah. Well, Lord, go back to God. Well, it's just that simple, And if I think that the Lord's telling me wrong, I want the Lord to use His omnipotence, all His things that the Lord wants to do, to tell everybody else around me to tell me that I'm wrong. I need that. There's proverbs about that. The Lord will talk to you, speak to you in the counsel of the multitude. I understand that. So I'm not an island, and I don't believe that I'm always right, but I do want everybody in general that I listen to and talk to agree. Let's look at the plurality of the Bible, the context. Hey, Iger.
Yeah, true enough.
That's all I care about.
Context is king.
Yeah, here you go.
Yeah.
I mean, and there's all kinds of interpretation of context as well, so it can get messy. But as long as we can be respectful and friendly and kind, that again, that's all I care about.
Yep.
So Iger's usually respectful. I mean, here once in a while we'll get heated towards each other. Yeah.
And you guys are both. What cracks me up about Joel and Iger is they always have these little sarcastic jabs, but yet they're always still friendly. It just cracks me up.
Iger's funny. I like Iger.
So that tells me you're a true Christian, Iger. You can disagree and you can be
snarky once in a while. Yeah.
But we still get along.
It's really funny.
That's what brothers are. Brothers and sisters. You can fight, you can bicker, you can argue, you know, you can complain, you can just go crying to dad.
Snarky jabs.
Yeah. But you still love each other and you'll defend each other when it counts.
Oh, who's that fella? The leopard guy. What's his name?
Jungle
Jargon. Yeah. Yeah. He's like that too.
Yeah. Jungle Dragon's great.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, him and we've spoken for hours at a time. I love speaking with him.
He's great.
He's a fellow Army guy.
Yeah.
Doing all right over there, Gavin?
Yeah. No, everything's fine here.
How long you been awake?
I've been awake all day. It's just gone 5 p.m. here on a Friday afternoon.
Well, you guys don't celebrate Thanksgiving, I guess, huh?
No, we don't. Sorry, no, we don't do that.
Well, some of us celebrate Thanksgiving every day.
Right.
Kelly's over here.
There's no way I'm making a big old turkey dinner like that every day.
Yeah, we didn't have a turkey dinner tonight, though, man.
No, we're in the middle of moving, so our holidays are kind of spent now.
We had IHOP delivered.
Yes. Hey, that's good enough, man. Colorado omelets.
That's right. What did I have? I forgot. Matt had a burger. A breakfast burger. I forget what I had.
How do you forget what you had?
I had eggs and sausage and bacon, I think. I had the breakfast platter. That's what it was.
Do we have sausages in the morning?
I know.
I saved my pancakes for tomorrow, too.
Oink. As long as we're having fun, right?
I mean,
it was a $12 tip, though, man. Those things are expensive.
$12 tip?
Yeah. They have a recommended tip scale you can do. And that was the minimum for our order because I guess it was an hour away. So the recommended minimum tip was $12. And I was like, fine. Makes me want to go to DoorDash. Yeah.
Right?
Get paid pretty well.
We don't do tipping in New Zealand.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't.
Most of the time it's voluntary. It used to be voluntary, like with like pizzas and stuff. Now it's like included. It's like a partial tip's included, and then you tip them extra on top of that. It's kind of crazy.
Right.
No tipping at all, Gavin?
Well, it's not our custom or our tradition, Jesse. But if we had, for instance, like a really good waitress, we'd normally give her a tip just for the great service, you know. But no, most times we don't tip. I can't remember the last time I tipped this, years ago.
Oh wow!
That's kind of how it used to be here too. Like I was saying, when I used to deliver pizzas when I was making microchips. I was the pizza delivery guy making microchips on the side. But we'd have to work for our tips, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
There were routes that we knew that were people appreciated, you know, a faster delivery, and they would tip you accordingly. So you know, the rest of all the drivers, we would compete. You know, and sometimes I get a little annoyed with them because some of the guys they would like not take off with the pizza. You know, they let other pizzas go cold while they're waiting for the other guy's pizza that they knew they get tipped well with. You know, but yeah, you knew that's the thing. You got to know the customer as well. You got to kind of an indirect relationship there, I guess. But the point is you know, you can make or break your night by earning your tip.
Yep. Hey, did you see my email this morning, Joel?
That old Vietnam vet picking me a rose from this garden. putting a little Dixie cup, bringing it to work.
Oh, that was creepy.
No, that was awesome. That wasn't creepy at all. It was so sweet.
Okay. Just teasing.
Oh.
What were you saying, Gavin? I'm sorry.
Did you see my email this morning I sent you?
I did, and I was going to reply to you. And I read most of it. It seemed very complicated for its.
It did. It seemed complicated to me as well.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess I understood it, but it just seemed more complicated than it needed to be. That's probably what I'm also trying to say.
But the rematch with Leo is not going to happen until the new year now. I sent an email to David Neff, whose channel is on, and he just said he's really too busy until the new year. So they'll have to go on the back burner. But I got a guy who comes on Prase's channel a bit. He's an atheist, and he wants to debate me on what is superior, Christianity or deism. Which is more superior, Christianity or deism?
What is deism?
Deism is where you believe that God created the universe and human life, but then stepped back and let everything run itself.
Oh, deitism.
Yeah, deitism.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, my understanding is that most to all deists, quote unquote, traditionally were Christians. They just,
Yeah.
They just didn't believe in miracles, basically.
Sure.
They're still Christian or claimed Christ as God still.
Yeah. So I've sent the guy. I mean, he challenged me. I didn't chase him. He challenged me. So I said, well, we can do it in about a week. And I'm just waiting for a reply from him.
Oh, Enigma, I think you may have corrected me. You were right, Gavin. I thought I was hearing you say deism, like D-A-Y-ism, so deism. And
Yeah,
I screwed it up worse. Deitism.
Oh, it means the same thing.
Yeah.
Deism.
Thank you, Enigma. You got it right, Gavin.
Hey, Joel, were you on stream last night? Jesse, were you on Prase's stream?
Yes.
I watched it, yeah.
Okay. Did you catch the bit where Erica and I were saying to Prase, because Prase wanted to put a video of Smokey on his channel, and I was no, Prase, no, don't do that, don't do that. And then Erica comes in at the last second and says, "Do not do that, do not do that."
Yeah, I saw that.
I missed that part.
So that was good. That was good. He didn't do that, which is fantastic.
Yeah, good.
So are there two Ericas now? A Christian one and an atheist one?
I only know one Erica.
Okay.
Yeah,
Joel.
I only know one. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I did too, but I don't know. I'm still learning. The one Erica that I think I know, she's a Christian.
Yep.
But there's another lady that talks often on SFT's channel that I may be forgetting her name.
Okay.
But I don't know. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, anyway, the good thing about Prase not releasing that video is that Raging Ronnie's got a copy of the video and he put it on his channel yesterday. So now Mikey can direct all his venom at Raging Ronnie, not at Prase. Yeah, he put it on his channel. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Shalom, Enigma.
Shalom, gents.
Shalom,
Howdy.
shalom.
I think I only got to briefly listen to you speak the other night, Enigma. So hello, and I apologize if I forget speaking with you before.
No worries. We haven't. Yeah, that was the only time that we've spoken.
Okay.
I wanted to. I put in the comments. I wanted to get your take on Spinoza and Einstein because I actually disagree as to Einstein being a Christian.
Sure. Yeah. No, I quote him often. Spinoza said it explicitly that Jesus is the same God that spoke to Moses. So he's the same God in the Old Testament as the New Testament, and he also said that Christ was the way of salvation, quote unquote. So, from my understanding, only Christians would believe or say that.
Well, you're taking what you're interpreting just out of context. One statement. Actually, both Einstein and Spinoza were similar to deist, and they were. It's almost sometimes considered a naturalistic panentheism. Is the way it's sometimes Spinoza's God is interpreted.
Right,
and
that's
Einstein kind of pattern.
Right.
What? Yeah, but there's also quotes by Einstein saying that he definitely didn't believe in a personal God that you could pray to. And Spinoza actually critiqued a lot of like biblical inerrancy and stuff like that. He believed that much of what was in the Bible was mythic, but Spinoza did have a very high, and Einstein as well, they both had very high regard for Christ. And Spinoza actually was close to accepting Christianity, except he hung out with Quakers in the Jewish area of Amsterdam. And,
I'm with all that.
I mean, I don't know how much you've read Spinoza. I've been reading the Ethics, and if you read his other treatise that follows the Ethics, I actually downloaded his collected works, and if you read at the end where he critiques the Bible, you can kind of see that he believed in the Spirit of Christ, but it was almost more in an abstract way. I mean, I guess maybe you'd have to talk to him in person. He was such a brilliant guy. Maybe he really did, just in a way that we're interpreting, or I'm interpreting, wrong. But Einstein definitely, he rebuked people that try to attach him to either Christianity or atheism. He actually rebuked them, and he talked about what he called the cosmic religion. And he saw the world as, a very systematic, ordered place that needed a transcendent mind to explain it. And, he said that he wasn't searching for the minutiae of particles or spectrums, but he wanted to know the mind of God and how God thought in terms of how he created it, his conception of God. But yeah, he didn't believe like you could pray to God. And he actually made a statement that he believed that your personal identity, is dissolved at death. So his take is, I guess my point is, when you tell, or if you've ever made the statement that Einstein was a Christian, people that have read some, his works, and even a recent letter that's fairly famous. I forget who he wrote it to. Some
Gukind.
I don't know if you've read that, but in that one,
the Gukind letter.
What's that?
The Gukind letter sold for $7 million on auction.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Pure fraud.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And so, no, I really appreciate that. And yeah, if you want to talk about it, it'd be great to go point by point. But there is a lot of fraud on the internet. A lot of parts that people will misinterpret what Einstein said. They'll actually leave huge parts out of what Einstein said. And I've studied it often. I've read probably most of Spinoza's work. His stuff is hard to read to begin with, but I have years ago stopped listening to anything posted about their opinions on the internet because it's such fraud. And I subscribe to what they said explicitly and just verbatim. So yeah, if there's any one particular point, for example, Einstein being a deist is impossible because he said that the same spirit that moves us is the same living spirit that moves the universe. So it's the exact opposite of deitism. Or deism, excuse me. Yes. Thank you. At least somebody likes my weirdness. But yeah, and then he said that that his religion is based on Moses, and then he quoted Jesus by saying, "Love God and love your neighbor as yourself." And for him, God is the first cause. And then talked about David and the prophets, and you can't have justice without love or love without justice. And then he also, in his interview with the Saturday Evening Post, he said that anybody can feel the actual "quote unquote" presence of Jesus by just reading the Gospels. So either Einstein's crazy and he thinks you can still feel the presence of people that died 2,000 years ago in historical context, or he's a Christian. He thinks Jesus is still alive. But Yeah, and then again, I
Well,
quoted.
I'll be honest. You might be right. I mean, you are right in a lot of what you said, but there are a lot of quotes that he made, and there's actually I haven't read his personal, his book on his personal beliefs. I forget what that's called too, but I don't think from what I've read, there's actually a good website that's collected and systematized. You've probably read it. Maybe you've looked at it.
That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of fraud on the internet, buddy. So yeah.
No, well, this one is a guy that actually has researched. Yeah, I mean, I know there's a lot of fraud on the internet, but there's a lot of what Einstein said is pretty well documented. And I'm trying to think. Well, you can just Google, Einstein on religion and God, and you'll see a good website. It's actually I think I have it bookmarked. Let's see. Well, anyway, I don't like looking stuff up while I'm talking, but I'm not saying I hate to say people are just wrong, but on that, as far as saying Einstein was a Christian, I would have to say no. And even Spinoza, he was actually, well, I mean, I know he was expelled from the synagogue, so their opinion maybe was questionable. But
do you know why he was excommunicated?
I've read the Ethics, and you can interpret Spinoza as a form of panentheism, but I don't know. You read the Beyond the Ethics, his following treatise. It's called, I think, On Religion and Politics, something like that, and
Tractus Theologico-Politicus.
There you go. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. So I guess we're just getting different interpretations. You probably read the same thing that I have. The fact that he hung out with the Quakers is interesting. I mean, maybe he was a Quaker. He just didn't tell anybody.
Yeah, no, he hung out with Christians in general. Yeah, he was excommunicated from the Jewish synagogue because he claimed Jesus was God. And Jews don't like that. So yeah. Yeah, no, and so Spinoza, I understand. In fact, I believed it as well for a long time in my life. Spinoza was not a pantheist. He specifically said that God speaks to us directly, that God is a personal God. He doesn't use those words, directly as people would like him to be, but he still talks about how God speaks to us. So that's a personal God. And from my understanding, from all the research I've done, when Einstein further says that he doesn't believe in a personal God, to me, that's talking about how a lot of people will invent God. Even Christians themselves, sometimes they'll make believe, like we were talking earlier, like with Calvinists, they'll kind of create their own version of God, their own personal version. And also I like Einstein's criticism of atheism, and how I've kind of adapted that recently by saying how atheists, they like to basically claim to be their own personal gods to be able to justify their subjective immorality, is a common phrase that I've started to use. So, but Einstein, again, all of that is compared to the fact that not only did he praise Jesus, he says all kinds of, like you were saying, not just positive things about Christ, but things that only a Christian would say about Christ. How he was the interviewer, was his name, Farouk, that was interviewing him, specifically told him, well, there's other prophets people claim that said the same things that Jesus said. Basically the insinuation that Jesus just parroted other people. And Einstein, his response was that, well, even if they did, no one spoke them as divinely as Jesus did. So
I know. He definitely did say that and reverence, but I question whether he accepted some of the doctrines just based on what I've read. But you know what? I actually would love it if that really, if were true that he actually had accepted Christ. There's an interesting anecdote about his life during the holiday season when he was at Princeton, and how some carolers came to his cottage on Princeton, and he went and got his violin and accompanied him on some of the songs. So I have a lot of reverence for Einstein and the way he perceived the universe. I guess, I mean, there might be a lot of fake quotes out there.
Oh yeah.
Then, or that actually were accepted at the time and somehow documented and then put on the internet as actual fact. But I don't know. I guess the ones that I've read supposedly, are supposed to be valid. And there's a gentleman that was close to him that he spoke to at the end of his life, where he gave a lot of kind of personal information on his religious take. And I don't know. I lean towards that. A lot of what he said makes it questionable as to I mean, if he really was a Christian, why wouldn't he change the world even more than with the theory of special and general relativity, and just come out and say, hey, God is real and follow Christ, because that would have been a stellar witness for the world. That really would have changed things dramatically. That's I question.
I agree. I agree, and I thought he did when he's talking about and I was going to give you two examples of some of the common what I call myths about him, by the way, to help kind of address what you're talking about. But no, on that second point, the next point you made, in fact, I'll read this one verse from him. There's one statement from him from 1937. He said, "Our time is distinguished by wonderful achievements in the fields of scientific understanding and in the technical application of those insights. Who would not be cheered by this? But let us not forget that human knowledge and skills alone cannot lead humanity to a happy and dignified life. Humanity has every reason to place the proclaimers of high moral standards and values above the discoverers of objective truth. What humanity owes to personalities like Buddha, Moses, and Jesus ranks for me higher than all the achievements of the inquiring and constructive mind. What these blessed men have given us, we must guard and try to keep alive with all our strength if humanity is not to lose its dignity, the security of its existence, and its joy in living." Albert Einstein. And then so another quick thing. So that Gutkind letter that people often like to quote, where he talks about how the word God is nothing but a childish whatever thing. That, to give you kind of context of that was found posthumously after he died in 2005. And so it was well after both him and Gutkind were passed away. So normally when there's a letter or
I think we lost him, Joe.
Oh, darn it, you're right. Thank you. I thought that was Gavin just losing his internet glue.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, and if you guys want to hear more about it, I'd be glad to. But yeah, I can wait and see if he comes back or not. But
yeah, wait, he might come back.
Okay. And of course you can listen to the stream later too. Yeah.
Oh. Hello.
Howdy.
Hi.
I am here.
States.
You said howdy.
Yeah.
I love it.
What's up, Gavin?
Oh, not much. Not much.
Have you got a topic, Gavin?
For tonight's stream?
Yeah. Anything. For 10 minutes, even.
Yeah, this stream has no topic other than being chill and calm.
How's the COVID down there?
Well, believe it or not, our borders are still closed, Jesse. It's amazing.
So we just have a medical alert now. We just went on medical alert today, or whatever they call it, and sent a big thing out on everybody's phone. Ours went up 4 times. In a month.
Yeah.
So
dang, that's crazy for a virus.
We got 14,000 people in a month with COVID.
Right.
Yeah,
you can't fly. You can't fly into New Zealand, and you cannot fly out.
Yeah.
And those that actually, no, I'm wrong. The only people that can fly into New Zealand are people that hold residency, the citizens of New Zealand. But it's an automatic 14-day quarantine for them, and also an automatic COVID test. It's mandatory. They can't refuse it.
Yeah, I'll just be the voice of whatever. I'm super suspicious, guys, because not only the tests basically bogus, they're more than 50% either false positives or false negatives. But the government has already all the governments have already admitted they're mixing results between the actual RNA test with what they call antibody tests, which includes all the other viruses, all the other cold and flu stuff. And so I can't believe the numbers. And that's what this is all based on, these high numbers. But they've admitted the numbers are not because of COVID. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not COVID specifically. So
well, I think the idea of it is to not give it a chance to, I don't know,
make it worse,
evolve so that we can get a head start with a vaccine of some sort.
See, even that's bogus to me, because the thing's going to, quote unquote, if it's going to evolve, quote unquote, which I don't think it does, it's going to do it regardless of anything. It doesn't need a number of people to change. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it'll just
be higher, but yeah, I don't know.
It'll maybe just go a little faster. I mean, I don't know.
Really,
it's a virus, so why would a virus mutate?
Well, the theoretical idea is that some gamma radiation or some EM field, whatever, knocks a piece of a nucleotide off just right and changes the code, blah, blah, blah. But it's just ridiculous. It's going to do it no matter what. It's not going to do it because of numbers of people. Virus doesn't care about people.
No.
But you want to hear a real conspiracy theory from Crazy Joel? So I caveat this. Yes, Crazy Joel. I caveat. So I've been hazmat and HAZWOPER certified. I've been a first responder for gas and chemical attack stuff, for mop gear stuff for the military. So I'm a quote unquote expert, I guess, on nuclear, biological, chemical crap. So wearing masks for a virus makes them worse, makes it spread the virus worse. If you want to hear how.
Sorry about that. I was trying on.
I know how. I bet.
Yeah, sure.
But you go ahead. I don't want to ruin your story.
No. I think I don't want to.
I think because we're touching it and putting the mask on and off, and that just makes it worse. That's what I think.
Yep, it's even worse than that. So everybody talks about droplets, right? It's going to stop the droplets from spreading. So the catch is that the droplets actually contain the virus. It's based on surface tension from the water.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Enigma. And while it's contained in the droplet floating around, it doesn't spread. It's contained by the surface tension. When it lands on something, like a solid surface, metal surface, whatever, it'll spread just on that surface, but it won't go anywhere. Still, the water tension is still keeping the virus within the droplet. Oh. But if it hits your mask, it's a piece of cloth or something like that. That water gets absorbed and it breaks that water tension. So now all those millions of viruses that were in that drop are released now, and they're going to be exchanged with every breath in and out. So you're actually spreading the virus worse with your mask, because that mask is absorbing those droplets, breaking that tension.
Oh.
So I'm convinced either people are just ignorant, basic science, they don't really care, just doing what they're told, versus those who know this, who know the basic, whatever you call it, mechanical conventions of absorption.
Hey, Joel.
And are spreading this worse on purpose. So
yeah.
Let me give you a quote. This one's actually from the book that I haven't read yet, but I'd like to at some point, called The World as I See It. And Einstein says, I cannot conceive of a God who rewards and punishes his creatures, or who has a will of the kind that we experience in ourselves. Neither can I, nor would I want to conceive of an individual that survives his physical death. Let feeble souls, from fear of or absurd egoism, cherish such thoughts. I'm satisfied with the mystery of the eternity of life and the awareness and a glimpse of the marvelous structure of the existing world, together with the devoted striving to comprehend a portion, be it ever so tiny, of the reason that manifests itself in nature. So, the fact that he doesn't really believe in life after death, and that's from his personal book that he published during his lifetime, it's hard to really say that he was a Christian. I mean, I agree that he had.
Well, it doesn't say that, though.
What's that?
It doesn't say that, though. In fact, he says that he does believe in eternal life. So if you read the first part of that, I've got a different translation from his original German. It says, I cannot imagine a God who rewards and punishes the objects of his creation, whose purposes are modeled after our own. A God, in short, who is but a reflection of human frailty. That's Ephesians 2:8. Ephesians 2:8 says that salvation is a gift of God. Nobody can.
Yeah, but go further. Go to the next sentence.
Well, no, let's examine it point by point. So his first sentence is quoting the Bible almost verbatim. Ephesians 2:8. God no longer punishes us. Salvation is a free gift. It is your choice whether or not you want to go to hell or not God's choice. God died so that all would be saved. It is our choice if we want to be punished or not God's choice. So Einstein agreed with the Bible.
Well, read your translation, the entire translation, or the entire paragraph, or at least a chunk
I
of it.
will.
So
I was going to break it down. So just pointing out. So the first sentence is where Einstein is confirming Ephesians 2:8 and John 3:16. So that first sentence is exclusively Christian. Only Christians believe that God no longer rewards and punishes.
Read the first sentence again.
I cannot imagine a God. Well, let me caveat that again. Only Christians, from my understanding of all the religions in the world, only Christianity says that God does not reward or punish people. That we punish or reward. Salvation is a free gift. Only we choose. So Einstein says, I cannot imagine a God who rewards and punishes the objects of his creation. That's Christianity, whose purposes are modeled after our own. A God, in short, who is but a reflection of human frailty. He's talking about people that invented God based on their own beliefs.
Let's look at that first sentence. How can you? He says, I can't conceive of a God who rewards or punishes his creatures. That's basically what your translation says too, right?
It is. And again, that's basic Christianity.
Okay. How is that basic Christianity?
So I've said it the third time. So Ephesians 2:8 says that God gives us salvation by grace, as a free gift. So that he died so that nobody would well,
that's true. Yeah. In that sense, heaven isn't a reward. I guess that's true. Well,
he says he gave it to us as a free gift, so we can't boast. So there's no reward. It's just a gift. We are the ones that either accept it or reject it.
Okay, well, let's say that that's the correct interpretation. But let's look at the next.
Okay, so the next sentence, he's talking about resurrection. He's talking about atheist Eastern religions that believe in reincarnation. He says, neither can I believe that the individual survives the death of his body. That's reincarnation, like Hindus and Buddhists believe. Although feeble souls harbor such thoughts through fear or ridiculous egotism. So that's where he's talking about mostly Eastern pagan or atheist religions. They talk about how if they based on their good works, their good deeds, they'll come back again as a cow or whatever, that they'll survive the death of their body based on their good deeds, or they'll come back as a rat or something else if they do bad deeds,
Yeah, it's an interesting take. But I'm sure this might differ slightly. You probably might have a more accurate translation. But so neither can I nor would I want to conceive of an individual that survives his physical death. Let feeble souls from fear. Basically, he's kind of saying the feeble-minded, acting out of fear or absurd egoism, cherish that the individual survives death. Now, I'm sure the whole panentheism and how it relates to consciousness wasn't as well understood when he was alive. But
it was. And he said he wasn't a pantheist specifically. I can quote that too, but yeah.
Okay, I mean, if you guys want, I'm really fascinated by this. I'm more than happy to have you continue on and exposit it. I may not agree with you, but
no, please. No, I'd like for us to learn to agree, but yeah, no, I do want to hear all the multiple ideas behind it. So please don't think I'm angry and I'm not cutting you off. I'm trying to go back and forth.
Oh, no, believe me, no, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, this is good.
Yeah, and if you think I'm wrong somewhere, just tell me. Let me know. That's what I'm sharing what I got out of it. I'm thinking he's talking about Eastern religions out there that believe that they'll survive the death of their body. And he's calling Eastern atheists and pagans that believe in reincarnation as that they're the feeble minds or whatever, and the egotists. So he's attacking paganism, basically, in that sentence.
Okay, well, how do you interpret this one? And again, I mean, this one has a reference to Rabbi Herbert Goldstein, who would send Einstein a cablegram bluntly demanding, "Do you believe in God?" quoted. Well, I guess they pulled it from Victor Stenger. So, but hey, that's what it is. He says here, and I accept this is probably most likely, veridical that he really did say it. I believe in Spinoza's God who reveals himself in the orderly harmony of what exists, not in a God who concerns himself with the facts, with the fates and actions of human beings.
Yeah. And so that, again, that's basic Christianity to me. And I completely wholeheartedly agree with that. I don't care what people, and we talked about this earlier with the Calvinism stuff and different, Catholic doctrines. I don't give a rat's butt what other, self-confessing Christians say about things. All I care about is what God says. That's what Einstein's saying. He just cares about what God's word actually says, what God actually says. He doesn't care about what religions say.
But he's saying in that quote, at least, that he, obviously he read Spinoza, so have I. So right. I have a pretty good conception of what he means by that. So he says, I believe in Spinoza's God, and Spinoza, believed that God was the universe. That not that. Nope. Well, no, it's finely nuanced, but he believed that the universe was an extension of God.
Right. That's what John chapter 1 says. In the beginning, the Word was God, and the Word was with God. The Word was God.
Yeah, I can see how you could try to harmonize like that. But how about the second part of the sentence? So we'll accept that Spinoza and Einstein weren't, panentheists necessarily, or at least not pantheists. So, but the second part says, not in a God who concerns himself with the fates and the actions of human beings. Mm-hmm. So he's saying that he's not concerned with our destiny or our behavior, and obviously that's not the God of the Bible.
Yeah, I'm based on and everything else he's also said, and all of the criticisms he's made of other human religions and whatnot. That is him talking about how people will invent their own version, so to say, of God or the Bible or even Christianity. People will have all kinds of strange, denominations that are sometimes flat out contradictory to what the Word of God actually says. And so that's where a lot of people will do that in the idea that if they can kind of twist or manipulate what, the Bible says to fit, or even not even the Bible sometimes, just anything that they want to say God says to fit their own personal human, egotistical, whatever, trying to manipulate, trying to anthropomorphize God, as Einstein also put it. That's what he rejects. He wants to know God's thoughts directly. He doesn't want to know any human interpretation of things. He wants to know God for real. That's the way I like to put it. So he rejects religion, so to say, but he wants to know God for real. And God's not a personal God, so to say, where, we can invent God in our own image. He wants to know who God is despite our biases, if that makes sense.
Okay, if you don't mind, can we keep going to a little bit deeper?
I'd love to. In fact, I was going to read the next part of.
Okay.
Yeah. With that one reference you're talking about, where he basically nearly quotes Ephesians 2:8, and then he criticizes reincarnation, and then when he says, "It is enough for me to contemplate the mystery of conscious life," which means it's an individual, conscious person, what we are right now, perpetuating itself through all eternity. That's life after death. To reflect upon the marvelous structure of the universe, which we can dimly perceive, which is what Paul was saying in I think 1 Corinthians 13. We dimly perceive right now is looking through a glass.
Yeah.
And to try humbly to comprehend even an infinitesimal part of the translation I've got is intelligence manifested in nature. And he capitalized the I in that. Speaking of God, God is the intelligence. He manifested his intelligence in his what Einstein described as he described God as an invisible player or musician. In another quote, where God is literally keeping the universe in fine tune, and that's why he loved playing the violin. He said, as he played the violin, it's giving me goosebumps. Or he described it like that's how God is keeping the universe in tune. God's a musician, and so Einstein loved being a musician, and that's how he praised God essentially through music. So God manifests his intelligence through his creation, through nature. And so to me, that's Einstein talking about how he confirms the Christian belief that we will live forever consciously alive with God. trying to comprehend the rest of the universe with God, which I think is why God made us, to commune with us forever, in the afterlife.
Okay, let's analyze this. Another one says, I cannot conceive of a personal God who would directly influence the actions of individuals or would directly sit in judgment on creatures of his own creation.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot do this in spite of the fact that mechanistic causality has, to a certain extent, been placed in doubt by modern science. He was talking about the beginning of the quantum exploration. He says, my religiosity consists in a humble admiration of the infinitely superior spirit that reveals itself in the little that we, with our weak and transitory understanding, can comprehend of reality. There's another one. Go ahead.
Oh, I would say this sounds like a kind of potentially convoluted translation of the German into English. The one I quoted earlier was a lot more direct, I guess. Because German is really complicated. As I was going to say earlier, I used to speak fluently, but I can read and I can understand German.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Ja, nein. Ich bin ein Ausländer und spreche ein bisschen guten Deutsch.
Ich bin ein Berliner.
Nein. That means you're a jelly donut. You know that? JFK said he was. JFK, he literally called himself a jelly donut. That's funny. But yeah. Ich bin dein Berliner. When ein Berliner is the name of.
It's one. No, I'm not. I am not very fluent in my German.
That's funny. But they cheered and laughed anyways. They understood what he's trying to say. It's good.
Yeah.
But anyway, so yeah, if we needed to, we could go to the German, but I don't think we need to. But
no,
anyways,
because I would get lost if we did that. I would have to use Google to translate it.
Yeah. My overall thing is that I think Einstein was trying to be subtle. He was also what's called an Enneagram Type 5, and he didn't want to turn off atheists. He wanted to try to draw people into God. He wanted to draw people to Christ, but without being too obvious about it to turn off too many people, if that makes sense.
That's an interesting idea, but here's another statement of his.
Mm-hmm. And I think a big part too is
What's that, Jason?
Oh, I lost you. That he lived during the Reformation too, didn't he? 1600s or something. So
Spinoza did, but not Einstein.
Yeah. Okay. No, Einstein.
So this is early 90s. Yeah. Okay. So this is another one from Einstein. The idea of it's from a letter to Hoffman and Dukas, 1946. The idea of a personal God is an anthropological concept which I am unable to take seriously.
Yeah, again, that's referring to how a lot of people will invent their own version of God. There's also a lot of criticism back then with the big tent revivals, whatever they say. They still say it today that Jesus is your personal Lord and Savior. Well, I mean,
here's another one. Here's another one purportedly from the same letter. Now, again, when you're on the internet, you never know what's real. It sounds like you have maybe some more.
Oh yeah. Well, just let me finish that one thought.
But this one ties right in. You see if you think this quote is real. I do not believe in immortality of the individual. I consider ethics to be an exclusively human concern with no superhuman authority behind it.
I don't think I'm familiar with that one, but that would directly contradict his statement where he believes that we'll have conscious life perpetuating itself through all eternity. The one we were talking about earlier. So
it's interesting how you're interpreting some of his statements.
Yeah,
and I really need to. Have you read his personal writings? Like
that's fun. Yeah,
whole book. Which ones do you have?
I've most of the ones that I prefer are the writings from his biographer from Herman's, and then I've got most of his science books, and I take screenshots and highlight parts of the books. For example, let me just show you the recent one I did, where he's talking about how the Bible is the most important book in human history, which really contradicts the Good Kind letter. But
right.
Let me see right here, and then let me share it. Let's see here, share screen. Where's that? There's it is. And it wasn't the perfect screenshot. Courtney, would you say this is him? This is his book from Herman's. I highly recommend this book. Amazon sells all 3 of them together now for like $15. God must be the master musician. He says, I stand with the ancient Jews who don't dare write the name of God in their books, much less say it out loud. That's why he wasn't so obvious about it. It's enough for me that the principles of creation are inherent in mathematics, and with pure thought, I can grasp reality. He continued, I agree wholeheartedly. The Bible is the greatest book ever written. From beginning to end, it makes man aware of his conscience. But the masses don't care for conscience. They care for pains or panes et circuses, but I think it's French, read in games. And those who rule the masses want to please them to stay in power. So Hitler gives them circuses by burning books. The Bible included, I interrupted. And also the Reichstag, the synagogues.
Who was this conversation with?
This is Herman's. I'll show you on Amazon. I have highlighted the heck out of that book.
Yeah, wow, interesting.
Oh, come on.
More.
Hold on. In the Einstein and the poet. So, William Herman's, he and Einstein met 3 times formally. They met a few other times, but Herman's caught up with him before the war, for World War II, and did a bunch of interviews with him. And then, in fact, they almost died together. Someone almost tried to firebomb Einstein's house. Is this it? Hold on. Where's my link? Share screen. Chrome tab. There we go. Here's the book at Amazon. Highly recommend it. And then he met him again later. I forget. I think was it either England or one of the other area? I forget the second place they met. I need to reread that part. And then they met again in New York and Princeton. And he actually brought a Christian pastor with him that time. So they had some really good conversations about it. And he talks about how he's got a cosmic religion, as you put it earlier. He's a cosmic man, he puts it. And again, he made it really clear. He only describes it that way to try to get people to be inclusive and to try to look at God without having to listen to man's interpretations, to look at God directly. And Einstein, he points out, with Spinoza as well. When he says, I agree with Spinoza's God, Spinoza said that Jesus spoke to Moses and that Jesus was the way of salvation, quote unquote, So Spinoza's God is Jesus, according to Spinoza. So when Einstein says, I agree with Spinoza's God, he's saying that Einstein believes in Jesus. What is that noise?
Oh, sorry. I just had some food delivered, but I didn't think it was that noticeable.
Yeah. Baruch Spinoza is that Tractus Theologico Politicus book, however you pronounce it, 1967, page 12. He says, quote, we may be able quite to comprehend that God can communicate immediately with man. That's okay. That's a personal God. If people that want to interpret that as a God that you talk to personally, well, that's Spinoza saying that God communicates immediately with man. For without the intervention of bodily means, he communicates to our minds, his essence. Still, a man who can by pure intuition comprehend ideas which are neither contained in nor deducible from the foundations of our natural knowledge must necessarily possess a mind far superior to those of his fellow man. Nor do I believe that any have been so endowed save Christ. To him, the ordinances of God leading men to salvation were revealed directly without words or visions, so that God manifested himself to the apostles through the mind of Christ, as he did formerly to Moses through the supernatural voice. In this sense, the voice of Christ, like the voice which Moses heard, may be called the voice of God. And it may be said that the wisdom of God, i.e. wisdom more than human, took upon itself in Christ human nature. That Christ was the way of salvation. Quote unquote. Spinoza was a Christian.
That's pretty interesting. I'm gonna have to look deeper into it. It's amazing how how the internet screeners can create this false impression.
I would say annoying, but yes. Yeah, no, I appreciate it that you're asking. And and there's so much more too. I mean, and you're right. It would have been nice if they just flat out said, I'm a Christian, but no, he probably would have lost his audience. He probably would have never have heard of Einstein, much less everybody revere him as much as they do.
More.
You know what I mean? Because you're right. Because Einstein, Spinoza was in the middle of the Reformation, but Einstein was in the middle of the progressive period. So that was the height of atheism and evolution and eugenicism. He had to flee Germany because the atheists were taking control and threatening to murder people like him. So he had to kind of be a little more subtle about it, just to stay alive.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not worried about showing doubt in this form, but I often wonder if if a kind of more Buddhist conception is the true one, and that maybe our personal consciousness isn't eternal. How do you think the information could possibly be stored in terms of modern physics? Some type of action at a distance storage mechanism that somehow can keep those memories intact?
I mean, I go with the basic Planck Heisenberg interpretations where God's the global consciousness that creates or regulates all of the waveform collapses that forms the temporary natural universe, including our local consciousnesses. So the local conscious would be, or the observer, where however you want to describe it, would be that temporary collection of mental capacity, I guess, as you're asking. The ability.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I think it does really have to. Maybe that's just string theory and just frequencies that are so much higher. They're like almost. The way quantum's so small, these frequencies are so high that maybe that's where that reality lies, and somehow I don't know. I think it's beyond trying to fit it into the.
It's a fun topic for sure.
Yeah.
String theory is just what I call a gap theory. It's just to explain the missing gravity in this universe. So they want to just hope to assume that there's other universes or whatever realities out there that are somehow transferring the extra gravity. Make the math up.
Well, what I like about it, it's a possible explanation for how the Holy Spirit could permeate the entire universe if, with those interconnections in all dimensions, if one conscious element could be going through that, but I think, unfortunately, I always try to put everything into whatever my limited conception of science is and fit it in that box. And sometimes that puts me in a place where I question things that I probably shouldn't.
Well, no, I think that's what God wants. He wants us to question everything. It reminds me of Jefferson. You're also reminding me of Einstein again. Especially when you're asking about like the information storage. You remember Einstein's reference about how the universe is like God's library?
Yeah.
I've got that.
Yeah, we're like little children going into the library and looking at the books and not having a clue.
Yep, I've got the quote right here. He says, quote, "I am not an atheist. I don't think I can call myself a pantheist. The problem involved is too vast for our limited minds," just like you were saying. "We are in the position of a little child entering a huge library filled with books in many languages. The child knows someone must have written those books. It does not know how, does not understand the languages in which they are written. The child dimly suspects a mysterious order in the arrangement of the books, but doesn't know what it is. This, it seems to me, is the attitude of even the most intelligent human being toward God. We see the universe marvelously arranged and obeying certain laws, but only dimly understand these laws." End quote. 1930. It's from G.S. Varick's book, Glimpses of the Great. So yeah, you're like Einstein, in other words.
No, hardly.
Well, see, that's why I love Einstein so much. He said it's not that he said it's not that I'm so smart. I stick with problems longer. That's all.
Well, and then of course in multiple places he's stated how he believes that intuition and imagination are what makes the breakthroughs, in science and our understanding of reality. And so people have a false conception of what intuition, at least in that sense, is. It's it's like where all the information just synthesizes instantaneously and gives you this, a solution and bypasses even, a mathematical logical progression in your mind, and just gives you, I think, it would be interesting to know like how he thought, if he thought visually quote. I mean, obviously he understood math well enough where he could express it symbolically like that. But I've often, with that story about how he discovered, the concept of relativity, on a train and looking at a clock, to me, it's always like, yeah, that guy's like so far beyond anything that I'll ever be able to understand.
Well,
but, flash of intuition, I don't, that's what genius is,
Yeah, again, I think Einstein would disagree with you, giving him so much credit. First of all, that quote you're saying, he said, imagination is more important than knowledge. Knowledge is limited.
Right. Yeah.
Imagination encircles the world. Yeah. And then again, he told a little girl when she was asking about math problems, he said, I assure you, whatever problems you have in math, I have it worse. So he never really could do it on math. He had to have others help him do it.
Exactly. He farmed off his math a lot of times, which, he didn't really want to know the minutiae. He wanted to know the big picture.
Yep. And then as far as his theories go, like relativity, he spent 15 years in obscurity. He was just a clerk in a patent office for a decade and a half, stuck. I mean, he finished his PhD, but he couldn't do anything, working as just a lowly, underpaid clerk. And he talks about how, he would read, and he got most of his ideas from reading all these other, because he was reading other works coming in, and he would just get bits and pieces of other people's work, and he was so flooded by it, he could just, like you were saying, he kind of intuit things a little better. He would work on his ideas, and then he'd have to hide his paperwork under the other papers when his boss would come around, so we wouldn't get fired. So he's kind of, stealing here, stealing a little bit there, but it wasn't that he was super genius or nothing. I mean, everybody I think is equally smart. He just spent more time on it and was able to put two and two together from all these other ideas, and it clicked. And we could test it, and it revolutionized the way we see things. But yeah, he would probably say, well, it's just common sense,
Yeah.
It's very complicated common sense, but still. Yeah, I love this guy. I love this man. But I'm very convinced he was a Christian. And even Christians, even myself, sometimes, even other Christians will criticize him. Maybe we don't always say it exactly right. We don't get some doctrine or something, whatever, we'll make some, like SFT was saying, I was in error tonight about the Hebrews 6 thing, so, I
tuned in late. What was that about?
Jesse is probably more of the quote unquote expert on that topic than I am.
Are you familiar with a little bit of Calvinism, Reformation?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I know about Calvinism, Molinism, and all that.
Are you a Calvinist?
Definitely not. I'm actually an Arian that believes that God can time travel and that he gives us complete libertarian free will, and we do make a choice, and he knows we've already, he can see the future now. He can see us in the future according to the laws of physics. So
yeah,
I have no problem with Arianism.
Yeah, me too. So he has that's all they different on is the way that Calvinists view the text and the way Arians view the text, right? And how they interpret, and the Calvinism eisegesis on the text.
Yeah, when it comes to scripture, I would rather read the scripture.
Yeah, I would too.
Beautiful.
I don't like going with all that. Someone else's hermeneutics, really. But I mean, I'm not saying it's valuable, and commentaries aren't valuable and all that. But.
Oh, Gavin's backstage. Yeah, and it just he wouldn't give Joel time of day to talk about it. So that's kind of how it went.
Yeah, is SFT a Calvinist?
I think he's an ex-Calvinist, but once you see that stuff, it's hard to get it out of your system. But his explanation is Calvinist. He uses the words reprobates and that stuff, and he called Joel an Arianite. So,
well, they're not mutually exclusive. Hence, Molinism.
Yeah, that's right.
I've always had I don't know. I never really thought.
These are the combos that I love, Kelly.
Yeah.
That would make
Gavin's
sense.
backstage. Joel.
Sorry about that, guys. I had to step away just a second.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry about that, Gavin. There we go.
What was that, Enigma? Hey, Gavin.
Hi.
I never had a hard time reconciling, election and libertarian freedom. I think they're easily compatible. I never saw them mutually exclusive in any way.
Yeah, exactly. Me neither.
Welcome back, Gavin.
Yeah, hi.
Dude, sorry that took so long.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's all good.
So,
Yeah.
Joel, what do you think of Spinoza as proof for the existence of God?
I agree with it.
How would you? The first premise is the one that you'll never get by any atheist, or because that's where he expresses how God is an extension of everything, and the substance and extension, or like the monad extension kind of idea of what God is. So
I'll give you a short, medium, or long answer.
I always like the in-depth answers, but go for it.
I guess the potentially long answer. So when Spinoza said that God communicates directly with his mind to us, and that in the whole idea that God is an extension of the universe, or the universe is an extension of God, quote unquote. That again, that's Christianity 101. That's John chapter 1. In the beginning was God, and in the beginning the Word was with God, and the Word was God.
The logos.
Everything was created through Him, by Him.
I always kind of almost interpret the logos to be like almost like the mathematical, well, not math, but just the nature of the cosmos is the logos. And Christ and Yahweh Himself. Sure.
Yeah. Regardless of how we would interpret the word logos, praise talks about it's the thoughts of God. Regardless, it's still God.
Right.
It's a part of God, or it is God.
Yeah, it should never have been translated word. It's a completely wrong conception, because it's talking about more than just a written word. It's in the Greek, it's a much deeper concept of like the kind of like the underlying structure and nature of everything.
Right. Just thoughts.
It's one of those hard to translate. Yeah. What's the etymology on logos? I actually never looked that up.
Ooh, there's some websites out there, but I was going to further conclude how biblical science.
Yeah. Sorry, you're gonna expound on. So what you're trying to expound on is how do you express to an atheist or a non-believer it's the concept of God as the one and the extension of substance, and he actually called it substance and extension, that we're individual extensions of the one.
Yeah. Biblical science, as I call it, confirms quantum physics, relativity, all three physics actually, but primarily quantum physics, which describes how there is the simplified way of putting it is that there is a supernatural state to reality. There's a supernatural and a natural state. And some would argue there's a subnatural state, but I don't know if I subscribe to that yet. But so there's multiple states of reality, essentially, what we can perceive or observe, and then the non-perceived, non-observable.
How are you defining natural?
What we're doing right now, we're today. What we're doing right now.
Don't you think it's necessary for even God to exist in some type of energy form, or no?
My understanding, or my conclusion from all the science that I've studied, is that God is everything, or can be anything and everything. God is God. He's not limited. So he can be energy. He can be a fly. He can be a man. He can be whatever God wants to be. He's God. He's omnipotent. He's omniscient. The only thing God can't do is not be God, I think. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
But so quantum physics describes multiple states. Not just the quantum states, the four basic quantum states and superposition and etc. But it talks about how there is some would disagree. It's called supernatural state, but I don't care. There's a supernatural state that is that ethereal, immaterial, whatever you call it, non-corporeal, mathematical state, whatever people want to interpret it as. The wave functions themselves, which is just math, is just a mathematical interpretation of something of non-nature, or non-nature is another way it's been described. That will have an intersection and be able to have a collapse event, they call it. And some will debate or argue whether that can only happen if through an observation or not. I go both ways. Well, it can happen through observation, and it can also happen without. But that's getting into the weeds. But basically, the permanent supernatural state of reality will temporarily collapse into this temporary corporeal natural, this state that we're in now. The universe, so to say, and then the fact
that you believe that consciousness causes collapse?
Yes.
Or just observation? What about that? They say that it's not just consciousness; it can be anything, machine or anything that interacts with it.
I apologize. I think your mic moved away some. Couldn't catch it.
Oh, yeah, I'm not paying attention. Sorry. Well, some argue that it's not just conscious observation that causes collapse. It's also, like anything observing it, like a scientific instrument or anything, can also cause it. What do you think of that?
Oh, I absolutely agree with that, because I kind of caveat. So I'm not a theoretical physicist, is like Leo and all the guys that want to debate me. So I don't know a lot about the fancy, academics of it, but I was what do you call it, applied physicist. I used to do microchips and MEMS and other kinds of things. So my job was to calculate a pre-observation, so to say, for lack of a word, to calculate what the probability of what was going to collapse and how the quantum state was going to form with my gas mixtures and my ionization and things, so I can predict. I would use all this funny, fancy, annoying, terribly complicated, frustrating math to try to predict an observation, and then our success rate and the fact that to be able to make money to do my job was based on how accurate I predicted an observation after I observed it, if that makes sense. So yes. So not only did the quantum states change when I observed it with my instruments, and also with my own mind, but I can also use the same math to predict what the observations might be.
Yeah, I think the question is more relevant if we can make a distinction between, a conscious observation causing the collapse, or just because if any observation causes it, then
Well, and the point that really nails it, I think, is that the ancient silly thought experiment, if a tree falls, did anybody see it or hear it? Well, right. God's consciousness still saw it, So whether you want to say you need a consciousness or not, well, God's consciousness is global. It's omniscient. It's always everywhere, all the time. Right. So nothing happens without God observing it. God made it
all the time.
So would you say that consciousness that you're talking about that permeates even in the quantum realm is the Holy Spirit?
Well, no, it's not. It's not that it is the Holy Spirit. That's just God controlling things as God, Oh,
I wanted to discuss this because actually when I went on to Smokey's channel and chastised him about Untangelo and really about praising Untangelo. Mainly, I didn't mention your name, but I heard you talking, after I spoke to you guys about, I don't want to change the subject, but because I actually find the other topic more interesting. But so explain to me the conception of when Jesus was on the cross, because I think that's critical. For me, I've never understood fully in a spiritual sense why a blood sacrifice, human sacrifice would be necessary for full redemption for humanity. But that's really not what the question I have is, so when Jesus was on the cross and when he said, "Why have you forsaken me?" didn't that seem like there was a break between his conscious experience of Yahweh and himself, and thus making it necessary for them to be two separate persons?
If you read that whole Psalm, right to the end, you'll find that God was always with him.
Yeah,
And
I was going to say, Jesse and I were talked about that pretty extensively, the last channel we had together here.
Yeah, and
I'm sorry I missed that, guys.
I know it's taught like that, and I know it's been mentioned like that God turned his back on him, but then again, that would break the union they have, right? So if you're a Trinitarian, you'd break the Trinity.
Well, and more importantly, it would negate the idea that Jesus is God. Basically, that idea is saying Jesus stopped being God. I can't subscribe to that.
So from
relating to that, so let's imagine we're like Paul, and somehow we got to the third heaven or some level of heaven where we could see, Christ and Yahweh manifesting. I guess, how would they manifest if they're truly one?
Well, the simplest interpretation for me is that God he expresses himself in three different ways, and he made us in the same image, in his image. So God has a mind, God has a body or flesh, and God has a spirit, the Holy Spirit, just as he made us with mind, flesh, and spirit. And so when his body, his flesh was dying on the cross, as Jesse was putting it, that makes perfect sense. That he was quoting the Psalm to fulfill Scripture. He was just the whole point of dying on the cross was to satisfy the law, to fulfill Scripture, to fulfill the prophecies that God himself would be the sacrifice, would be the lamb that he took the sins upon himself of mankind onto himself. And so he's just fulfilling all of that right there under their noses, under these what do you call these people of the law, these Sadducees and Pharisees that are supposed to know all this stuff. It's almost, I won't say he's mocking them, but he's fulfilling the prophecies that they claimed that they were looking for right under their nose, which is almost like a mockery, I guess. I don't know. But so God died on the cross. God took our sins on him. The only way for him to do that is to die for us on the cross. But it was an expression. That is one way that God can reveal himself or show himself, is through his body, through his flesh, just like we do right now. We're expressing ourselves through our flesh. We can also express ourselves through the Spirit. We're still one person.
What about the distinction between Yahweh and the Holy Spirit?
I don't think there is one. I think that the Holy Spirit is God as well. I think the Holy Spirit is Yahweh.
Yeah.
And it's confirmed in John 14:18, among other places.
I've thought about it in that way as well.
Yeah. Well, in the Trinitarian,
that pretty much does reconcile it. Mm-hmm. And, the Trinity as a doctrine, and that's the problem. I think we should jettison a lot of formal doctrines that exist.
I agree. In fact, I often say I'm a scientist. I'm not a theologian, but I can agree with the Trinitarian doctrine as long as they don't say persons. Get rid of the word persons. God just, he expresses himself in different ways. God can express him in 5 billion ways if he wanted to, but he expresses himself 3 ways, and he's one God. That's all. If they can say that, then we're all in perfect agreement.
Exactly.
It's not 3 different people, though. That's all.
Yeah, our only conception of personhood is as humans, so it's very hard for us to grasp what the being of God it would be like.
Agreed. And see, I think that's exactly what Einstein was saying. Don't anthropomorphize God. Don't try to make God make sense in a human sense. God is God. We need to understand God the way he describes himself to us.
That's for sure. It's wow. Yeah, it's it's a shame. And I guess maybe I really would like to see, even though I think Smokey's whole, I won't call it an act, but his whole presentation, it has a very niche place where it serves a purpose. I really do think some psychological retribution to the atheists is a good thing, but when he turns it against other fellow believers, it's way off the rails.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about them too much, but
no, I agree. No, it's not worth it. I mean, I think it's interesting to hear your explanation of how you interpret your version. It's in now. I want to throw some kind of weird label on what you believe in. That's the problem. I mean, you just when you try to express yourself through language, you're using terms that you probably aren't even necessarily very exact as to what you really believe.
Well, I try to keep it simple. I try to just analyze it scientifically. Even, I'm not a pantheist as they've accused me. I'm not a Gnostic as they've tried to accuse me. I'm not a Calvinist, I guess, or was it Armenian? Jesse, you're saying? I'm not,
Armenian. Yeah.
I don't know if I'm an Armenian. It's funny when you told me they call me that because I was in Bosnia. I was in Kosovo. We were defending Armenians. So that's what I think of. I'm an Armenian? What?
Yeah, it's named after an actual historical figure, not the country or anything.
Not the country, not the people group. Okay.
Yeah, it's just it's one of those early theologians like Augustine that was trying to understand the nature of God.
And personally, I don't care what anybody labels me, and I try not to label anybody else. I just want to talk about the ideas.
Right, exactly.
I want to get to a proper conclusion together, however possible. So when people start name calling and labeling and stereotyping or whatever, I avoid that. That's you've left the realm of civilized conversation.
Yeah.
You'll bicker and gossip somewhere else.
I've had some great discussions with an atheist guy called Orgay. And he's atheist, but he's really polite and he's very independent.
Who's this again, Gavin?
You know the guy, the atheist called Orgay? O-R-G-E? Orgay.
Orger. Or Ogre?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I often forget that he's an atheist when I hear him speak. I really love it.
Yeah. I've had great talks with him, and he's very polite and he's very well mannered, but he makes it really clear at the start. He says, "Full disclosure, I'm an atheist," but he's very interested in your view. And the last time I spoke to him, we had a really good discussion.
Hey Gavin, real quick, man, your mic's a little muffled still, man.
Oh, wow.
Get your finger on the mic or anything?
Any better?
Yeah.
Hello.
It's a little muffled.
I was just saying, look, Orgay's an atheist, but he's probably the most well-mannered atheist you'd ever come across on YouTube to have a discussion with, Oh yeah. He's very pleasant.
I agree. There's another person that I'm trying to remember the name of that talks on Tangelo's channel often. He's from Britain. It's an elderly guy.
Paul Camish or Camish.
Camish?
Paul Camish.
Okay.
Yeah.
I remember him by Paul. Yes.
Yeah, Paul. Yeah. He's a good guy.
That's the way to do it.
That's funny. Mrs. Joel just showed me a picture. Someone took a bowl of Cool Whip, and they put the pumpkin pie slice in the bowl of Cool Whip.
That's how you do it. That's how you do it.
Oh, that's from our daughter. Okay. She's in the Philippines. Did she get that in the Philippines?
No,
they have Cool Whip? Oh, okay.
She's
been complaining for months now how much she misses American food now. Poor thing. All they do is eat fish over there. Nuts.
And rice. And heaps of rice.
Yep. And she's pregnant now.
Is your daughter, Joel, is your daughter sick of the typhoons?
Probably.
Yeah. She talks about how they narrowly survived. They had one like a week or two ago. Was it Kelly? And it damaged the home that they're in, and some of her friends died. But there was one typhoon that blew through. Her and her friends, they stood on a like a rock seawall, and they just jumped off it like they were flying off of the sea.
Yeah.
So they have fun with it. But yeah, it's serious stuff over there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the place she stays at, it's a stone structure, and they don't even have doors anymore because the doors have been ripped off so many times.
Oh wow!
So they just leave the doors off now. It's warm enough; they don't need to, you know.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true.
I'm sorry, I gotta have my doors.
John, you're Mrs. Joel. I've got to have my doors.
That's right.
Yeah, she's pregnant. Now she's what? Probably a month now.
I think 2.5 months.
2.5
now.
months.
Yeah.
And she's only 21 still, I think, right? 22.
She turns 21 in February.
She's 20.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. You forget the age of your kids. But she's all worried. She's all calling us up every other day, you know, by asking this question. What was the one recent one?
Oh, she asks all kinds of. She's so cute. Mom, is it okay if we go to Draga because the roads are real bumpy, blah blah blah? And I'm like, well, how bumpy? Yeah, I mean, we're talking like car wreck bumpy, or are we talking like regular old bumps in the road? And another one was, Mom, can I eat this while pregnant? She shows me a pack of potato chips. And another one, hey, Mom, is it safe to eat hot dogs? I'm going, oh my gosh, girl.
So that's cute. Yeah.
Everything. She's really, I love it. She's going to be a great mom.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Well, I think it's pretty natural. The first time you're pregnant and your first baby, you're so hyper focused on not doing anything that might harm the baby.
Yep. In fact, she's kind of wrestling a little bit with her mother-in-law over there because she's wanting to go, get a CAT scan, and she wants to go check the baby ultrasound, and we keep telling her, the baby's too small, you can't see anything yet.
Yeah, no, you can't. It won't be able to tell the health of the baby for another few more months.
Right.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
But it's cute. So that's our daughter, our youngest daughter. She's a miracle child. She went through a rough patch when she was younger. She was a runaway for a little while, but God pulled her out of that. One of the houses she ended up running to was a little Hispanic lady who was Christian, and our daughter didn't speak a lick of Spanish, but somehow she was able to lead her to the Lord. Wow. And so now she's been on fire for God ever since. She's been a missionary. Wow. And she met a young man over there while she was doing a missionary trip and decided to marry him. And they're having their baby now.
Wow. Yeah.
Yep.
That's a great story in itself. That's for sure.
Yeah. And, so I often talk about how the Lord uses everything in our lives, the good and the bad, for us to learn from. So we went, that was a terrifying moment of our life. We know what it's like to have a runaway and worried about, we're trying to deal with some sex trafficking ministries and trying to figure out where she was. And, so we've been through that, Yeah. So it's a huge miracle, and we praise the Lord that He completely turned her around,
Yeah. Completely. It was 180. It was amazing.
And so now when I meet somebody else that's going through that kind of nightmare, I can relate.
Yeah. That is fantastic. That is great news, and that's a testimony to God's power.
Amen. Exactly. He uses everything for His glory, for our benefit.
Right. That is right. That is right.
Yep. So now she's kind of the opposite. Now she's super in love with the Lord, and she's
been like
she's silly.
A year, maybe more.
And she's still silly. She's always been silly, but
yeah.
Oh, she's very silly. She used to dress up in Walmart bags. Like, she'd cut out holes in the bottom of the Walmart bag and then hike them up. Put her legs in, hike them up, and then put the straps, which would be the handles of the Walmart bag, over her shoulder. And oh my gosh, she made little Walmart bag slippers, Walmart bag gloves, Walmart bag headgear.
The little movies that she'd make on the cell phone.
Oh gosh,
hilarious.
So cute.
What does her husband do for a job in the Philippines?
I'm not sure, but he does work.
He's a mechanic, but he's been out of work because of the COVID thing.
Oh, okay.
Well, he just started working again.
He's doing construction now.
Construction. Okay.
Yeah, he was doing mechanic work with his dad.
Yeah.
Wow.
And they're both super young, though, man. I forgot what being that young was.
It was amazing. Nothing hurt. You
could get down off ladders without complaining.
Right.
I told him earlier tonight. I got down off the ladder tonight after taking that clock down. I was like,
I can't even climb ladders anymore. I'm done. I'm not even a step stool. It's so bad. Oh
horrible.
My gosh.
They were horrible.
It's old age nonsense.
Old age and treachery.
Yep.
We have a lot of Filipinos in New Zealand. They come here because they can earn a lot more money.
Oh yeah.
And
As a matter of fact,
they've
Go
got
ahead.
a great reputation as really hard, reliable workers, and also very innovative. If there's a problem, they'll try and fix it themselves. So they're really well regarded in New Zealand.
nice.
Yep.
Yep. I've got nothing but good stuff from her husband.
Yeah.
I wish they would have been a little more, obvious. She kind of kept it. Seemed like she was trying to keep it secret, I guess, for a little bit. Because we asked her directly, "You gonna go back to marry that boy?" She's like, "No." But other than that, everything's pretty good over there so far.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, that's a lovely story. It's a lovely story.
yes, sir. Yep, God is a good father. He takes care of things even when it doesn't seem like things are going right.
Yeah.
Even when things are going wrong. So here's a recent thing God did in our lives. Well, lots of things. But anyway, so Joel had been out of work for a couple of months, and we found out that the owners of this property here had sold a number of the duplexes in the neighborhood, and they'd only owned them for a few years, so it was rather shocking. And the new owners apparently took over and wanted us to move out by the end of this month, which is proving to be a nightmare. Please pray for us. Oh my gosh, I am so tired and sore. Anyway,
it's getting close.
Anyway, so within the like right at the very end of October, maybe beginning of November, a local company here contacted Joel through LinkedIn. This is the first time. I mean, he's had a LinkedIn for years, and this is the first time that a legitimate employer outside of like Amway has really contacted him.
Or local.
Yeah, local. That's what I mean.
All kinds of job offers out of state.
Yeah, but
local.
never here in Texas. So they contacted him. He gets hired with them. He's making a lot more than he did at the last job. And I'm like, oh my goodness, because that was a huge miracle. Because here, landlords aren't going to consider unemployment benefits as income. They're just not, And so I couldn't even begin to look for a place until he started working. Well, he got hired. I started looking for a place. And then that came down to the wire where there was like two very these were homes that were for rent that were not in good condition, and we were very concerned. And then out of nowhere, a new home listing for rent came up in the area right near Matt's work. And my son had to quit his job because he thought we were going to have to move more into Waco proper. And so anyway, he didn't have to. He's going to go back to work in December. So praise God, Matt can go back to work. We live right near his work, so it'll be easy for him to get to. It's real close by, and it happened in the nick of time. That's all God, man. That's all God.
Yes. I know.
Yeah, I woke up this morning kind of fretting a little bit, thinking there's no way we're going to get, because we've maybe moved probably 10% of our stuff.
Wow.
That's
Matt had
it?
his friend. Huh?
Oh, no. That's it?
That's what I'm saying. We got a lot of stuff. Mrs. Joel likes to collect things.
Hey.
We haven't even moved any of the furniture yet.
Oh, no.
And so I was thinking, we got till the 30th, and we got till Monday, I guess. And so this just didn't seem like we could do it. But God reminded me, we got a couple of movers showing up tomorrow, and I went ahead and doubled their time, and we got just a little extra money to be able to pay for it. And then our son, we were planning on counting on 2 or 3 of his friends that were going to show up early this week, but only one showed up.
Yeah, he's going to show back up Saturday and Sunday apparently.
Maybe
to continue
maybe the
helping.
other lady.
I think we need to rent the U-Haul one more day.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But anyway, so it's chaos, and it's defying all odds.
Yeah.
Like I said, I woke up thinking it's going to be impossible, but God will do it.
Yeah, I've been praying that God will help, keep me going. Because what the problem with me right now is that I've got a double knee injury. My left knee has gone numb substantially, like half of it. Yeah. Where even the skin, I can't feel that part of my knee anymore.
Not personal stuff, silly.
I don't care. Who's gonna hold my knees against me? I mean, seriously, Anyway, so I have to prop them up a lot. It takes a lot of breaks. So I'm doing the very best I can. I know God can see that. So I really just hope that He blesses and pray that He blesses my knees so I can get this job done before Monday. It's a massive task.
I guess
most things packed. Yeah. The good news is, I'm also praising God, is that the house is close by. So it's like I can soft pack a lot, you know?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Good idea.
It's working out.
Slowly. Very, very.
Well, and the other really amazing news was that the new owner actually offered to let us rent this place for another month if we needed to.
Yeah, we couldn't afford another month rent here
Which,
and a month rent there.
At the time, we didn't even dream of that being an option. So we were really concerned, but yeah, God's really just yeah.
I like to brag on God, so you're going to hear a lot of that stuff. I mean, I'll brag about God making a certain flower grow in my yard, you know?
Well, that's another cool story.
It is. It's amazing. So, okay, moved to Texas here from California. That's where I was born and
Southern
raised.
California in the desert. So
That's right.
She comes to Texas.
That's right. I come to Texas. I'm like, how does this grass grow without any help? You know, because in Texas or California, you have to water the crud out of it or else you're going to have straw. You know, it's just that way. Anyway, so I get here and there's like these crazy wildflowers growing everywhere. And Joel's just looking at me like, those are just weeds. I'm like, they're not weeds. They are wildflowers. Anyway, so there are two particular flowers that I really love to see. They blanket the highways out here in the springtime. And that's the Texas bluebonnet and the Indian paintbrush. And the bluebonnet, of course, as you can imagine, is this gorgeous cobalt blue. It's a stunning flower. And the Indian paintbrush is like a reddish color flower.
Weed.
They are flowers.
They're weeds.
They're freaking flowers.
They're weeds with petals.
Flowers. Anyway, so you don't get a chance to really look at them up close and appreciate them because you're driving down the highway. You know, you can't just pull off and look at the freaking wildflowers. Anyhow, so God decided one year he planted a single Texas bluebonnet in our yard, our front yard. And I'm like, oh, we're out there. Me and my daughter are studying it, taking pictures of it, freaking out over it. And then the following year,
The other fascinating thing about that, there was no other bluebonnets anywhere in the neighborhood. Just those one in our yard.
Yeah. And then it happened the next year with a single Indian paintbrush. My daughter and I were out there.
I went around the neighborhood looking. Whereas if there's a patch of the orange, the paintbrushes, again, nowhere to be found.
Yeah.
Just down the highway.
One in our yard.
One, yeah.
Yep. So it's like God's going, I'm going to grow one flower of each.
I didn't even want the lawnmower guys to mow it. I was like, can you go around this flower?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Those are pretty. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're stunning, and they just blanket the highways and everything here in Central. It's gorgeous, huh?
Do they really?
Yep.
Yeah, they grow in batches with the buttercup one. So it's like a white and orange flower.
Well, they have pink buttercups out here too.
Yeah, so
I mean, it's incredible the types of flowers out here, and they grow basically, except for the coldest months. Like there's maybe like 2 or 3 months at most. There is always some kind of interesting flower. Some of them are very, very tiny. Some are much more substantial, but there's always these crazy, freaking awesome wildflowers that Joel calls weeds.
Because they are weeds.
They're not weeds.
I'll show you a real flower.
They are wildflowers. I've never seen anything like it. Stunning.
I'm looking at pictures and it's pretty. It's
it
blue
is.
and red all over the side of the roads.
Yep. Big old blankets of them. I love it. Yeah, being out here in Texas has been an incredible treat for somebody that doesn't see that kind of stuff.
Hey, what's that park that they have? You have there, and the old cowboys, the gangsters used to hang out in there. There's some park, I forget I don't know the name of it.
In Houston, or?
I don't know. It's South Texas, and it's 400 square miles or something. They've got it all blocked off. It's got a river through it and a couple of caves where these old gangsters used to live in.
Huh.
I don't know. Do you know of that story? No.
I don't think so. Because at first I thought you were talking about Herman Park in Houston. Then you're talking about caves. That made me think of Carlsbad Canyon.
It's called Brazos Bend State Park, I think, or you might be thinking of the one outside of Austin. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Or is it the one? Is it closer to Houston or Austin? The one you're talking about?
I'm not sure. I live in Canada, so I don't know my way around there.
Are you in Texas, Enigma?
For quite a few years, so pretty familiar with that whole area. Are you in Houston?
No, we're in Waco, Central Texas now.
Okay.
Yeah, I was born in Houston.
I wasn't paying close attention. Yeah. Well, I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to.
What parks are they called? I'll Google it.
Brazos Bend is probably not it. That's the one it's outside of Houston, and I think which Outlaws are you referring to? I guess I would narrow it down.
Yeah, it would if I could remember.
I feel your pain.
These are just they're just things that I years ago I've read books on things and
yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah,
put it in one ear and out the other. Yeah, go ahead.
Jesse, I'm dying to know the name of that guitar.
PRS.
There you go.
Yeah, it was a PRS.
I knew you'd remember.
I got it. Well, this again was 15 years ago. I did a job for a music store, and they decided that they were gonna pay me half, and I have to take the rest in stuff out of the store.
Nice.
So I took a $3,000 guitar.
So that worked out well for you?
Well, not really. I brought it home, and I thought it was one of these. It's one of these guitars that maybe can go up in price as time goes on, right?
I gotcha.
But I paid a guy this guitar and had him build a garage for me. So.
Okay.
We had a cool story about a miracle guitar that I had.
A miracle guitar.
Yeah, it's a guitar that wasn't supposed to sound well. So it was my first guitar, and it was before I joined the military. A friend of mine, it was a handmade guitar out of Haiti, and the guy that gave it to my friend John Paul, who was down there doing a missionary trip thing, and they were illegal. They're breaking the law. They were illegally smuggling in generator parts for a village down there.
Oh wow!
So they wouldn't have to, because they had a really hard time maintaining a pipeline from a 2-mile pipe they had built for them to the river, so they wouldn't have to walk, every day to get their water. Well, the pipe in the manual pump kept breaking, so they smuggled in a generator for whatever reason. The Haitian government didn't want them to do that. But anyway, so they got busted, and so they were running from whatever the equivalent of the federalities are for the Haitians. And he had that guitar in hand, and he dropped it, or he smacked it against a rock as he was running, and it split the bell right in half.
Oh,
and
wow!
He grabbed the pieces, and they made it out. And so he was best friends with the owner of a Southpaw guitar shop there in Houston. And they're like, well, what can we do with it? Because it was a beautiful handmade guitar. It hadn't even been polished yet. Hadn't even been lacquered yet. And so they literally just wood glued it back together. Big old ugly, crack along the side, along the whole rim of the bell. And he was saying, it's probably never going to sound right. The bridge had gotten bent, all kinds of problems with it, but they were going to fix it up best they could, and they were going to offer it to me, as I was a young Christian, and hang out with these guys and wanted to learn how to play. And he gave me a free set of just cheap old nylon strings to put on it, and so they slapped it together and they tuned it up, and then they played it, and it came out beautiful. Everybody was like, the whole store, like, what the heck, this cheap old guitar, probably the worst guitar in the whole shop.
Ooh.
And it sounded gorgeous. And my friend, he pencil stenciled a shape of an angel on the face.
Oh, nice.
And then I took it with me. Then shortly after that, I joined the military, and I took it with me. And I ended up using one of my soldering irons in the military I finished stenciling out that pencil drawing with soldering iron.
Ooh.
And I took it with me all over the world. And I used to play in chapels and all kinds of places, just out in the middle of nowhere, and just praising God. And
have you still got it, Joe?
I don't. I lost it in Germany, and I never got it lacquered too, so it started to mildew. It's really sad. Sorry, but yeah, it would be awesome if I still had that guitar. It never lost its sound quality either.
Wow. That's great.
Yep. This is my miracle guitar. Yep.
Hey, what do you guys think of Buddhism and Taoism?
Yeah. There's like two different versions, per my understanding.
Yeah, formally, there are two different aspects of Buddhism. But Taoism, you're not too impressed with either.
Not really.
Have you read the Tao Te Ching?
If I may have. I've read a lot of stuff over the years that I think I've forgotten. So
very, very short, very, very short book, and it's more philosophy than religion.
Yeah.
You know, he talks about the thing, you know, that has 1,000 names that can't be named, and you know, it was without the same type of revelation or knowledge that we have. It was his attempt to find God, and it really reconciles with Christianity very well. And I think Buddhism in many aspects, actually, the philosophy of Buddhism, except for the reincarnation part, actually can reconcile with Christianity as well.
I do. I agree. Yeah. I've met a lot of Buddhists that actually became Christians because of that.
Yeah.
Yep. That's why when I read Einstein earlier, for example, he was talking about how the proclaimers of high morality, he has more respect for them than those with the proclaimers of objective truth. He included Buddha with Moses and Jesus, I think, for that reason. Because Buddha was very close to, in fact, the weeping Buddha, they call him, the theistic version of Buddha. I think that
I'm not a vegetarian, but I value animal consciousness very highly. I think that because of the society that we're raised in, we don't value it enough. And you know, in terms of a moral perspective, I think the vegans have a point.
Yeah, I mean, that's all well and good, I guess. I don't. Again, even as a soldier, I value everybody's choice, their right to have a different opinion. But as far as belief goes, as far as reality goes, whatever you call it, as long as we agree with what God says, and God does speak, we just have to listen. I love how I quote George Washington Carver about that one. If you're familiar with him, the guy who invented
what do you like that he said?
He said, real quick, he got, quote, "I love to think of nature as an unlimited broadcasting station through which God speaks to us every hour if we will only tune in." End quote.
I like that.
No.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of John Muir. I don't know if you've ever read any of his writings, but yeah, he's the one that basically was responsible for founding the national parks, and he was of Scottish descent, and he walked all the way after he was really excelled academically at the university, but this was late 1800s. He had a severe accident, almost lost an eye in the factory that he was kind of working and running in, and he walked from Wisconsin all the way down to the tip of Florida, took a steamer to San Francisco Bay, and then walked from there up into the Yosemites. And he was the first white man that really, you know, chronicled what was up there. And he always carried a Bible with him. And, you know, his writings are really about the expression of God through nature. That's something that I've always really identified with.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah, I was sharing the story just the other night, I think, when I was a firstborn Christian. There was an old drive-in movie theater, what do you call it, that was abandoned, that was like a block from my parents' house. And so it was all grown over, you know, so it was a bunch of trees and just all the little humps that were in the movie theater all turned into these little hills. And I'd spend just hours and just literal days at a time out there just talking with God in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, that's awesome.
Little pocket of nature in the middle of Houston. Loved it.
Yeah, me and my buddy took off. We were actually both going to San Diego State, and we took off to the desert and then split up and spent 3 days fasting in the desert, separated, and just, you know, meditated on the scriptures and stuff. That was pretty profound. Well, I won't say it was profound. I didn't really. I actually think that the contemplative disciplines and really seeking God through kind of a mystic union is a really valid way to approach God.
I agree.
Huh?
Kind of get away from the distractions in life, yeah, especially modern life. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was
Have you ever
reminding
read The Cloud? Have you ever read The Cloud of Unknowing?
Wow.
No, sir.
You've been busy.
Yeah, it was one of the early Christian mystics. And speaking of, basically, it's kind of an exposition of the hiddenness of God and how he reveals us. He reveals himself to us in kind of a cloud of unknowing. It's but he was one of those monk type guys.
Okay.
I don't recommend that we all become monks, but a lot of them really did, were able to, I think, attain that mystical union, and the ones that actually wrote it down were a benefit to us.
Oh.
But it sounds like, that's exactly what you were doing when you were going out into nature and seeking communion with God that way.
Yeah, the man that invented the scientific field of modern genetics was a Christian monk. Mendel, what's his name? Mendel.
Mendel? Yeah. I didn't know that. Interesting.
Yep. I quote him often to express how all of science is started by theists, mostly Christians, but all theists. There are no atheists that have ever started a field of science.
Yeah, I think Heisenberg, Maxwell, Planck, were all believers. Einstein, I'm still on the fence on that one, Joel, with Einstein, but I'll have to look into that more.
Sure. I love talking about it. Yeah, there's a lot of misconceptions out there. Yeah, they Smokey, and they're picking on me because I talked about how I got banned. I got IP banned from Wikipedia because I was trying to add where Einstein. I was trying to correct the record. I was trying to add Einstein's own quote, a primary source reference quote about how he said that atheists can't be scientists. He said is absurd for scientists to say there is no God. And so these moderators were fighting back and forth, deleting my comment, saying that they demanded that I show a secondary source. I'm like, why would a secondary source matter? This is from the author. This is from the man himself. And eventually they just banned me from it. So
it's ridiculous. That's why, Wikipedia, you can get a quick glimpse of ideas and can get a lot of accurate information, but there's a heavy bias on whoever's screening that. Any type of topic that touches on, the concept of God, they always caveat it some way to make it seem like it doesn't lead to God. Whether it be evolution, the way I'm not a young Earth creationist, but that it's very biased.
Yeah, that's what a lot of stuff that like Einstein, for example, a lot of people use the Wikipedia sources and others to get that kind of what I would say a twisted view of his. It's a lot of information left out.
Yeah, even the philosophical entries, on the arguments for God, they always want to make it seem like, the different ontological, cosmological, teleological arguments have been debunked, which is not true in any sense. But what's your take on as far as presenting the gospel using a lot of these deductive type arguments? Do you think they're a good tool, or
they can be? My conclusion on that is that everybody seems to come to the Lord in some different, unique way. I've seen so many people led in ways that I would never have imagined would have convinced me or anybody else, but somehow this odd thing convinced somebody. So I've got to the conclusion that God will draw people to him in the craziest ways. So I never try to stick to one thing. I just go with the Holy Spirit's leading. And sometimes, it actually very few times does the scientific approach work, but
yeah,
I try to present it
but
anyway.
it's well, what's are you are what are you, like a theistic evolutionist, or do you believe in special creation?
I'm very hostile towards evolution. I go into the history how evolution is nothing more than Darwin adding Huxley's atheist white supremacy dogma onto creationist science, and they call it evolution. There's zero scientific evidence for speciation through random mutation, and I go into the details of it. So
what
Yeah,
about
I think.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'm just wondering, like man was around a couple 100,000 years ago, and then 30,000, and what about those kind of things? Do you take to that?
And I really appreciate, Enigma, how you and Jesse you deferred to each other. That's so rare on the YouTube channel. So thank you, by the way. If you didn't even realize you did it. But yeah. So again, in science, we rely on the what I call the Christian scientific method that Bacon started, which requires relying exclusively or only on empirical, repeatable observation in real time. So anything that goes beyond human history is not empirical. It takes faith to believe anything past what somebody wrote down, if that makes sense. So we could speculate about it. So if it could very well have been millions or whatever, 100,000s of years old, but we don't have any evidence of it. We don't have any scientific evidence of it ever happening.
You don't think radioactive decay of uranium and those types of elements are correct as far as their dating, the dates they're coming up with?
Did you want to say something else as well, Jesse, or do you want me to answer?
I was just going to ask Enigma what his stance is on that. That's all. But you don't.
Well, right now, I'm an old Earth perspective, and because of evidence like chromosome 2 fusion, and the retrovirus evidence, and that there is, the way I look at evolution is God created I wouldn't call it evolution, I would call it creation, but I think God used an infinite possibility space based on the laws of physics that he created. I don't think biogenesis is ever going to come true, but I think that at a minimum, he special created the genetic code. But I don't know. I'd actually rather hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. I just think the narration is wrong. Yeah, but exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would further add to that, but that's what I meant earlier, where Darwin used to be a Christian creationist, and then when he fell away from Christ after his daughter died, he added atheist white supremacy stuff onto what I call creationist science, which is what you just described, Enigma. The idea that God created all life through a common ancestry, through a common designer. That's creationism. That Christians from Lamarck to William Paley started that, and that was taught at Christ's College that Darwin went to. So Darwin learned that whole idea from Christians. And Paley specifically also went to Christ's College. He was an alma mater for Darwin, and Darwin in his own work says how he loved Paley's work. It was his favorite textbook. He took it to him with every class that he went to. Darwin's Paley's book was called Natural Theology back then. The idea that God created all life through a naturalistic, whatever, common ancestry, like the the atheistic evolution dogma goes today, is literally creationism from creationists.
Yeah, and Darwin was a believer when he was coming up with
right.
the theory, and it wasn't until later in his life that he really kind of fell away. I don't know if he fell away or not, but
he did.
Attending. Did he?
Yeah, it was after his daughter Annie died. He blamed
God. I know that story. So he explicitly came out and said that he no longer believed that God exists, or
yep. Yeah, he wasn't. I don't think he was that explicit about it, but he made it clear that he basically fell in the traps with Huxley and them. trying to say that there are savage or lesser races of mankind. They're calling the Negro and the Australians and stuff as the savage races that need to be exterminated by the civilized races of white people.
And that was a thought that came from the Enlightenment too, from that time, to justify slavery as well. So, yeah, it was there for sure.
Well, and that was it. That was in the mid 1800s, where the movement, the global movement from what was that guy's name, Wilberforce, and the American Republican Party was formed, even 1856, specifically to end slavery. So there was a big conflict back then. Yeah, both sides. Yeah. No. I guess to answer your question, I agree with Dr. Collins from the Human Genome Project that the DNA is the quote unquote language of God. I agree with Dr. Gitt from the German Institute of Information Technology that DNA is what's called a universal information set. And as I'm a quote unquote information scientist, whatever, so I can go into the details of how that works, and that regardless of whoever wants to claim the non-scientific origins of all this stuff, because again, science can only deal with stuff that we can observe in real time. But whatever claims we want to make as far as the beginning of life, it's an irrefutable fact that all DNA is universally codified. It is a universal information code set. All DNA, all sequences, and all genomes, plant life and microbe, all share the same exact 3 codon, what I call the start-stop codon command key sets, as it's described. That alone, right there, much less many other facets, proves that DNA is inspired, whatever you call it. It's codified. It's designed. It's not random. It's the exact opposite of random.
It didn't happen under a rock.
Right. And I that was part of my minor. My second undergrad was in 3D programming and artificial intelligence. And part of that was the chaos theory, so, and that's the opposite claim that DNA developed through a chaotic, algorithm. And that's ignorance. Chaos theory explicitly states that the more complex a system becomes, the faster it self-destructs.
What do you think about transitional fossil evidence? You think that it's strong or weak or what?
I think it's irrelevant because the way I like to describe it is that rocks made in the shapes of bones doesn't tell us what happened in the code. And all it really shows is things de-evolved or died, We see a loss of complexity.
And
so you don't think that the code could have been created in some type of way that it contained enough information to then start changing and create the vast complexity that we see?
It could have, or it could have been the opposite, where it had super complexity. I think it's SFT's point that I agree with, that God preloaded the genomes, and that it's been decaying ever since after the fall. That seems more plausible.
So YEC and SFT, they're, created kinds. I guess that's a question that I'm asking. Do you believe in that?
Yeah. Yeah. All DNA is engineered. In fact, that reminds me of, let me get the quote, the founder of taxonomy, as far as kinds go.
Mm-hmm.
What's his name? Carl something? Let me find it real quick.
Oh, Linnaeus? No.
Yeah, Carl Linnaeus. Thank you.
Okay.
He said, quote, "The earth's creation is the glory of God, as seen from the works of nature by man alone. The study of nature would reveal the divine order of God's creation, and it was the naturalist's task to construct a natural classification that would reveal this order in the universe," end quote.
Aaron Ra is studying taxonomy at the moment.
Yeah.
Yep.
Aaron who?
Phylogeny. Aaron Ra, the high priest of
Larry Nelson.
High priest of the ultra atheist.
That's Larry Nelson, the Mormon guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Haha.
Aaron Nelson is his real name.
Yeah.
He was a Mormon?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
He was raised as a Mormon. Then he got into pagan beliefs and had weird experiences where he thought he saw spiritual beings. And now, he jumped on Dillahunty's bandwagon, I guess.
Oh, goodness. That's why.
Justin's like, that makes so much sense now. It's cute. Yeah, his real name is Larry Aaron Nelson.
Yeah. Joel, the atheist scientist is going to take the position that, yes, DNA is a code. However, that code is formed through naturalistic processes. Nothing to do with a separate code giver.
Right. So that essentially proves empirically what Einstein said, that atheists can never be scientists.
Yeah. Look, I agree. But I have not yet come across a secular explanation for how the code is actually prescribed.
The only way for that to be, quote unquote, a scientific plausible idea is if we did see code be self-derived. We have to have an example of those functions. They're not naturalistic because it never happens in nature. There's zero evidence outside of DNA that anything naturally codes itself. Again, as an information guy, we've tried over many decades, including myself, to try to make aware, self-cognitive AI, and we fail miserably. We can mimic it. We can create all kinds of wonderful heuristic layers and try to kind of mimic that, but we can never actually do it. So if we had an example of it actually happening, then we say, okay, well, maybe DNA did it like this, but we don't have that to compare it to.
Right.
So it's pure
they're claiming, they like to default to the RNA world and say that, they're forming it on clay and all that kind of stuff. Of course, I don't think that's a good enough explanation at this point. But honestly, I think it's possible that, like we've unwrapped, the quantum world, they may unwrap at some point how God, did form it. I don't think we can say that it formed randomly, but maybe one day we will understand how it was formed.
Well, that goes back to the whole wave function collapse business. But yeah, the RNA world thing, I've summarized that with how RNA itself is not only a code, but every RNA sequence has a literal, what's called a header and footer, which is exactly like the TCP/IP packets that we use for our internet protocols. It has a header that the RNA literally needs or relies on for the rest of the cellular structure to tell it where to go, and then a footer to do all kinds of error correction and other things, exactly like the internet protocols use to be able to do its functions, right? Plus, RNA only exists based on transcription methods from DNA. RNA cannot exist by itself. It's required for DNA to create RNA. And so with those comparisons, I summarize it that the claim that RNA could start life, something as complex as life, is literally claiming that the internet can start itself without computers.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I've always thought
computers
so
is crazy, but without computers, it's even crazier. You're trying to say RNA could start life without DNA? No, that's insane.
I think it's easier to say that, the laws of physics created the cosmos in the macro structure that we see, life accepted. It's easier to just try to use just physics alone to explain that. But just like, I heard Stephen Hawking before he died. It was actually a long time ago on a Larry King show. And he was debating with they had Deepak Chopra and a Catholic priest, which probably weren't the best people to be there. And of course, in a time, real time basis. But basically, he says the laws of physics alone are enough to create the known universe. But instantly when I heard that, I mean it seemed like he wasn't really saying anything, because the real mystery is, where did the laws come from that could possibly cause it, and that could inherently, contain the complexity that could create all of this. And that's why we talk about the fine tuning as evidence, but even more evidence is the laws of physics being fine tuned, as a whole. And even if we discover the toe, or the theory of everything, and can understand it in the same way that we understood, gravity and relativity, that's still not going to do anything for the atheist position. We're still in the same existential, reality that we were before. Even if we, I think if there is a unified theory, that even more points to, a perfect mind that created it. And that's like we were talking before. That's what Einstein saw clearly. And, the same type of thinking, I think, applies to evolution as a whole. That's an interesting question that I haven't really researched too much scientifically, but there is an element of randomness in the laws of physics, not just on the quantum level. And so how that relates to, a theistic perspective on the way that matter has formed itself is an interesting question.
Planck summarized it, I think, best by saying God does play dice with the universe. But what you were talking about, I think that's one of Gavin's things. He likes to go into details a lot about with prescriptive laws and things like that of the universe.
Right.
You're still there, Gavin? Uh-oh. Poor guy.
Yeah, I think
I'm here.
Yeah, he was just asking you about your take on how the laws of physics are prescriptive and not just descriptive.
Yeah, I think they're both, Enigma. I think they're both prescriptive and descriptive.
Well, our mathematical representations are the descriptions, but the laws themselves are what prescribes reality.
Exactly.
In fact, if they can be described by such intricate mathematical formulations, that's the evidence that there's a mind behind it.
Yeah, 100%.
Did you guys watch the debate between T-Jump and Dr. Stephen Barr, the particle physicist from the University of Delaware? That's the brother of the Attorney General.
I started to watch that, but didn't get through it yet.
I got about 40% of the way through that, but it's hard. I can only take Tom Jump in small doses.
Yeah, it's Barr was, of course, he said he didn't want to debate. He just wanted to discuss. And Tom usually is very respectful to all the PhDs that he interviews. So Barr actually did a better job than pretty much any other, theistic guest that Tom Jump has debated against in just overall. I think Barr clearly, if it was a debate, of course, he monopolized the time frame, but it was, I don't know if he was familiar with, I don't even think he was familiar with Tom or his ideas, but he was so quickly and easily able to dispense with his natural pantheism bullshit and his, math, and it's just a human language that we made up, and, all his other silly ideas that he tries to refute everything by creating a, naturalism of the gaps and saying that's equal to God of the gaps type thing. But it was interesting listening to Barr just because you could see in the way that he spoke. And I think you probably possess this as well. My math background stopped at the graduate level, so I only have undergraduate physics. But listening to Barr, explain how math, really is at the heart of the nature of it, and some of the examples that he gave at the way to look at it was, including the analogy of like the, a fundamental particle being a piece on a chessboard, not the marble or the wood that it's made out of, but it's what it does, in a very systematic manner that relates it to math in the bigger picture of it all. But
Heisenberg. Heisenberg's famous quote, he said, "The conception of objective reality has thus evaporated into the transparent clarity of mathematics," quote unquote.
Love it.
Yeah, T-Jump pulled out an Einstein quote on Dr. Barr. Did you see that part?
I have not.
Yeah, it was something to the effect where Einstein says something about you can't trust mathematics to explain reality clearly, and if you're explaining reality clearly, you can't trust mathematics. I don't doubt that he may have said that, off the cuff at one point, and then Dr. Barr came back with a quote from Russell and then dismissed them both as just witticisms. T-Jump he was way outmatched. I actually enjoyed it a lot because T-Jump tries to present that he has deep knowledge of like theoretical physics or something, which he really doesn't. And his little Stanford Encyclopedia philosophy knowledge of philosophy itself, isn't that deep either. He hides in scientific materialism and just basically
academics.
Yeah, consensus. He always falls on the consensus. Like, who gives a fuck if, excuse my French, if 75% of the philosophic academics are atheists? That proves nothing.
Well, it proves that atheists can't be scientists, like Einstein said again, because they're relying on logical fallacy of appeal to popularity and all kinds of fallacies for their quote unquote science. Yeah, the closest thing I could think of to Einstein's quote, what you're talking about, was where Einstein said reality is merely an illusion, albeit a very persistent one, which, that coincides with all the rest of the quantum physics stuff. But
yeah, I can't remember verbatim what T-Jump said, but it was basically alluding to that even mathematics can't completely capture the true nature of the underlying reality. But he twisted it to support his math as just a description. And yes, it is a language and it is a description. And he always says that logic is just a language that we use. It is a symbolic language, and so physical math, the math of physics are also symbolic languages, but it's the underlying reality that moves and exists in those mathematical structures is what that's the premise for theists, to support that a mind's behind everything.
Mm-hmm.
I called into Dillahunty's show last Sunday, and I didn't think hard enough on what my topic was going to be, so I kind of just made it up on the fly, and it was the necessity of religion. And just because I knew that if I presented a full-on theistic perspective, that Dillahunty would just use his usual BS to dismiss it all. I use more like of a Jordan Peterson take on how religion, not necessarily Christianity, but religion, is foundational to the whole logos, if you want to say, of cultures, not just Western society, but cultures throughout history. But I've decided I'm probably not going to call back to his show anymore because he's very dishonest interlocutor. He claims false fallacies and all kinds of stuff, and then he makes false dichotomies and analogies himself, and dismisses all testimony as evidence. It's ridiculous the way he goes about it.
Atheist religious fanatic, I call those guys.
Yeah, Dillahunty, though, he's a decent debater. It would be interesting to watch him and William Lane Craig debate. See how that.
If you wanted to present to someone like them, an argument about how religion is necessary, I think I heard you say, that's another Einstein thing. If you want to hear about, Einstein would have supported you on that.
Yeah, it would have been. But see, when you talk to Dillahunty, he'll cut off your flow of thought after a very short amount of time before you even flesh out your point, and then he'll come up with some kind of bullshit counterexample or pull out slavery or he had his sidekick was a former pastor who fell away and became an atheist, and has written a few stupid books about it or whatever. And that guy, he defaulted to all the atheist memes, about slavery and flood and bashing babies' heads on rocks, and that's the level that they operate on. So it's hard to really push it on a deeper level with them.
Everything they preach, right? Because atheists were the ones that were bashing babies against rocks. But yeah, Gavin, that other physicist guy you were talking about, the Rats guy, was it Johannes Rats?
Johannes Rats, yeah.
Yeah, I was watching some of his videos. He had this 12-year-old video of him calling into Matt Dillahunty's show in 2012 or something, 2008.
Yes, I've seen that. Yes.
Yeah, it's amazing. But yeah, so even Johannes, he was trying to get into the physics of it, trying to get the one I was watching, I think it was earlier today, the Randy test, he called it. Yeah. Matt was just like, yeah, I don't care, it's irrelevant. Just kept strawmanning it.
Dillahunty wouldn't even have any chance of debating William Lane Craig, because Craig has made it clear he will not debate anyone that hasn't got at least a PhD. And his reasoning is this: if you have a PhD, you've actually put the time in and you put the effort in to earn that PhD. And he also knows that people like Dillahunty will almost chew their own arm off just to be able to say on their resume that they debated William Lane Craig.
Right.
That's funny. Well, I don't have a PhD.
Yeah, I called into a show probably a couple of months ago, and the topic that I gave the call screener was I want to critique Matt's epistemology and something to that effect. So, he put me on and knew that I was going to be somewhat antagonistic, but I opened up with, so Matt, why don't you believe in the God of Einstein and Spinoza? And so he, long story short, I don't want to try to reproduce the transcript, but he, so as he always does, he's like, okay, well, what's your evidence? And this all happened within 30 seconds. And so he's like, what's your evidence? And I'm like, well, I think according to Bayesian probability. And he's like, nope. And he just hung up on me. And then after he hung up, he literally said this. He started, and I'm not the most eloquent, verbal speaker. I can write well, but I have trouble, coming across sometimes verbally. But he's like, yeah, for any of you out there who think that this was an honest seeker, that was bullshit. And then he's like, and when it comes to God, motherfucker, yeah, I am smarter than Einstein. And that was a verbatim quote.
That's what I mean by atheist religious fanatic.
Yeah.
Nothing else matters to them except their own religious beliefs. And atheism is a religious belief.
And apparently he suffers from Dunning-Kruger to a high degree as well.
Yeah.
Did you have a look at that video I sent you, Joel, about science from Paul Roth?
If you did, was that a while back?
No, it was only in the last couple of days. It was only short. It was only about 15 minutes long.
Did we lose Joel? We lost Joel this time.
Oh, he'll be back. It's his show.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
There he is.
So, Gavin, are you YEC?
I'm neither, Enigma. I'm aware of both arguments. I can see the pluses and the minuses on both sides, but I don't die on the hill of young Earth creationism or old Earth creationism. To me, it's irrelevant because it's not a salvific issue.
The Origins of Science, Gavin. I apologize. I have not had a chance to watch this one yet.
Oh yeah, just when you're ready, because I mean, you probably know what's in it anyway. But it's very interesting.
Oh yeah, no, I love this stuff. I'm sure there's plenty of stuff in there that I'll learn from.
Mm.
If you want to talk about it, I mean, if it's 14 minutes long, otherwise I'd play it in the room. But
yeah, it's a bit long.
So I guess talking about Da Vinci.
Da Vinci.
Paul Ross is presenting that without Christianity and the curiousness of scientists who are Bible-believing Christians, we wouldn't be anywhere near where we are technologically and scientifically as we are today.
Absolutely agree. That's what I was talking about with Enigma earlier when he's talking about the necessity of science. I love how Einstein summarized that, where he explicitly said, he put it this way, he said, religion and science go together. As I've said before, science without religion is lame, which is useless. And religion without science, which I think is that's what he's referring to atheism, is religion without science is blind. They're interdependent and have a common goal, the search for truth. Hence, it is absurd for religion to prescribe Galileo or Darwin or other scientists, and it is equally absurd when scientists say there is no God. The real scientist has faith, which does not mean he must subscribe to a creed. Without religion, there is no charity. The soul given to each of us is moved by the same living spirit that moves the universe.
Yep.
So yeah, it's bold. Science requires religion, and vice versa. I love that.
Yep.
That's my whole shtick.
Yeah, it's my shtick too. I wish I could say it as easily as you can say it.
Do you guys ever watch that show Closer to Truth with Robert Lawrence Kuhn?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All the time, Enigma.
Oh yeah, good. Yeah, that's one of my favorites.
You guys are cool.
At least on a conceptual level, I think anyone who really wants to seek out, the deepest realms of science and understand it, maybe not on a mathematical level, but at least on a conceptual level, that show's done a pretty good job of bringing that to the forefront. I like listening to, take on Paul Davies or Max Tegmark or Lincoln. And I think, Sean Carroll, he's kind of one of those new atheist types, but these other guys, you can tell they don't dismiss God either. They don't embrace Christianity, or some of them do. I mean, he has had a lot of great Christian physicists and theologians on that show as well. But I hope he continues doing that, but he's getting up there. He might not be around. Well, who knows how long he'll live. I guess his mom lived into her 90s, so he'll probably be around for a while longer.
Yeah, one of my things I try to talk about a lot, as often as I can, is that whole idea that atheism or the atheistic worldview, religion, whatever you call it, has anything to do with science. That's relatively new. Almost all scientists, and in fact, I go into the details how every field of science, at least, was started by a theist. Mostly Christians, some not Christians, but they were all theists. And I don't think it was popularized at all that the idea that atheism has anything remotely compatible to do with science until the internet, until social media. And so that where every Tom, Dick, and Harry, as they put it, can get online and preach whatever they want. That's when it started, and then I guess academics start the idea that atheism that science can make conclusions that things happen without God. That's a total the atheist worldview for science is a revolutionary idea. It's foreign in science.
Well, it's fairly modern. That's true. I think if we were going to be just strict philosophers and not exercise faith on some level, really, as far as in terms of experience, we really are. I mean, maybe you don't agree, guys don't agree with this, and I'm interested to hear out what you think. But even though, I believe that Christ rose from the dead, I'm still, if I had to put a label, on my worldview, I would have to say, if I was going to just put it broadly, I'd have to say, agnostic theist or agnostic Christian at some level, just because, I mean, I really can't say that I'm infallible and that I have understood the evidence that we have, or the revelation that we have. Yeah. I think Kierkegaard was right in that a leap of faith at some point is necessary. And I don't think we should be afraid to talk about faith as something that, exists in Christianity. The evidence, the hope of things, or the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen.
Yeah.
That's the closest thing to a definition of faith in the New Testament.
It's also the definition of science. That is science. Yeah. Science is having the faith and the hope of things not yet seen or fully seen.
But do you agree that we're agnostic on some level?
I do. In fact, you reminded me of Max Planck, the founder of quantum physics. He won his Nobel for the discovery of quanta. He said it. He said that explicitly. He said anybody, quote, anybody who has been seriously engaged in scientific work of any kind realizes that over the entrance to the gates of the temple of science are written the words, "Ye must have faith," end quote.
Yeah. Is he the one that had that above his office door or whatever?
He had the what? I'm sorry?
He had like a plaque of that over his office door. One of the early quantum guys had a similar plaque that was in the entrance to their research area.
I think it was one of the schools. I forget which one. It was one of the famous universities had that. You must have faith. Yeah. Yeah. No. Again, I've been on what they call the bleeding edge, so to say, of science and technology almost all my life, and we don't have atheists in the professional science fields. They only seem to ever exist in academics or social media. Even the claim that there's 95% of scientists in the world are atheists, quote unquote. Do you know where that comes from?
What, the polls that they take, or what?
No, the source of where that claim comes from.
No.
It's from the Pew Media Research Foundation. It's a corporate. Right. It's a media corporation.
Yeah, that's the poll firm. Yeah,
but it's not a real poll. So what happens is they're a paid corporation. Polls, by the way, are never scientific to begin with. But so the American Association for the Advancement of Science, AAAS, actually pays the Pew Foundation to poll themselves, to poll the AAAS. And AAAS does not require, you don't have to be a scientist to join it. You just have to pay a fee. It's like last I looked it up, it was like $138 a year. If you're not a student, it's like $65 a year. If you are a student, you don't even have to be a STEM student to join. And what really blew me out of the water, I was researching it, that the AAAS used to be called the American, and when it was first founded in like 1925 or whatever, it was called the American Association for the Advancement of Atheism. And they just changed atheism to science later. So it's a group of atheists. It's an atheist church, as I call it, that pays a media corporation to poll themselves. And they don't poll. And if you read the actual Pew research, that the report that they base this 95% claim on, it literally tells you this is from either the AAAS or the National Academy of Sciences. The NAS is just as bad, if not worse. The NAS, the only way you can become a member of the NAS is if current members vote you in. So what had happened over the years is that, and again, that was started as an actual, legitimate scientific, and with full of theists. Well, as the atheists became more and more popular, mostly through academics, they just kept eventually voting out the theists and voting in more of their own atheists, biased religious people. So these are atheist church organizations literally paying a media corporation to poll them about their opinions.
Yeah, but I do think through the course of our brief modern history of science, that materialism and physicalism has grown to where that has infiltrated into the whole scientific method, and their paradigm, is seen through that lens.
I would disagree. It has nothing to do with science. Science, particularly through quantum physics, has destroyed the entire atheist mythology of materialism. It only exists in academia and social media.
That's an interesting way to look at it.
Yeah. And academics has nothing to do with science. They like to pretend they do, but those of us actually in science, we actually. Go ahead.
It is I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Me either. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, the way that it filters just through the media and through academia, it's kind of a media campaign to promote. Well, I mean, to think of it in the spiritual realm, and this is something that theists don't talk about much, but you talk about the God of this world, and it's always, most of what we see is people trying to prove that God exists or that Christianity is true without, I mean, I'm sure there are niche circles where in different churches obviously where they talk about Satan being the God of this world, but it's kind of created some type of a mass delusion already on this earth, and I think that filters into the scientific community as well.
Well, I mean, the Bible certainly predicts that, the great apostasy, but I just try to make the distinction that
we lost Joel.
No, you're stuck with me.
No problem, brother. Happy Thanksgiving, bro.
I'm sorry.
I had my Thanksgiving already in October.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, it's pretty much over. What time is it? Well, it's still Thanksgiving Day.
I fiddle with my mic cable and it likes to pop out. So
we get ours.
So you don't think that the God of this world has already created a kind of a delusional mindset on this earth?
Yeah, and it's very obvious. I don't know what part you guys may have heard me talk about before my mic dropped out, but the Bible certainly talks about that. It predicts that that calls it the great apostasy.
Right.
And then of course the devil is the principality of the world. So he's the ruler of the world. But I just make the distinction that it can't permeate science, because once somebody makes the assumption that there is no God, makes the religious position that there is no God, that's based on what's called an appeal to ignorance logical fallacy. To assume anything can be true or false, that God can be false based on a lack of evidence, that's a logical fallacy. So once you make that, like Einstein said, once you want to believe or pretend or whatever, claim there's no God, you've left science, because science requires evidence. And again, every field of science, from Mendel's genetics to Planck's quantum physics, every single field that I've ever studied, and I keep looking for other examples, been doing it for 20 years, it was always started by a theist, not necessarily Christian, but a theist that published their evidence for God, and it was the basis for the start of their field of that science.
No, I agree with you. I think you're correct, but unfortunately, Krauss and Carroll and others popularized quantum world and everything else.
Sure. Well, they're not scientists.
They're not scientists, but they're the biggest media presence, for the world, unfortunately.
Yeah, Lawrence Krauss, he contradicts quantum physics. He likes to pretend that virtual particles that can exist on their own, and they can't. I tease atheists about it. The only way that we can even presume that virtual particles even they can exist is through the Leipzig. What was that guy's name? I have to look it up again. It starts with the C. This experiment they did.
Yeah.
Remember his name? I forget.
No,
Which experiment?
Where they took two metal plates and they electrified these metal plates in a vacuum, and they're able to still measure a pressure, even though they thought that their experiment was under pressure or under vacuum. I mean, and so that's where the and I have to. It's starting to bother me. I got to look it up. But that's where they got the assumption of vertical particles. But it still required two metal plates. So I tease that Krauss is saying that the universe was created between two electrified metal plates.
Sure.
And he tries to claim that virtual particles could pop out of nothing, as he puts it.
Well, they claim in the vacuum that there's always, virtual
Casimir.
particles existing. What's that?
Casimir effect.
Okay.
Casimir.
Yeah, no, I've actually never looked into that one.
But the point is that virtual particles are they can only exist with real particles, in theory. So when Lawrence and them try to talk about how the universe could be created from nothing from virtual particles, he's proving that atheists cannot be scientists, as Einstein complained, as I often point out.
Yeah, multiverse theory is the biggest speculative. Well, I shouldn't even call it a theory, but it's the biggest hypothesis that has gained such wide acceptance among academics in a while. And
it has.
They claim that it's not a method to get out of fine tuning and other conundrums, but it's pure speculation with zero empirical evidence, at least for the Big Bang. For the Big Bang, even let me ask you this, Joel, and see what you think. I mean, I think there is empirical evidence for the Big Bang, but I think it's far from conclusive. What do you think?
I'll share a meme I have on it, but the multiverse, membrane theory, string theories, those are all what's called gap theory. It's basically to try to explain the lack of gravity in this universe. But I love this little graphic meme about the Big Bang. I agree with Arno Panzea. He discovered the cosmic microwave background radiation phenomenon. He at his Nobel speech, he said that all it did was, if all he had was the first 5 books of the Bible, the Psalms, and the Bible as a whole, he said he would have predicted the same thing he discovered with the best evidence we have for the Big Bang is basically the biblical science confirms the Big Bang. And the Big Bang,
expansion of the universe, expansion of the universe is happening, but that's, I mean, you can infer that possibly that it was caused by the Big Bang, but it's just one more little piece of non-conclusive evidence.
Well, I mean, we use relativity to confirm that the universe is finite. That's what Einstein's contribution to science was. He started his career trying to agree with Bohr that the steady state universe, but relativity does prove that it has a calculable beginning and end. So we can confirm that scientifically. And so that's the Big Bang model. There's a beginning and an end.
You said that it can prove that, or can't?
It does. It empirically does. Yeah, we demonstrate it. We can calculate what's called the energy tensors and other limitations to reality that shows that there is a calculable beginning. There's a point in time where time started. Space-time is not infinite, in other words, according to relativity, anyways. So to assume that there is a steady state universe, Eric Lerner is my favorite.
What's the theoretical basis to say that time can only exist in conjunction with space? Couldn't time exist in the sense of being outside of space-time?
Absolutely. Yeah, time, I like to describe it to others that time is just a tool. It's just a measurement. It's an abstraction. Time doesn't physically exist or technically exist. We use time to measure when something happened, which can be negative zero. Yeah.
How does change relate to time?
Well, I mean, it's just a variation in a variable, I suppose. You can have negative time. You can have before the Big Bang was zero. That was negative time. Or you have infinite. So before the Big Bang, time, the infinity still existed, and then again, theoretically, the relativity, everything beyond the event horizon of a black hole, they say that light literally stops and time becomes infinite again. You can't measure time past the event horizon. So everything between that you can measure. So time is just a measurement. It's just when you say you measure something with a yardstick, yeah, you can use a physical yardstick, but the measurement with the yardstick's irrelevant compared to what you're actually measuring,
There was a scientist. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that I kind of think of it's always like a present moment, and then we just measure it, but that present moment can extend infinitely into the past and infinitely into the future.
Correct. But as far as the universe is concerned, as far as this temporary corporeal natural state, quote unquote, there's a finite beginning. There's a point in time when the universe started, and there's going to be a point in time when the universe ends. So when the universe ends, there's no more time in the universe.
So what do you think? You pulled that diagram of the Big Rip. So you think that's more likely than a Big Crunch?
Yes. Yeah, Penrose's singularity theorem proved that. Because the Big Crunch that started with Penrose, Roger Penrose's what do you call it? His CCC, the quantum loop cosmology. The idea that the universe constantly expands, shrinks back, like Buddhists talk about. But now he since calculated the minimum entropy rate for the universe to be expanding the way it is. The way I like to summarize it, him and about 100 other scientists over like 10 years, including his assistant Stephen Hawking, they calculated that the minimum entropy rate for that to happen was 10 to the power of 10 to the power of 123. And I love his quote about it. When he wrote about it, he summarized it. People often try to say Penrose wasn't a theist, but let me get his quote real quick too.
Yeah, no, I like Penrose a lot. It's
nice.
Microtubules consciousness theory is pretty interesting.
Yeah, that's another often misunderstood thing of his, I think.
What about the idea of, and you probably would, on a physics basis, know if it's tenable or not, but what about the idea that, trillions of years in the future, that everything becomes multiple black holes, which eventually then, I guess this would be the Big Crunch.
Well, that was Einstein.
It just forms into the one huge black hole, and then that's the Big Bang again.
Well, that was almost Einstein's prediction. Einstein predicted through his relativity that super singularities would continue to grow in size, and we found 80 plus of them so far, and that's what LIGO's entire purpose is to try to measure these gravity waves where they'll become self reciprocating. They'll be reverberating together, and since black holes almost always match the same frequencies together, they'll continue to expand against each other to the point where they'll reverberate to the point where they'll literally just destroy everything. And so then that fits perfectly. I like to point out how John in his book in Revelations in chapter 6, he talked about how in the last day the sky rolled up like a scroll, and the mountains and islands were removed from their places. Well, that's exactly what, I love talking about this stuff because that's exactly what we would probably see if two opposite spinning gravity wave fronts collided near the Earth. We would see the sky just scroll up, both sides, and just here we go.
Yeah, that's wild to think about.
Yep. So that's the big crunch. The other popular theory, I guess you want to call it, for the Big Crunch or Big Rip, is that the universe, because it's still accelerating, it's not slowing down the expansion. And if it continues to accelerate the way it is, then eventually all matter and energy as well will lose its quantum coherency. Stuff will literally be ripped apart at the atomic level, and then even at the quantum level. the quanta spins will no longer be able to interact together, and everything literally rips apart and becomes worse than just pure entropy. The big crunch, from my understanding, that was the theory that the universe would eventually slow down expanding and then collapsing on itself back into another super singularity, basically multiple big bangs, essentially. Which, my understanding, that's the core religious belief of Buddhist atheists. Their nirvana is that the universe is constantly starting over, essentially.
Well, just intuitively, to me, that would be an explanation for the Big Bang itself. If all matter collapsed into a single black hole, and then all that energy blasted out, into a new space-time, that could be, a Big Bang could occur.
Yeah, it's possible. Well, and that's another interesting thing. So the theoretical exit point of a black hole, because again, at least according to relativity, which none of these scientific laws are always perfectly perfect, but according to what we've got now, nothing escapes a black hole, so it can't crunch again and expand. But the theory is that if it could, it would be what's called a white hole. If you've heard of those.
A white hole?
Yeah.
No, actually, I haven't heard of that.
Basically, it's the exact opposite of a black hole. Instead of gravity constantly sucking in and trapping and destroying everything, including light, it's the opposite, where it's just constantly spewing out matter and energy and light. So it would be different
like
than the Big Bang still.
Kind of like a neutron star jetting out all kinds of energy.
No, similar but different in that a white hole has almost, or in theory at least, an infinite amount of stuff being shot out of it.
Right. It's like the reverse of a black hole, but
right,
just with light.
Well, just in theory, with everything, it's all theory. Just as much of a black hole will suck in everything, including light, a white hole would spit out everything, including light.
Right.
But it's like
that could be like the opposite end of a wormhole or something.
Basically, well, wormholes are supposed to be like a tunnel through space.
Right.
So it's not sucking in or spitting anything out other than what goes into it. Versus like a black or white hole, they're causing things to move. Versus a white hole or a wormhole, in theory, doesn't suck anything in unless something goes into it.
I guess what I'm thinking is what's the what's the portal through which the energy is coming into the white hole?
Well, that's the theory, is that at the outside of every black hole is a white hole, but we don't observe that yet. So that's why I don't think we've seen any white holes yet.
Right.
But theories are wonderful things.
So,
yeah.
How do you interpret the New Jerusalem and a new heaven and a new earth?
I'd take it literally. I think that just as the Bible also talks about having a new body and a new spirit, there's going to be just a literal new planet, a new city, and a new heaven. Everything's new. Everything's made different. We're no longer going to suffer under the curse of sin. So right now, everything is cursed because of sin. Well, God's going to hit the reset button, I think. It's all going to be destroyed and rebuilt. So, shall see, though, right?
That happens at the second coming?
Yeah. Seems like it.
And what do you think? That's just like an instantaneous thing that will just be transported to a completely different reality, or?
Probably. I don't know if I know of any scriptures on it. Yeah. If there's not a specific scripture on it, then I can entertain any speculation with the next guy.
Yeah, I guess you can take speculation too far. I have a problem with that.
All I know is there's a first death and a second death. So how much time there is between that, I don't know. There's that 1,000 years after the first death, where the Lord, yep, exactly, Iger, where the Lord releases the devil and those that were trapped in the lake of fire with him. After 1,000 years, he's going to release them. There's going to be one last war in heaven.
What do you think the resurrection body will be?
See, that's another fun speculation. I'd like to hope it's a brand new body, because this one I'm in now is getting pretty beat up and tired and sore, and but I've heard others say that like ghost stories, or whatever, that you, when you in the next life, you have the same body you died with, and that's why they want to do coffins and silliness. Like in Beetlejuice, if you die with a missing arm, then you spend an eternity with the missing arm. I don't like that idea.
Yeah, no, I don't. Well, Paul says the difference between our bodies and the resurrection body will be the difference between the glory of the sun and the moon. So it's obviously going to be much greater than what we exist in now.
Yeah.
Oh, that's well said. Yeah. Yeah.
If you commit suicide, you're stuck working like in the DMV for the rest of eternity.
Did y'all hear, Mrs. Joel?
The DMV.
Yeah. If you commit suicide, you're stuck doing civil service in the afterlife.
Yeah.
The only thing worse than working for the DMV is standing in line there.
Yep. What's up, Iger?
Hey.
Welcome.
What's up, brother?
Have you met Iger yet, Enigma?
I have not met Mr. Iger. Pleasure to meet you, sir.
Hey, nice to meet you, bro. I'm on Instagram and YouTube as Iger Television.
Yep. He's our. Go ahead.
Oh,
I've heard you guys talk, Iger. I hate to tell you, Iger, I side with the rest of the world in that we are not flat.
I said it's geocentric because it is a ball, but we're inside the ball, not on top of it, spinning like a top.
Okay,
that's all. But I don't blame you, bro. I sided with most of the world for about 3 years ago, maybe 2 or 3 years ago. So I don't blame you, bro.
How can you dismiss satellite evidence?
Because it all looks like a cartoon. Huh? You ever Googled up satellites in space? They're all cartoons. Check it out. If you want, I can do it for you real quick. But man, you guys are having a nice conversation. I don't know if we want to go down this.
Yeah, no, we don't need to talk about flat Earth. Yeah. I know you.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if you want to go down this rabbit hole tonight because it's the name of the stream is.
What's your worldview? You do believe you have a.
I will say that realizing.
I mean, not flat Earth, but you're a Christian, correct?
Yeah. So that's one beautiful thing about this. For me, it was anyways going down the rabbit hole of the geocentric cosmology. That it brought me to wake up to the lies in science like evolution. So I woke up to that. Then I started listening to young Earth creationists. It was a lot more. I became a young Earth creationist shortly after, where you think the Earth is only 6,000 years old, was made by God, in 6 days, and just like the Bible says. And then about 4,400 years ago, there was a flood, worldwide flood with Noah. And then that's where all fossils really come from. Most of them, anyways. Most of the ones we see today, they all come from the global flood that happened about 4,400 years ago. If an animal died today, you left it there for millions of years, it wouldn't be there. It's gonna be gone in a week or two. Vultures are gonna get it. It's just gonna turn into dust faster than it can turn into a fossil. And then that Jesus Christ walked the earth about 2,020 years ago. So now I take the Bible literally, bro, and it's really hard to just take a guy in a lab coat without any evidence, just saying they discovered something. And now I don't believe a lot of the stuff I see on TV, especially when it comes to these TV scientists that we see today. So
TV scientists, love it.
Huh?
I love that. TV scientists, agreed.
Like Bill Nye, for example,
Mm-hmm.
he's just gonna repeat whatever the script that he's given is telling him. So, and I'm sure you agree with some of that.
You get into the
nope, I do not like Bill Nye either.
You don't agree there's some bad scientists out there that are just trying to push.
Yeah, I agree with Einstein that there are no atheist scientists. Yeah.
What if
I think atheist scientists?
I'm saying you don't agree that there's like bad scientists.
Oh yeah. Well,
go ahead, Enigma.
Yeah. Sorry, Enigma. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask Iger if he could climb into your icon, your avatar picture there, what he would see.
To mine?
Yeah,
He points out it's just a cartoon. He's right. That was just a drawing. We don't have any cameras close enough to a Crew Dragon to be able to see. Well, we do now with the ISS now, but if the Crew Dragon was launching the Super Draco engines like that close to the ISS, something bad's happening. That's the trouble.
And what were you saying about my emoji?
Well, what if you were in the space station? What would you see?
I don't think the space station is up there. I think it's another lie. They filmed the spacewalks in an underwater pool in Texas where they have the exact replica of the ISS, and then they shoot the inside shots in the studio in California where they have a exact replica of the inside of the ISS.
Mm-hmm. The green screen space, you're saying?
Yeah, it's all green screen space. The spacewalks are done in the pool in Texas, and the inside shots of the space station are done in California. In Hollywood, basically. Hollywood is kind of like Hollywood's kind of like the Babylon whore of the Book of Revelations, where fornicated the whole world, deceived the whole world per se. And it's more intricate than that when you start looking into the secret societies and corporations and who owns these corporations and whatnot. So it's a lot to, it's a lot that goes into it all. It's not. I'm not just a flat earther. I'm not just a young earth creationist. I'm also now an anti-vaxxer. I'm a Illuminati conspiracy theories. I think the synagogue was saying once a one world government, one world currency, one world religion, and they've been working through this goal so they can have an antichrist for a long time. So there's a lot of different things that go into it. So just label me, as a flat earther or a young earth creationist or a Christian. Pretty soon, all truth is going to be done away with. It's all getting censored little by little.
Yeah, I can understand that. We were just talking about the spiritual realm and how Satan is the god of this world and how he's kind of put a delusion on this. And I think, Satan could be working behind the scenes in what you're calling the Illuminati. If Satan really is, one of the high angels, then he would be able to be subtle enough to not have us recognize it as evident.
Yep, put a little truth in every lie. Yeah, I agree. I could think I can agree with everything you're saying. The only contention you and I have had is whether or not the Earth is a sphere or not.
And like I said, I think it is a sphere, but I think everything is within that sphere.
Okay,
that's why I think the flat Earth was actually lit out on purpose. A lot of people were starting to wake up to the Illuminati, the New World Order. And then about 4 years ago, it just came out and boom. And it's to discredit because once, I could tell you all about, I could tell you 6 corporations are own all the media. So they use that to brainwash. There's something called Operation Mockingbird where the CIA is actually handing out scripts to all the news media. And then, once I tell you that the Earth is flat, you're going to dismiss everything I said. So it was a lot of different truth being out, and then it was on purpose that way when truthers said that the Earth is flat, then it discredits everything. Because even if you're interested in the topic, myself personally, I would.
But also gave us the choice as where we spend it.
Jesse, you're hot, Micah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was.
Nice to see you, brother.
You too, Iger. You too, Iger. Sorry about that.
It's all right, bro. What do you want to talk about, Jesse? I don't know. So many different things to talk about. Yeah.
I think this dark nature that kind of rules things too. That I think it exists personally. I kind of thought I experienced it for a few weeks also. So I think it's there. I think it's definitely in our world. But I don't know how to pick it out. If it, because it's smarter than us. Truly.
Word up. Yeah, you really can't keep up with everything they do because they're moving so fast, especially nowadays. It seems like every week there's a different conspiracy theory to follow.
Gentlemen, I apologize. I'm gonna step out just for a minute. I got Mrs. Jones want me to help secure the truck, so I'll be back probably in 5 minutes or less.
Sure, no
Can I share my screen or no?
Huh?
Can I share my screen?
If no one else has any objections, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna hit share screen thing real quick, just in case I want to show this guy. If whatever they ask me, I'm pretty sure it always comes back to the same thing, bro. Like I said, we could talk about the quantum dot tattoo and whatever, but it always comes back to the same. I'm gonna start a new channel, bro, and just try to talk about other stuff because you get blacklisted quick with the whole cosmology.
I won't do that to you, Agar. I love.
I know
like
you won't,
earlier,
but
I
I'm
love
saying
different opinions.
YouTube in general has algorithms and whatnot that kind of I get deleted videos. Anyways, bro, here you go. I'll let you take your walk.
I gotta go secure the truck, but yeah. Y'all need anything else before I go? I'll be back probably 5 minutes or less.
I think we're good, eh?
Yeah, cool. We'll see you in a minute.
Like Canadian accent, love it. All right,
I love it. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
All right, now that he's gone, bro. Yeah, what do you want to know about this?
I heard that.
The geocentric, yeah, I know, bro. The geocentric cosmology took me like a year to accept, and nowadays it's hard to find. Back in the days when I first heard about it, about 3-4 years ago, you could just Google up stuff and it will come out. Now everything's some ABC, NBC, or somebody just mocking it and ridiculing it. So it's kind of crazy how that worked out, and it's happening to a lot of other topics, not just the F word.
So what are you getting ready to show us here?
Oh, I did want to show you the satellites in space. This was a good one, satellites in space.
Enigma, do you hang out with Otangelo a lot, right?
No,
I
I've
listened
spoken
to
to
him.
him.
Yeah,
I've heard
I've
him a couple
actually
times,
never.
bro. I don't know who he is.
An
I try to go
Enigma?
in there. I don't know who Enigma is.
He's the other fellow that's with us. Enigma.
Oh, this is my first time meeting Enigma.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, nice to meet you. Yeah, actually, I've never spoken in person or through a live stream to Antangelo, but I like listening to his channel, and I think
He's a cool guy, bro.
he's pretty He's dedicated to researching the abiogenesis and all that kind of stuff.
So
Yeah, he's another young Earth creationist.
He's young Earth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's a big lie, bro. Like that was a big lie too. The age of the Earth. If God made everything in 6 days, and how would the heliocentric model of evolution? It has on day 6 he made Adam. It makes no sense. So once you start to look at the Bible literally, you can see why the devil attacked the first page of the Bible, because now we're getting to the end. Everything's so confusing, and people are believing in black holes and dark matter and dark energy and all these theoretical concepts stacked up on top of each other just to make this thing work. But to get away from that same thing with evolution, that Darwin, who's a high-ranking Freemason, went to an island, saw different types of finches, and their beaks were different, and therefore we came from monkeys. It's crazy. It's crazy how the whole first page of the Bible was discredited. The first page of the Bible. And now the devil can lie to us about anything. They just say, scientists say this, and we got to go with it. But you've never seen the papers, you've never seen the experiments. You can't do them yourself. They're doing them in a microgravity or in some lab with a bunch of equipment that nobody has access to. So you're just taking it at a word that this is the best science or whatever, just because whatever TV scientist told you, whatever you wanted to hear.
What are you showing us, Iger?
This is I just googled up satellites in space. You can do it yourself, and then you're gonna see that there's no pictures of satellites in space. They're all cartoons. Every single last one, all cartoons.
Oh, but they have cameras on them, don't they? On some of them.
If you think they're satellites, but what I think they are is basically weather balloons, and they just came up with a new name for it. Actually,
okay.
I think I have a video.
Hey, Iger, since we're going into the flat Earth realm, what's your biblical evidence for the flat Earth?
Actually, the whole Bible is a flat Earth book. Really think about it, and it's one of the questions. It's one of the questions that got me thinking about. Again, going back to the first page of the Bible, where you're reading it, and on day one, God made the light and the darkness. On day two, God made the firmament, which is basically a solid barrier that separates water above us from water below us. And then He separated the land from the seas under the firmament. I could read it later if you want. But on day three, He made the trees and the plants, and it wasn't until day four, again going to the first page of the Bible, where God made the sun, moon, and stars and put them inside the firmament. So yeah, man, I thought I had a good video on weather balloons, but I can't find it.
What about the fact that the Hebrew word yom can be translated as, epoch, 24-hour period, or undetermined time period, and the fact that, God says 1,000 days is as, or, one day is as, or 1,000 years is as one day to God. Couldn't that reconcile a different account of Genesis?
Again, even if you give it 1,000 years, you're not going to get a human being from an amoeba to
Yeah, but that's just a metaphor for saying.
And then if you're talking about
time is relative,
they teach you time is relative, but the reality is time was established on day 4 of creation. It was really established on day 1, because if you ever seen the yin and yang symbol, there could have been a rotation of light and darkness on top of the earth on day 1. Time is not relative. It's really not relative unless you're talking about space terms. If you're here on Earth, time is not relative. One day is one day. Once the sun passes over your head and sets, it's one day. And the written history is 5,000 years old. Begins with Sumerians. There is no such, other than when you're talking about space and dark matter, black holes, you start talking about relative time. But if you look up at the night sky for yourself, you're only going to see one sun, you're going to see one moon, you're going to see a bunch of little stars. So they tell you that the stars are other suns and galaxies trillions of miles away, but none of the constellations have ever changed since the beginning of written history, which is about 5,000 years old, really 6,000 years old if you take Genesis chapter 1 into account. So if you just Google all this thing, go ahead, sorry.
You think all the deep space images are fakes? Then is that what you're saying?
Yeah, every single last one. I mean, I don't know how you feel about the moon landing, because really, it all starts with the moon landing. Once you get past the moon landing, they've been fabricating space, and I call it fabricated science, where you'll find, papers, you'll find miles of papers. It'll take you an infinity to read them, but all they're doing is telling you, just like you can find a bunch of papers that are going to tell you timeshare is a great buy, but it's probably better if you buy an acre of land as opposed to a week in a hotel or something like that. So I call it fabricated science, like the moon landing's fabricated science. Another good one to get up the satellites, because I'm not finding what I was looking for. Man, I thought it was such a great videos about balloons, but back to the balloons. There's satellites, satelloons.
We're getting a flat Earth lesson, Joel.
Huh?
Yeah. I'm back.
Welcome back, Joel. Let's talk about
Thank
something
you.
else.
I'm just sharing some flat Earth science with us.
Yeah, it's his thing. As long as
it is.
you're being respectful and having a good time.
Yeah, I'll try to get off of here.
No, you're fine.
I'm done. Let's talk about how about this? What do you guys think about this? You guys heard about that they found Noah's Ark in Turkey? Like
yeah, Artangelo, I keep saying Artangelo. He's having a thing. In fact, I think he was supposed to have a thing about it tonight, wasn't he?
I don't know, but yeah, I'm just Googling Noah's Ark
They found
Turkey.
interesting evidence. I'm sorry. They found interesting evidence. Well, I'm sure Joel knows about it. Near Mount Ararat or on Mount Ararat a long time ago. Is that the same dig that Artangelo is talking about? I didn't actually watch that.
Yes, but there's a bunch of recent stuff now. Some Chinese group went out there, and the Turkey government's actually licensed them to do some more formal archaeological finding, and they're coming out with all kinds of new videos and pictures.
Oh,
it's really
wow,
amazing.
that's cool.
Yeah.
On that same site?
Yep.
Oh wow!
What do you guys
know that?
What do you guys think about the shot of Turin?
Oh, that's pretty interesting, bro. I don't know. I mean, I saw a documentary on that on the History Channel back in it must have been like 15 years ago. I never heard about the thing till then, and I was convinced it was real. But then again, every time you, like a Christian, finds something, I feel like this group of secular scientists, atheists, go out there and just try to discredit everything. So, it's so hard to dig between the info and this information nowadays regarding just about any biblical topic. It's crazy, and I think a lot of it has to do with all corporations, all media being owned by 6 corporations, so they're able to just manipulate your search results and what.
Only those that watch the media.
I've seen that. I've seen that like lately, maybe in the last year, and they've really done a lot of digging, with the evidence they have, and it is interesting.
Talking about Noah's Ark?
The Turin.
Shroud
of Turin. Yeah.
I remember that. Yeah, I've seen like documentaries on it. They took clippings of it and did some destructive tests to it.
Yeah, exactly. And the dates came out like 13th, 14th century, carbon 14, but they're saying that the piece of cloth that they tested actually was part of a reweave that they did to repair some damage to it during a fire. And that's what skewed the results.
Well, not only that, but if it was near a fire with smoke, that would have affected the carbon 14 content. And the whole carbon dating method to begin with is pure assumption based on the idea that C14 in the atmosphere is always constant. There's no guarantee that it is.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting evidence.
For sure, especially if you look at it.
Pollens that are found
when you look
on
at this
it.
Carbon 14 stuff,
yeah.
I'm gonna tell you about carbon 14 real quick, and and you know, like Joel said, like they assume it's a constant ray, but if something dies in the Antarctica, it's not going to decay at the rate as is, you know, if it dies in Florida, flatter than a pancake, Florida, where I'm at. And then the other interesting thing, when you look at it, they measure it by half-lives, and when you look at the half-life of C14, it just so happens to be 6,000 years old, about 6,000 years old. So you know, they're basically destroying the young Earth creation. And again, this is fabricated science with the C14. Same thing with the other dating, the potassium argon dating, where potassium is turning into a gas. And then, you know, how are you even measuring a gas if the gas already escaped into an atmosphere? So all these dating methods that they claim to have, they're all fabricated science, and it's all secular scientists that you know, a lot of times I used to be a Christian before I became a young Earth creationist, but I wasn't like a literal Christian. I always thought, you know, like you guys say, you know, a day is like 1,000 years, or maybe it's 1,000,000. Maybe the Bible's wrong, and maybe they meant to say 1,000,000 years. But you know, I used to think like that. But once you start realizing about fabricated science, how these you know, it's usually government control groups that are going out there to muddy the waters and discredit any biblical proof. So I'm sorry, go ahead.
So
yeah, and then when you start talking about something about pollen.
About what?
You said something about pollen, I think.
Oh yeah, pollen traces back to Jesus was crucified, so that matches up. And the fact of they really don't know how the image itself was produced, and they don't think anyone, you know, would have technology or really be able to do the type of reverse imprint. There's actually experiments being done on it now using high energy ultraviolet burst radiation and getting, you know, similar type results on cloth that would occur if something like that happens. So it's interesting, but it's too bad the Catholic Church won't allow us to actually get in there and really test it.
Yeah,
then we'd be able to prove it or disprove it.
That's what will convince me the most. If they could recreate it using something modern, that'd be definitive to me.
Yeah, exactly.
But then, of course, the question would beg the question: how did whoever was in that shroud do it? You know,
right?
So God can do it because God can do anything. But yeah, it's a cool topic.
Yeah, the shroud of Turin is definitely fascinating.
They did some recent reenactments of it with blood splattering, and they're trying to say that doesn't match, but yeah, that doesn't really make sense to me.
You would think the Catholic Church would be more interested in helping solve it. I think the real controversy was that they don't want to destroy it, because to do a lot of the NLT type testing, you have to cut a piece off, and you have to destroy the test. So it'd be better if somebody took a similar kind of cloth, or try to recreate the exact cloth best they could, the linen, and then do whatever experiments on something new, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So you don't need the shroud itself, the torn shroud.
And even still, if they do, you know, do another carbon date test and check it out all again, it's still going to come back. Well, does that mean it's Jesus? And it just it'll always leave an unanswered question, I think.
That's true. Yeah, but that would be amazing if they could date it right to the time of the crucifixion.
Yeah. It's cool stuff, though.
Yeah, I feel like we almost found we found so many different archaeological sites that prove the Bible, but you know, they all get dismissed as some fairy tale, or I don't know, like they don't exist. It's crazy. They have a place for Jesus' tomb, and it's crazy how that gets dismissed. It was back in March when the lockdown first started. I went to Publix, and the National Geographic had a whole magazine just dedicated to Jesus' tomb. But you talk to atheists, and they're like, "Oh yeah, it's all fake. It never happened. It's all fairy tales." But they like papers with Darwin or whatever. But when it comes to archaeological sites, that's all just physical objects. It's all get dismissed as fabricated by radical Christians or whatever the word is they use nowadays.
Mm. Yeah, that's Jesse's thing. She's becoming a professional historian and talks often about how she'll quote or show videos from secular non-Christian archaeologists that talk about how they can't do their job without using the Bible because the Bible is so accurate about all
Yeah,
that
it's
stuff.
really the most accurate historical book we have.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I will say I was listening to Jungle Gergen talk with that other lady, Shadow Dancer, one night, and they were talking about the Masoretic text and the Septuagint and how they're both you can add 500 extra years, so that kind of explains how they had enough time to build the pyramid. I forget which one they decided is most accurate, but I thought that was an interesting topic. But it was a little too much for me. It's still, I looked into it a little bit now since I heard about it, but it's an interesting topic. If there is an extra 500 years, then it gives it a lot of time for the Egyptian Empire to develop. And then again, we get these datings, a lot of the carbon dating, all that. It's all fabricated science. So once you dismiss the carbon dating and potassium argon dating or whatever other dating method they want to come up with and give it a fancy term and a lot of different brand new words that they never used before and they're just invented to try to lose you and sound smart, then it all becomes the Bible starts to become more and more literal.
Well, whether it's fabricated or not, I would just simply say it's based on assumption. And then when you asked me that earlier tonight, if you remember, if I believed in the radioactive, carbon dating stuff, whatever, or just radioactive dating in general, and I guess this is a good time to address that. So even the 4.8 billion year age of the Earth theory, it's also based on radioactive decay rates from it's an assumption. Lead-238 found, or I'm sorry, uranium-238 found in meteorites. There's 4 particular meteorites that they talk about that they assume decayed into was it lead-206 or 207, one of those isotopes that has a half-life of whatever it is, 2.4 billion years or whatever. So they just double that to assume it fully decayed. Well, the catch to that, it's a wonderful theory, but it's not plausible based on the fact that, first of all, it's an assumption that those meteorites did not have the depleted uranium from other sources, and there's plenty of depleted uranium isotopes in the world outside of meteorites. The idea that it had to be in meteorites was that the theory was based on, and I'm sorry if Mrs. Joel distracts over here.
You've been talking for 2 days.
Anyways, it's the assumption that the meteorites landed on the Earth during the primordial phase of whatever, it was still superheated. So that was that set the quote unquote timestamp, of when the Earth started. Now that's pure assumption. So that idea that there's lead decaying into, or uranium decaying into lead now outside of meteorites destroys that entire assumption. And then the real kind of kicker is that, in science, we have to rely on repeatable, observable evidence in real time. So whenever we do any kind of predictive experiment, no matter what it is, including radioactive decay, here in America, we have what's called NIST, the National Institute for Science and Technology, or something like that. And we have our instruments are called what's NIST traceable calibrated instruments. So, for example, like the mole block mass flow controller measurements that I would do for plasma physics had to be calibrated by a different machine that was different than my mole block. That NIST would set up the experiment. They would set up the different gas states and whatnot, and they would do the real. It took like 50 years for this long version of their experiment to be able to measure the molarity as well as the flow rate, the cubic centimeter rate, all the different things that we use for calibrating mass flow control. They had to set it up the hard way, the raw physics of it, setting up just real basic experiment to confirm that, okay, yes, when the most basic version of this matches the more complex advanced version of this. So we have to compare that. So for any kind of measurement of time frames like that for radioactive decay rates, in my mind, we have to have a NIST traceable experiment to prove that we've seen a uranium-238 isotope fully decay for 4.8 billion years into the lead. I have to see that happen. So we need a 4.8 billion year long experiment to confirm it. In other words, which I don't know if they started that yet or not, but it's going to take a while. You know,
it's going to take 4.5 billion years.
Mm-hmm.
If we don't, if we are lucky to be around that long, bro, which I don't think so. I think
that's
this
required.
rapture or tribulation stuff is going to happen. Shoot, tomorrow, who knows, bro? It's coming.
Exactly. But that's what's required to take it out of assumption into a plausible scientific, analysis. We have to measure it and actually watch it happen, and record it and write it down, and hope that the people that wrote it down didn't budget, all kinds of stuff.
Budget. What's other good? What's other? Oh, I was telling you guys about the tomb, Jesus tomb.
Yeah, I've heard that they found out which place it was. There's like all kinds of tourist spot stuff, and I was seeing something fairly recently about how there's a bunch of fences around it now, and they're worried that they might try to destroy it, demolish it.
Probably, bro. We got
like
these riders turning down, burning statues over here in America. Yeah, if they're brainwashed like the rest of the there it is. The Holy Sepulchre is the word. So I actually built a church all around this site where they say Jesus' tomb is at.
Really?
It's pretty interesting. And like I said, I just heard about it this year when the lockdown started. I was at Publix and National Geographic had a whole magazine on them. It was a special edition. I bought it. It's $15.
Have you not seen the holy fire that comes from there, Iger?
I have not. If you have a link to the video.
You got to check that out. Have you guys seen the holy fire?
No, what is that?
Oh, type that in there. Orthodox holy fire. Easter holy fire.
Easter holy fire.
Yeah. So that's the Orthodox Church in Jerusalem. There.
It's the same church. It's the Church of the Holy
Same church. Yeah. It is. And what they do is they go in that little church right over Jesus' tomb, and they go in with no
give me a thumbs up to your good night.
With their 2 candles, and they go in with one preacher with no lighter, no matches, no nothing, and it lights the candle, and they come out and light everybody else's candle with it. Wow. And at times that fire will go across the whole crowd and light all the candles.
Wow, that's really cool. Do they have an explanation for it?
No. And sometimes you get these blue lights in there too, like almost kind of like a lightning in there, but it's slow. It's slower.
Interesting. And by the way, quick correction on my part. I was thinking the thing that I was thinking earlier wasn't the tomb; it was Golgotha, where the cross, where Christ died on the cross. That's under.
Oh, you're kidding! Oh, yeah. Wow!
It's on a cliff right now, and they've got some fences built around it, but there's concerns that they might pave over it someday soon.
Oh, wow! We'll have to look at that.
The Golgotha.
Oh, they got deleted. It's a miracle explained. I guess that got.
Will you do that though? Stay up as late as possible.
I'll try to. Yeah. Okay. I guarantee.
Pretty cool, bro. I didn't know about that. There was a fire in there that was ignited miraculously.
Oh yeah.
It's pretty interesting, Jesse. Good stuff.
Yeah. Thanks.
What's up, Enigma? What you up to?
He is muted.
So they have found maybe Jesus a possibility of where how do they know this? That's interesting.
Go check it out.
Which part?
The tomb, or not the tomb, the
the
where
cross?
the cross was. Yeah.
Yeah. Google Golgotha. Golgatha.
G-O.
Golgatha. The hill it's short for the hill of the skull, or the skull hill.
I would imagine they would these Hebrew people, man, they've been keeping very accurate records of where they did crucifixions throughout their history. So I would imagine that wouldn't be too hard of a thing to find. I'm answering Jesse, like I'm pretty sure that this is where we crucified people back 2,000 years ago. It's probably in one of their books. They have the Zohar and whatnot.
I know Golgotha is the intended place, and they think they found this skull. I've seen that, but they've never been very sure. But now it seems they've got some new evidence on it, eh?
I presume so. I'm not an archaeologist, I guess, but
oh, neat.
I was reading something about how there was the assumed area, I guess, is kind of under threat.
There's go on. Sorry.
Oh, that it might be developed over.
Oh yeah. There's a parking lot beside it right now.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's the trouble. Israel's just full of archaeology,
history. Yeah, and that's the catch. So we petty humans, we aren't always so smart to write stuff down like we should.
Right. Well, even us. I mean, in 1,000 years, are they going to find anything other than plastic?
The plastic. So, it's a good question.
I mean, everything we have is online, and once that goes down, that's it for that.
You better get a couple Bibles, bro. It's all in there.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
What was that movie called Time Machine? What was that? Or H.G. Wells? No, was that Wells or was that Orwell?
Oh yeah, yeah, that was good. Book of Eli. Book of Eli was good too.
Time Machine. That's it. There's an old one and a new one. Both of them are good, my opinion.
Oh, my bad. I'm not sure. Yeah. I think I saw the new one, bro, about 10 years, maybe 15 years ago. But yeah, this guy was traveling through time, which I don't think it's possible. You can't travel through time, not physically, anyways. Maybe spiritually, and if God lets you have that, but physically, I don't think you could travel through time. I don't think it's possible. Because, like you said, I was listening a little bit earlier. You said the whole Earth is going to be destroyed, and yeah. So I don't think it makes any sense. Time travel. I used to love Back to the Future. Was my favorite movie, but I think it's impossible now. No such thing as time travel.
No, almost anything's possible. Usually, it's just a matter of controlling time dilation effects in theory. But yeah, I would say it'd be super difficult to do in just a one-man vehicle or car. That's pretty crazy. If it was possible, it would require a tremendous energy source. In theory.
You're entitled to your opinion still.
Well, it's theory.
I like saying that because one time we were arguing and you're like, everybody's entitled to their opinion. And I was like, well, it was right around the time Biden got elected. I'm like, yeah, we're still entitled to our opinion until next year in January. It was hilarious. You had to be there. But
yeah. I'm looking at Google Earth right now.
Oh yeah, you want to share it, bro? I like to laugh at it for a little bit.
Yeah, let's laugh at CGI together.
Yeah. I'm gonna have you zoom into different spots. It's gonna be great. You're gonna love it.
Where you want to go?
Let's go to North Korea, bro, to the capital. I would like to look at a car.
I don't know if they do. They go to that small.
Okay,
They
we're
might.
gonna go to Florida next.
They might.
Look at my car. I just want you to get an idea how these are not satellite images.
Isn't there a United States naval vessel they captured? They put on display somewhere in Pyongyang. They captured. I forget. I used to know more about it, but I forget now. They captured a U.S. naval vessel, and they put it on display somewhere in Pyongyang, North Korea. It's like one of their war trophies or some nonsense.
No, you can submit any car, any big city. I choose the capital because it's the biggest city. Seoul.
Fields, you can see, I guess.
Yeah.
I went to. You want to see the biggest church in the world? Biggest Christian church?
Sure.
Wait, I want to see a car in Korea while we're here, bro. Jeez.
It's somewhere. It's the Yodido Full Gospel Church. Where's Yodido? It's somewhere near Seoul. I actually went to it when I was stationed over there.
Yeah?
Where's Yodido? Yeah. I thought it was North Seoul, but I could be wrong. Where's Yodido? There's a little thing here.
Did you drive a car up there?
I think so.
You don't remember if you drove a car there?
Well, like
to the church
20 years ago, plus.
Or was it a bus? What were you? What did you ride on into the church? I'm sure you didn't just walk all the way over there.
Yeah.
So let's zoom in on
Usually
the parking
we take buses to Camp Humphreys and then we drive from there. I went with some friends, so yeah. But here it is. It's the biggest church in the world, right there. Or Christian church.
Keep zooming in. Zoom into the parking lot. There's a parking lot right there, right next to it. Let's zoom into the
you
parking
want to
lot.
see the cars?
Yeah. I want to see the cars. Zoom in as best as you can. You're zooming out. Zoom into the cars.
Blurry.
Okay, I want you to remember that. Screenshot it. Look how blurry these cars are. Can you make a Honda or a Cadillac or whatever it is they drive in show? Now let's go to Walt Disney World, bro. And you
there.
Oh, that's better. That's a lot better. But remember the satellite view. This is a street view already.
Hmm?
But remember the blurry the satellite view was.
Well, yeah, it's from. What is it, like 70,000 miles away?
All right. Go back to
it's hard to do, man.
Go back to the car from the satellite view. Check it out one more time before we go to Walt Disney World. But yeah, this is a satellite picture in North Korea. Let's go to Disney real quick. Let's go to Walt Disney World.
Orlando?
Walt Disney World, bro.
That's the one in California.
Oh, yeah, California. That's fine. I'm sure they have a parking lot. Oh, that's the one in Florida. Oh, flatter than the
Maybe dizzy a little bit.
All right, go into the parking lot, bro. Let's check it out. There's plenty of parking lots over there. That's Epcot, I think. I don't know what that is.
That's Florida. I have never been there.
Yeah.
Iger, you got a cough. What's going on?
Oh, I probably got a regular cold or flu. Do they still exist or no? But look at these cars compared to the ones we saw in Korea, bro. If this is satellite view, there's been something called aerial mapping for the longest time, where we've been able to take pictures from aircraft, and that's all that's going on here. Or it could be the satelloons, but definitely these cars you can see that car has a sunroof. That's a minivan. The other cars, they were all just a blur. But zoom into the cars again real quick, as much as you can, without doing the street view. Now you're doing a street view, bro. Yeah, now you're doing a street view.
I know.
But do the.
I think those are overlays, Iger. I think that's what that's doing is Google Earth itself is adding the polygons to it.
Yeah.
Look at these cars compared to the cars we saw earlier in Korea.
Well, again, because I think I don't think that's doing what you're thinking.
No,
I think what's happening is that these are overlays, Iger.
We have a lot more, bro. I've zoomed in and seen my own car in my driveway.
That's kind of creepy, isn't it? But awesome.
It is, but again, it's all an aerial picture. It's not a satellite picture. It's not an airplane. That's why even if you go to Bermuda, not to go to North Korea where we're at war or whatever, Cold War-ish, whatever the case may be, you could go to Bermuda. Go to Bermuda real quick, the capital of Bermuda, and you're going to notice the same effect. You can't see the cars in Bermuda because they don't have as much air traffic in Bermuda. So the cars are not going to be that clear in Bermuda without going all the way to North Korea. I tried China once with Jungle Jurgen. It was hilarious. We started seeing even how the images were being stitched together and stuff like that. It's
Where's
crazy.
this? Where's this?
I'm probably misspelling it. I'm trying to find where I was stationed at in Germany.
Oh,
Go to Bermuda real quick, so you can see another blur as opposed to what's the capital of Bermuda?
No idea. This isn't it. This looks trolling. It was near
I'll check it out.
Frankfurt. Is there more than one Flieger? That's Kaufbeuren. Fliegerhöchstkonzern. I don't know what Trollenhagen is.
Hamilton. Hamilton is the capital of Bermuda, just because
Okay.
it's probably the most populated area.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was trying to find this real quick.
I never zoomed into Germany, bro. Let's go check out a car in Germany. I wonder what they're driving over there nowadays.
Why does it keep going to sports field? Is that what it's called now? This is 25 years ago.
Check it out, zoom in. Let's look at some cars.
Yeah.
Oh, these
just add the polygons to it. Huh?
Yeah, I would imagine that Germany. I like how you were able to rotate the picture there, where it's right on top of. That was weird. Look at that. It's like a side view, and then
No, this is just a 3D overlay. They're adding polygons to a 2D image.
Mm-hmm. Go check out Bermuda real quick, though.
Ooh.
Yeah, I imagine they only do this for more populated areas. They don't do it for like less populated areas because it's probably expensive, I imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it has nothing to do with the satellite feed. It's just aerial photography. If it was a satellite feed, it'll be.
It's artificial. It's a computerized thing.
The other thing I want to mention is just not live satellite image. It's it's probably like 3 or 4 years old, depending. Again, look at this car here. Come into the car again, real quick, as much as you can.
Yeah, because they didn't do the 3D overlay, so it's not because of anything else other than Google simply not paying for the extra 3D overlay for this area is all.
And then you got helicopters flying by. You got aircraft flying by, which that's what this is. It's from an aircraft. The other ones were from helicopters, possibly, or maybe even somebody on the street. So or a drone nowadays. We got drones, so it's very interesting when you look at Google. That's one of the first things I did, bro, because I used to think this was a real picture of the Earth, but it's not. It's just a cartoon stitched together with real pictures.
I didn't think Bermuda was that small. It's small.
Yeah. It is pretty tiny. Can never find it. I'm looking for Camp Eagle now, where I was stationed in Korea.
Zoom into a car, bro. I like seeing the cars in Korea, but they're so blurry. When people say this is a satellite image, if this was an actual satellite picture, it will be the same. It will be just as clear no matter where you're at. But it's
a parking lot now.
3D overlays. You're using drones. You're using people walking on the street. You're using helicopters and different aircraft. And that's all it is.
This is the old airfield. That's the airfield where the helicopters were stationed. This is the two hangars.
Man, if I could turn Joel into a flat earther, that'd be freaking incredible.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, bro. Because really, I really do admire how when you go after these atheists, bro. I really do admire the way you use your science knowledge to say, even the planets are spinning in different directions. So if it was all a big bang, everything would be spinning in the same direction. So we got these planets spinning in all types of So I do admire that about you, but you know, I know it's a hard pill to swallow. It's probably the hardest pill to swallow I ever took, honestly.
Well, hold on, Iger. Let me share my stories about Korea, if you don't mind, real quick. I just wanted to
go for it, bro. Sorry.
How about this? Is where I was stationed at. Yeah, so this is where the Apaches, and the Cobras and stuff are all parked. It's our two main hangars. This is the this was a field depot. This is their little cage we had, a little fence. Excuse me. What? Did you say something, Iger? Oh.
Sorry, I was talking to my bad.
Your mic is like seriously. Anyway, so my first lieutenant, he got really drunk one day, right? There was a big sign right here on this little fuel cage that said, no smoking within 50 meters. He actually put a barbecue pit right here on the side of the. Y'all see my mouse?
Yeah, yeah.
You put a barbecue grill right here on the side of the hangar, and he was drunk as a skunk, middle of the day, and we come out there, and he's asking us to help him try to. He literally had taken some of the can of one of the JP8 diesel for the helicopters, and was trying to start his barbecue grill. And he was asking us to help him. We're like, sir, did you see the sign? We helped him out. We brought him back to his room, but it was funny. He's trying to blow himself up. But we had our own indoor heated. Actually, I think that's the gym. Yeah, we had an indoor heated swimming pool. Is that what this is? It's hard to tell. All looks different from the air. We had tennis courts. Yeah. This was we had the highest alcohol consumption per capita rate in the entire Southeast Asian Pacific Theater. We our little PX. Where's it at? This is the officers' billets. Is this the PX? I forget.
Well, when you're over there, what do you get? Days off?
Sometimes.
Well, how do you get drunk?
Yeah, on the weekends, whatever. So we had a walk through refrigerator because we had some people bought so much alcohol, and so this is where the enlisted barracks were. I was living on this side right here, but I'd see like a whole squad of guys walk through. They had like a 20-pack each on their shoulder, and then most of the parties were usually over here in this little gazebo thing here, little barbecue pit there. This is where I worked. This is the ETF pad. Underneath that little thing was where the
what was housing like?
It's like a 3-story barracks, like apartment building.
And you have your own little room? You have your own little room? Yeah.
Well, yeah, they were like suites. So like it was 2 guys per room, and then there was a bathroom between each room.
Oh, okay.
It's a chow hall. This is new. I don't know what this is. This building here, because this is our ETF. I don't remember what this being there. Yeah, because that's the chow hall.
Wait, is this still functioning or no?
No, it's long closed down. You can see it's all cleaned out. This was the motor pool over here. It's all gone. Yeah, all the Apaches are gone. It closed down a long time. I was there from 90. What was it there? 96-ish to 97, 98, 97.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is the AHA. Apaches would roll over here. Is this it? There was a big cliff, and they would shoot their 30-millimeter depleted uranium rounds into a cliff.
What is depleted uranium rounds?
Basically, spent uranium fuel rods, essentially from nuclear reactors.
Okay.
And it turns into super dense. It almost turns into lead.
Okay.
And it's super, super dense material. So when it hits anything else, particularly even like an armored tank, it's more dense than steel. So it pierces through it like butter.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this is the AHA. It's been a while. Yep, there. That's it. So these are the cliffs. You probably can't see it very well. We used to rappel down those cliffs too. So the Apaches they'd roll out from the Parkland airfield here, and they'd come down here and they'd fire off a few rounds and then take off. This was the actual airstrip. But yeah, it's there for a year. Good memories.
What did they what did they do there?
We were it was 52nd Aviation Regiment. We were the theater regional depot repair facility for Army aviation. So everything that flew in the Army would come here for repairs and maintenance and stuff, or depot repair. So they would have their own maintenance, like at the unit level, the battalion level, and then when they were really broke, come to us. This is our civilians lived over here. We had civilian contractors across the street from our ETF pad.
Okay.
So, yeah. We had 96 Romeos. You know, they'd service the helicopters in the hangar, and then so they would take the parts of the Apaches off. I can show pictures if you want, but so they would, they'd run the diagnostics on the bird, test which black box basically was broken, and they replaced the black box, throw it in supply, and the supply would send it down to us, and then we'd fix the black box and then send it back to supply, and then they'd, so they recycle everything. They gave me an RCOM because I somehow individually I saved. They claimed that I saved the U.S. government $3 million that year in repairs. Just doing my job.
There you go.
Yeah. Yep. This is a cool story. So this is just an old what do you call it? Giant storage facility. Had like 3 bays in it, and we had a chief warrant officer assigned to us temporarily. He didn't want to hang out with us too much though, so he had us clean out one of the bays here. And it's like probably 30 feet tall, like I don't know, probably 50 feet minimum deep of a storage unit. So it's just like this giant cavern of a storage shed kind of thing. And he had to set up a desk on the back end of it. So when you walk in, it's like Darth Vader. He's in the back of this little cave. It's funny. He got bored with it though after like not even a week or two. That's funny. There's a lot of wasted work.
Yeah.
But yeah, all good stuff. I often talk about how this is the shortest work commute I ever had in my life. It was a 2-minute walk from my barracks room here to my job here.
Oh yeah, that I know. I thought of that right off the bat. Yeah.
Yep. So they go downstairs and go to work. That's Wanju. So we're pretty close to DMZ. Oh, where'd it go? I'm upside down, aren't I? There we go. We're like 30 miles or so from the DMZ. And we were such a remote spot that they'd give us free bus rides. We'd go to almost anywhere we wanted to. So we go to Seoul, took about 2 hours. We go to Busan, Osan. Where's that at? It's down south somewhere.
I can't sleep.
No.
I'm worried about the stuff in the truck.
There's Busan. Well, don't worry about it. Oh my gosh.
There's no lock on it. I'm worried about it.
Fine. If someone steals our stuff, they need it more than we do.
No, that's not how that works.
She's worried about our truck. It's not secure out in the front yard. Anyway, you guys ever been to Korea?
No.
It is wonderful. Some of the kindest, generous people.
Really?
Yep. They have a tradition, the shop owners, especially like on the little small places. I can't find it. Where's Osan? They have a tradition that the rest their business day is going. They would like a little superstition or whatever, that their day. I thought, wait a minute, it's not Osan. That's Osan. It's Busan. Was based on how well their first sale for the day went. So the very first customer they would have in the morning, they literally throw everything at you, try to sell as much as they could. And so they give you like 99% off just to get you to buy stuff. Because that would give them the gauge of how well their day would go making other sales. So
is that right?
You go there and you buy everything right in the morning. And
that's
sold.
Densely populated. That's dense.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
I wonder if I can find it by just actually typing electronic market. Yeah. This is Geek's Paradise on Earth. 4 square kilometers, 8 square miles of nothing but electronics for as far as the eye can see. Every store in this whole area is electronics.
Really?
Just department stores upon top department stores full. You go like one of these buildings, you go in one, and the whole floor, every floor, but the whole floor, for example, one would be like computer memory chips for as far as the eye can see, just aisles and aisles and aisles of computer chips. Sorry, and they're all trying to compete with each other, so they're all super rock bottom prices. I'd often buy you buy stuff 50% off, easy. So you can find everything. And then there's one building I went to in the basement. They had like a Lamborghini parked next to like a shark tank with live shark in it, with these, and then right next to some robots. It was it was weird. Find anything there. So loved it.
I wish we'd go to the other house and offload it.
We could if you want to wake Matt up.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
She's worried that someone might steal our stuff in the truck. She's from California, so she's still.
That's probably a good idea.
Well, I'm from Texas.
I'm just about ready for bed too. So since it's 1 a.m, you guys are moving at 1 a.m. That's crazy.
Well, we got movers coming later this morning, so.
Yeah, but the truck's insecure, and I'd rather go drop off that load. It's not even like 25% of that little U-Haul.
Okay. So yeah, there's Canada.
Yeah, that is.
I don't know if you want to share where you're at, but
go see it there, right over that Alberta sign where it says Alberta. You can see it, Edmonton. Right in the middle, Edmonton. Yeah, that's close to where I am.
Cool. Air base. I've been to Calgary.
Yeah, that's just south. Yeah.
I tease often that when I stepped off the plane in the airport there's a giant calf, like a rodeo cowboy thing.
Yeah, there is. It's a cowboy town.
Yep. So I joke when I flew into Calgary, I was like, I thought I just left Houston.
Yeah.
I thought I just left Texas.
Calgary's a nice city. See, it's close to the mountains, so we get warm air that comes across there in Calgary, and Chinooks they're called, and they warm things up in the winter time. Everything melts.
I've seen a picture of it once. It's like a bronze-looking, dark bronze statue.
Yeah, right in the airport, isn't it? It's right in the airport. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought it was one cowboy. What is this one? Is this new?
That might be. Yeah, there is one. They're all over the place. So
Yeah.
I don't.
The one I remember seeing, it was a guy riding a horse or something. Ugh, Google sucks. When you want to find something, it's hard. When you don't want to find something.
Yeah.
But anyways,
trying to find something you found yesterday. That's when it gets hard.
Yep. I was also stationed at Fort Bragg. It's not too amazing though. It's in a city called Fayetteville. We call it Vietnam because the crime rate was so high.
Oh yeah.
Station. It was near Smoke Bomb Hill. Where's that? All American. Where's Bragg Boulevard? Stuff looks so different from the air, you know.
They got golf courses there.
Dude, they got everything. You got every fast food joint you can think of. It's crazy. It's spoiled. It's huge.
2 golf courses.
At least. 82nd Airborne area. This is where 82nd Division is. But I was a filthy leg, as they call it in the Army. I was not airborne. Somewhere over here. I think this may be. I think this is it. This is Smoke Bomb Hill here. Anyhow, yeah. Redstone was fun.
I was going to say I should let you go so you can go do your moving.
She's wanted me to try to stay awake as long as I can.
Well, I prefer to go there and just offload those
And
several boxes.
wake up poor Matt.
No, you can unload them. Matt loaded them up. He said they're pretty light.
Okay. Oh, by myself?
Yeah.
Heck no. This is where I went to school for my AIT, Advanced Individual Training, they call it, for the Army. It's right across the street from the Marshall Space Flight Center for NASA.
Can you zoom into a car real quick?
Huh?
Can you zoom into a car?
Oh.
Come on, there's so many cars there. It looks like a bunch of parking lots.
Well, yeah. They do it to the trees too, man. And that's
Yeah, zoom in again. Oh,
it costs money to do this thing.
That's just so telling, bro.
Well, yeah, but it's not because of any conspiracy. It costs money to make these polygon overlays. So they only do it for some places. They don't do it for the whole planet.
This together, bro. Google Earth. If that's your best proof that the Earth is a globe, zoom all the way out again and enjoy the cartoon. It's so pretty. Stitched up image.
Oh, Iger.
Hey, you know what's true, bro? That's why you're laughing. Yeah, this is a bunch of different stitched up images as you're zooming in. I gotta go, bro.
Hold on. I wonder how SpaceX looks. Iger's right. It's probably 2 years old.
Again, it's all stitched up aircraft image or weather balloons, or that's what we have. We don't have space, so therefore there's nothing in space.
Yeah, this is cool. This is where I worked at SpaceX. Oh man, they don't have the 3D graphics for the.
Zoom into the 3D barge where you land the rockets at. That's hilarious. Why would you land a rocket on the middle of the ocean?
Yep. I worked right on this building right here. That was my window to my office right about there. So I had a beautiful view of the small site stand over here, where all these engines were, these test sites. Doesn't look the same from this flat 3D mess. Yeah, you kind of see some of the block hands.
Just kidding, bro.
I didn't hear you.
You're funny.
Yeah, it looks flat. I said like the Earth.
Yeah.
All right.
Listen, flat like the Earth.
I thought you'd appreciate this, man. What is this?
No, I do. I told you I was a big space geek, and I think that's the only people that become flat earthers. You gotta be a space geek. You gotta know a little bit about dark matter, dark energy, black holes, and the moon landings from 1969 to 1972. And we can't go back now, but we could. And they can actually Nixon actually called the Neil Armstrong and the moon from a landline, if that makes any sense at all. But and then there's also the Apollo 17 video where they where the camera pans up and watches the Eagle take off. So it starts with the moon landing, bro, and it just carries on from there. But the moon landing, that's like the beginning of the you got to know you got to be a little bit of a space geek to understand how the fabricated science works.
Cheers out, Kelly. This is new. So this is large site. This is small site. This is that Area 3. I don't know if you remember. This used to be just like a back road. I think I may have taken you out there once in a while to cut across to get back onto the main Bluebonnet Road over here. But now look at they were talking before we left. They were talking about building a new test stand for the second stage testing, and I guess that's what this is. So it looks like Google's captured. This is right here. This is all new. They built all this after I left. They were talking about it, but they hadn't actually started it. So this is cool.
Yeah,
all kinds of good stuff out there now.
What is that dirt? What's around it? Just grass?
Yeah, it's an old pasture. It's old cattle farm. In fact, part of the lease contract with McGregor, SpaceX has to maintain this land in its original what do you call it, state? So they actually they actually own, Elon Musk actually owns cows. And they have to farm it. They got cornfields. They have to maintain it.
Oh,
Yeah. So you'll see pictures on occasion where you see cows and stuff. This is the rocket development hangar. This was a beast to build. That took a good year
to build it?
Yeah.
What I think is going on
Why?
here is
It's a huge structure. We had
Cranes.
dual fiber trays.
Cattle, corn, the farms. It's getting ridiculous how it's becoming more and more obvious how they're all in cahoots together. All these big corporations just
It's a
to
Raptor test stand.
control everything.
Raptor test shoots out here. There's an old farm couple that lived out in this direction that we actually offered to buy their farm property because we were worried when we were building this test stand because the rockets tested horizontally that it'd be just super loud and we didn't want to bother them too much. So we offered to buy their property for them, their home, and relocate them, but they refused. They wouldn't let us buy it. And it turns out they didn't care. They don't mind the noise, So.
Dang Native Americans, they're so pesky. They don't want to.
Well, it's not every day, is it? It's not every day, that noise.
Almost.
Is it? It is.
Yep.
Oh,
almost every other day, yeah. And it's loud. I'm not going to show exactly where I live in case someone wants to do something bad. But
well, no.
I live about a half hour away.
Okay.
And we can hear the rocket tests, all over this area.
Oh, that's in Texas.
Is that? Are those rivers there, or what are they? Are there hills there?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh,
these
there
are
are.
just
Oh, those are rivers. Oh, I see what that is. Okay. Oh yeah.
There's Lake Waco.
Gotcha. That's Waco.
Lake Waco there.
That's where they drank the Kool-Aid.
No, bro.
Close.
This was David Koresh, and he ended up getting killed by the FBI because he kind of had his own little compound. So they had a little standoff. Well, they had a big standoff back in I think it was the 90s, and eventually the FBI ended up burning up the whole house down and killing a bunch of innocent people. That's Waco.
This is where George Bush's ranch is out here.
Going after fundamentalist Christians, but the guy was a little, I don't know. They paint him out to be like a cult leader, but who knows what the reality is, bro? Because the media is owned by 6 corporations. So what we see on ABC is not 100% factual.
See, Crawford's not special enough for Google to pay for the 3D overlay.
Yes.
But George W. Bush's ranch is around here somewhere. I forget where.
Jesus. What do they call that? Camp David or something like that?
No. It's his personal ranch.
Oh, okay.
Camp David's in Florida, I thought. No, Virginia. I forget where.
Is it?
Oh,
I forget.
No, north, kind of northwest of there. Is that kind of deserty land there?
Oh yeah, I was going to mention that earlier. So Texas is kind of like a miniature America by itself. It has a little bit of everything. So we got our coastline, we got our dense forest, we got the desert, we got Kellys would argue whether they're mountains or not, but we got the bottom edge of the Rocky Mountains.
Okay.
It's got a little bit of everything.
Okay.
Yeah. What's his name? Bezos, Amazon guy. What was it called, Kelly? His Blue Origin. He's out in West Texas in the desert. I forget the name of it. It's called. Yep. He's out here somewhere. What's the name of that city there nearby? This is a little test site there.
What's this?
This so Amazon, they've got their little private rocket development firm called Blue Origin that they're developing.
Oh, I didn't know Amazon owned that. Okay.
Van Horn. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, they're out. When you said desert, they're out in the West Texas desert.
Okay.
Doing this is where they do their little cute little rocket tests.
Do people live out there?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, probably not on the rocket site, but
no. But out in the desert.
Yeah, little,
That'd be
little
so
town,
crazy.
Van Horn there. I thought about going out working for them, but I don't know. See, Van Horn's
Hey,
not.
catch y'all later, man. I'm about to go. I don't know, surf the web.
All right.
It's been real though, bro. I'll catch you next time. Enjoy the blue marble.
Yep. The round Earth.
Ager. All right. Thanks for dropping by, Ager.
Bless you, and I'll catch you guys some other time.
Sure, man. It was a pleasure.
It was, bro. I'll catch you next time.
Great, Ager. See you later.
All right, y'all. Peace.
Bless you, brother.
God bless you too.
How you feeling, Jesse?
Pardon?
How you feeling?
Oh, I'm getting tired, but yeah.
This is Joel's trying to convince me to go offload the truck by myself.
It's a small little 15-foot truck, and less than 15% of it has anything in it. The rest of the whole thing is empty.
It's probably about 500 to 600 pounds. Why don't you go do it?
Because I have broken knees.
So?
All right, I'll go.
I'm just
I
teasing.
can let you go. I'll let you go so you can keep peace for sure.
Yeah. No, I'll wake up. I'll wake up the sun unit. What's it called?
I don't think he can help tonight. He messed up his shoulders.
No.
Because he's been doing the brunt of
I'd rather go see if I can buy a lock for you at the gas station. How's that sound?
Do they sell locks? Maybe, huh?
Probably. They sell radios and weirdness, so why not?
All right, let's go. Sounds really good.
To calm the proclivities of the Californian who thinks the neighbors
reason
will.
why I think the gas station will have it because it's also a truck stop.
Yes. The basic dichotomy. So she was born and raised in Southern California, where the neighbors will steal a mop off your front porch.
Yeah, you can't leave your mop out to drip.
Versus me being born and raised in Texas, where the neighbors will shoot somebody if they catch them trying to steal something off your front porch. In fact, you remember, what was her name? Over in Breckenridge? Oh my gosh. Pam, what was her name? Catch you on Facebook, y'all. What was her name?
That was April.
April.
Yeah.
She calls us up one day and she's like, your front door was open. I went across the street. I closed it for you just in case. It's like, it's funny. So anyways, that's what it is. She's worried that someone's going to go break into the back of our moving truck. It's half loaded. And I'm like, don't worry about it. It's Texas.
It's not even half load. It's like 50%.
So it's fun. It's the Californian versus the Texas mentality. I'm trying to break her out of it.
We don't have a lot of that here, but I suppose a lot of places. I would always lock mine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and it's gotten worse since. But me growing up in Houston, I mean, they say that Houston's got a high crime rate, but we never locked our doors.
Why don't you have the Texas accent if you grew up there?
Because I grew up in Houston. It's a very international type town, I guess they say. But
he does still say y'all all the time.
And nuclear.
And nuclear. I'm like, it's nuclear. Oh my gosh.
Well, the president of the United States says nuclear, so it's official.
Oh, I see.
He says a lot of things, though.
That's true.
Oh yeah.
Darn it.
What's this big deal? What's going on with that election?
Oh, it's all fraud.
So is Biden in, though?
No, the December 9th is when most states officially certify their count. And then it can change all the way up until January.
Yeah, but the chances are actually pretty low, even if they do find like widespread voter fraud and stuff like that they'll actually change anything.
I see that too, but yet there's guys on there saying, "Oh no, he's gonna win." So
yeah, he could.
Yep.
I told Joel after all the mess that has happened just in this last year, all the riots, all the
fascism.
If you're white, you need to give your houses to us, and all the horrible things that they did to regular residents in their own neighborhoods. And pallets of bricks found near nicer residential areas and stuff like that, and all the torching and the burning and the
The
looting and
mobbing. Yeah.
all the nonsense, them taking over a large section of Seattle and turning it into a little weird personal freaking
Combat zone.
Yeah.
yeah, essentially. The American people were sick of it, absolutely sick of it. It was totally nonsensical. Even one couple that tried to defend their home, because there was like this huge mob walking down their street and making demands people give them their property for no good reason other than the fact that they're minorities and they think that they're entitled to everything that a white person owns. I find it extremely hard to believe that Biden would win so profoundly, against all historical precedents, in one case up to 150 years of election precedents. He miraculously pulled this off in 2020 after all that nonsense.
We call those things the rallies that they would have.
Mm-hmm.
They would struggle to have 10 people show up at a Biden event, but there's they're packed full for all the Trump events. So
I just finished reading an article that went through several ways that Biden's win was miraculous. Just miraculous. Yeah, he shouldn't have won.
Yeah, the big main shift was in mail-in ballots. More states started to use that than normal.
Yeah.
And so there's just lots of room for fraud with that.
Well, not just that, but like Pennsylvania was trying to
they changed their
election laws like at the very last
election.
section. Yeah, the very last second. And
they didn't change the law. Their state court violated the legislative law, and that's one of the many lawsuits that's going on, right?
Yes.
Oh, you got to be kidding!
Nope.
There was one place where, and it's in this article. I'd have to look it up, but one of the places had more votes turned in than lived there.
And that's actually not abnormal, though.
They've had dead people voting, just all kinds of crazy stuff.
Well,
they stopped the counts and stuff like that for like several hours on election night and everything, and for weird reasons like a water leak or something silly, if I remember correctly. Just all kinds of nonsense.
More nonsense than any other election?
Yep.
Yes. I got an article if you don't mind me reading it to you.
Sure.
Okay, it says, in all the excitement among objective journalists for Joe Biden's declared victory, reporters are missing how extraordinary the Democrats' performance was in the 2020 election. It's not just that the former vice president is on track to become the oldest president in American history. It's what he managed to accomplish at the polls this year. Candidate Joe Biden was so effective at animating voters in 2020 that he received a record number of votes, more than 15 million more than Barack Obama received in his re-election of 2012. Amazingly, he managed to secure victory while also losing almost every bellwether county across the country. No presidential candidate has been capable of such electoral jiu-jitsu until now. While Biden underperformed Hillary Clinton's 2016 totals in every urban county in the United States, he outperformed her in the metropolitan areas of Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Even more surprising, the former VP put up a record haul of votes despite Democrats' general failures in the local House and state legislative seats across the nation. He accomplished all this after receiving a record low share of the primary vote compared to his Republican opponent heading into the general election. Clearly, these are tremendous and unexpected achievements that would normally receive sophisticated analysis from the journalist class, but have somehow gone mostly unmentioned during the celebrations at news studios in New York City and Washington, D.C. The massive national political realignment now taking place may be the source of these surprising upsets, yet still, to have pulled off so many rabbits out of his hat like this, nobody can deny that Biden is a first-rate campaigner and politician, the likes of which America has never before seen. Let's break down just how unique his political voodoo has been in 2020.
Political voodoo.
Number one, 80 million votes. Holy moly, a lot of Americans turned out for a Washington politician who's been in office for nearly 50 years. Consider this. No incumbent president in nearly a century and a half has gained votes in a re-election campaign and still lost. President Trump gained more than 10 million votes since his 2016 victory, but Biden's appeal was so substantial that it overcame President Trump's record support among minority voters. Biden also shattered Barack Obama's own popular vote totals, really calling into question whether or not perhaps Biden, who it was Biden, pardon me, who pulled Obama across the finish line in 2008 and 2012. Proving how sharp his political instincts are, the former VP managed to gather a record number of votes while consistently trailing President Trump in measures of voter enthusiasm. Biden was so savvy that he motivated voters enthusiastic about his campaign to vote for him in record numbers. 2. Winning despite losing most bellwether counties. Biden is set to become the first president in 60 years to lose the states of Ohio and Florida on his way to election. For a century, these states have consistently predicted the national outcome, and they have been considered roughly representative of the American melting pot as whole. Despite national polling giving Biden a lead in both states, he lost Ohio by 8 points and Florida by more than 3. For Biden to lose these key bellwethers by notable margins and still win the national election is newsworthy. Not since the mafia allegedly aided John F. Kennedy in winning Illinois over Richard Nixon in 1960 has an American president pulled off this neat trick. Even more unbelievably, Biden is on his way to win the White House after having lost almost every historical bellwether county across the country. The Wall Street Journal and Epoch Times independently analyzed the results of 19 counties across the United States that have nearly perfectly presidential voting records over the last 40 years. President Trump won every single bellwether county except Clallam County in Washington. Whereas the former VP picked up Clallam by about 3 points, President Trump's margin of victory on the other 18 counties averaged over 16 points. In a larger list of 58 bellwether counties that have correctly picked the president since 2000, Trump won 51 of them by an average of 15 points, while the other 7 went to Biden by around 4 points. Bellwether counties overwhelmingly chose President Trump, but Biden found a path to victory anyway. Number 3. Biden trailed Clinton, except in a few select cities. Patrick Basham, pollster with an accurate track record and the director of the Democracy Institute in D.C., highlighted 2 observations made by fellow colleagues. Polling guru Richard Barris of Big Data Poll and Washington Post election analyst Robert Barnes. Barris noted a statistical oddity from the 2020 election returns. Biden underperformed Hillary Clinton in every major metro area across the county, save for Milwaukee, Detroit, Atlanta, and Philadelphia. Barnes added that in those big cities and swing states run by Democrats, the vote even exceeded the number of registered voters, end quote. In the states that mattered most, so many mail-in ballots poured in for Biden from the cities that he put up record-breaking numbers and overturned state totals that looked like comfortable leads for President Trump. If Democrats succeed in eliminating the Electoral College, Biden's magic formula for turning out overwhelming vote totals in a handful of cities should make the Democrats unbeatable. Number 4. Biden won despite Democrat losses everywhere else. Randy DeSoto noted in the Western Journal that Donald Trump was pretty much the only incumbent president in U.S. history to lose his re-election while his own party gained seats in the House of Representatives. Now that's a Biden miracle. In 2020, the Cook Political Report in the New York Times rated 27 House seats as toss-ups going into Election Day. Right now, Republicans have appeared to have won all 27. Democrats failed to flip a single state in the House chamber, while Republicans flipped both the House and Senate in New Hampshire and expanded their dominance of state legislatures across the country.
Red wave.
Christina Polisi, a spokesperson for the Democratic Legislative Campaign Committee, went so far as to state, quote, "It is clear that Trump isn't an anchor for the Republican legislative candidates. He's a buoy," end quote. Amazingly, Biden beat the guy who lifted all other Republicans to victory. Now that's historic. Number 5. This is the last one. Biden overcame Trump's commanding primary vote. In the past, primary vote totals have been remarkably accurate in predicting general election winners. Political analyst David Chapman highlighted 3 historical facts before the election. First, no incumbent who has received 75% of the total primary vote has lost re-election. Second, President Trump received 94% of the primary vote, which is the 4th highest of all time, higher than Dwight Eisenhower, Nixon, Clinton, or Obama. In fact, Trump is only 1 in 5 incumbents since 1912 to receive more than 90% of the primary vote. Third, Trump set a record for the most primary votes received by an incumbent when more than 18 million people turned out for him in 2020. The previous record, held by Bill Clinton, was half that number. For Biden to prevail in the general election, despite Trump's historical support in the primaries, turns a century's worth of prior election data on its head. Joe Biden achieved the impossible. It's interesting that many more journalists aren't pointing that out.
Wow. Okay. Okay, so what happened? Like who wrote this first? Oh, I'm left alone.
Sorry about that. My microphone. I moved my microphone so she could. She turned her face away, so I don't know if you can still hear her.
Oh, it's written by J.B. Shirk.
So he's not just some journalist, right? He's he has something to do with political science.
Scroll down.
Well, as far as like credentials, I don't know. He wrote this for the Federalist, but of course he's obviously looked at his numbers.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I'll link it in here.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
what do the professionals like say about this, or is it?
Depends on what side you ask. Really.
It is, eh? Ah.
Yeah. It's gotten so ridiculous. Yeah,
Like everything you said there, it doesn't sound right.
Yeah.
It reminds me, there was some Democrat political science professor that supposedly accurately predicted the presidencies in I forget how many decades or whatever, and he predicted Trump was going to win. I haven't really followed up on that though.
Well, that's not as compelling. What is compelling is that Biden managed to defeat, resoundingly defeat all kinds of different historical precedents. That's miraculous. It's like that article said.
Yeah.
That makes no sense.
Well, it's funny because most of the country is red anyway when you look at the election data or when they put it on on your, and I don't know how the system works there. So a lot of it's going to be out of my league.
Like for example, the state of California, where I'm from, they gerrymandered the crap out of that state to where Democrats have a stranglehold on that state. I mean, good luck getting a Republican to get in office there.
Right.
In any capacity. And God, I don't know when the last time California went red for a presidential election. It's so bad. But yeah, if you look at the electoral map of the United States, you'll see that there are very, very tiny little, as far as the map is concerned, little strongholds where Democrats, obviously are overwhelmingly present in those populations. But yeah, the vast majority, the humongous vast majority of the whole rest of the country is red. And it's things like this is the reason why the Electoral College exists to begin with. If we go to popular vote, well, these little teeny tiny coastal and, heavily Democrat-run cities all across the nation, these little teeny tiny pox all across the continent, will control the whole rest of the country.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why the Electoral College, it's that way that the votes matter for those that live in red America, like more than 75% of the whole continent. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Well, and more importantly, our founders literally said that pure democracy is, mob rule. It's the greatest despotism in human history.
Oh yeah, true.
They wanted to avoid democracy. They wanted a constitutional republic for that reason.
Yeah. Huh. So what really happened then? What's going on?
That's still I keep an open mind. I'm going to tell. Well, I don't really actually keep an open mind. Okay, so I'm going to be straight up. When this whole thing began, because for years, Joel will tell you, he and I have gotten arguments. I'm like, if your vote counted, do you think they'd let you do it? I've asked that for years because I don't believe that votes actually count. I believe that
it's all rigged.
Yeah, well,
really?
It's not even. I don't even know if it's actually rigged. I don't even know if they go through that much trouble. I think that they're selected. Yeah,
really.
I think that. Yeah,
it's all fraud.
Yeah. So, but I told Joel, I said, okay, so the clearest evidence I have is that if Biden wins this election, we are living in a banana republic. It's done.
Oh, we have been. Yeah, I would assert that the Iraqis have more honest elections than we do. Yeah, they dip their fingers in a little purple ink, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I mean, if you look at other socialist countries, you notice how they somehow receive almost 100% of the vote from the people living in that nation. Come on. I mean, their people are like starving and dying and are like eating zoo animals, but yet somehow they're electing the same people in power time after time.
Well, again. I think like Jungle Dragon and others were in Antangelo was talking about how a lot of foreign nations outside of America, it is illegal to not vote. It's mandatory.
Yeah, all it does is give a false sense that you're actually freaking choosing anything. You're not.
I don't know. I think our votes up here work. Okay. I think they work.
All right.
But
I don't know. I don't think any countries does.
There are odd little problems, but nothing like what you just read. I don't know.
I linked it, by the way, for you.
Oh yeah, I'll have to read that because everywhere you go online, everybody's talking about it. So I should. Now I have some.
Well, I'll be honest. I stopped paying attention to it. I really don't care anymore. I just, you know. So yeah. If you got some insight to it too, you're saying you're paying attention to it. Please share what you're hearing too. I guess.
No, I don't understand how that works there. I don't get it. So.
Well, Joel and I, it's interesting that we actually met in a politics chat room, Yahoo Chat Politics Lobby 4. Many years ago. Yeah, that's how we met and fell in all that stuff. Fell in love with all that mess. And I've been talking politics since I was 17 years old. When I saw that there was a rampant drug abuse problem in the welfare system in California, and I'm like, this is bullcrap. This is taxpayer money, man. They're taking taxpayer money, and we're supposed to be utilizing it to help pay our bills and what have you to get on our feet, right?
Yeah.
And yet here these people they're using the money, including the food stamps that they would get, to buy methamphetamine, and they go on a high for 3 days and they pass out for another 3, and their kids would be wandering around, little tiny kids with soaked adult diapers dragging along the ground between their legs, completely unsupervised.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, this has got to stop. So yeah, I wrote up all kinds of stuff, did all kinds of research. Of course, this is before we had a personal computer. It's like a 94.
It'd be cheaper. It'd be cheaper for them to buy an old hotel and staff it and teach these people.
Well, to me, I figured it like this: if they're using drugs and they pop positive on a random drug test while they're on freaking welfare, I mean, employers can pop random drug tests. Why can't the government, when it comes to welfare recipients, if they pop positive on a welfare or a drug test, they get kicked off welfare for the first time. For 6 months for the first offense, and then the second one a year, and the third offense they're off for good. Then they're going to have to learn how to be productive in a hurry, because I'm serious. I mean, they were stealing taxpayer money to support their drug habits. I thought that was absolutely freaking heinous.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm still a person who thinks that we can do something about it.
Well, they can. But just not on taxpayers' dime.
Right. Once they have purpose, then that usually gives them a go at life,
They have to want it. And the problem with people that are on drugs is that they tend to stay on it for a very, very long time. And how much welfare, how much money should be stolen from the taxpayer to support that drug habit?
Yeah. And California's bad for that, isn't it?
Oh, gosh, yes. Oh, it's horrible. Yeah, it's terrible. These people are quite creative.
If you want to hear, I guess, a conspiracy theory to the question about how the election went wrong. You remember early on when the COVID crisis, quote unquote, started, what's his name? Fauci and all them. At first they were saying, don't wear a mask. That just makes it spread worse, And then all of a sudden, within that same month, they said they start saying the exact opposite. And so a bunch of other things. I am fairly convinced that a lot of this it's strictly for politics. They realized as what's it called never
The what?
always take advantage of a manufactured crisis. What was that?
Oh, never let a good crisis go to waste.
Yeah, who's that?
That was Rahm Emanuel.
There we go. So there's all this documented, actual published political strategy, trying to manipulate the public, trying to cause strife and fear and panic, whatever, in the populace, specifically to create a literal false flag operation, but on a civilian scale, I guess, to do things what I've described to try to promote fascism in an otherwise civilized society that would never otherwise willfully elect these people. It's like Joe Biden, for example. I don't think nobody voted for him. He was just a protest vote.
Yeah.
Even then, I think that it was an all across the board type of deal where there were a lot of Democrats. Sorry, for whatever reason, the mic keeps disconnecting.
I bumped the mic and it loses. I got to fix the cable.
I'm still pretty convinced because here's an example. A friend actually brought this up, and I thought, yeah, that makes perfect sense. He says, if New York is so incredibly heavily comprised of leftist voters, he says I would find it intolerable to live here. So I agree with that you take that thought a step further. I don't actually believe that there is that many people voting for Democrats. Not today. I think that it's a much smart, because they try to make this a fake contest. Oh, the election's so close. Oh my gosh, it's like 49-51. I don't believe that at all.
So is it just too many other people not voting?
No.
There's too many.
I think that in this
invisible
election,
people voting.
I think that the vast majority, the silent majority, you've heard that phrase. I think that those people consistently vote for Republican candidates, at least for the past few decades, if not more. And I think that the other numbers are fake and contrived.
Well, even if the number, the record turnout, the 80 million, whatever, for Biden was half true, there's 160 something million adults in America. No, yeah, 150, 160. So it seems like less than half the nation's even turning out to vote at all.
Well, again, that's assuming that their numbers are correct. I mean, come on, we've caught in so many. I mean, think about all the times in the past where they've been busted cooking all across the board. It's all BS. Yeah, I don't believe there's that many people voting for Democrats. I think that, especially in this election cycle, there's no freaking way people are like, yeah, let's go for Biden. He's going to continue to keep us out of our business so we can't go to work, and he's going to allow people to riot and pillage and plunder and burn cities down to the ground. Yeah, let's vote for. Yeah, no. Not a freaking chance.
Yeah, there's also a bunch of controversy apparently of some of the voting systems. Mm-hmm. Some sort of, what was it called? There's a word for it. Some company that managed some of the voting machines that came out of Venezuela.
Yeah, that they use the Dominion voting software in Venezuela, right?
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
Yeah, as far as that stuff goes, the particulars or what have you about what exactly happened, I don't have any kind of theory on that at all. I think that remains to be seen if it even comes out at all. I've often said, even through this administration, but certainly the previous 8-year administration under Obama, that 9/10 of what we see happening on the news and politics or whatever in Washington, D.C. is nothing more than a freaking dog and pony show. It's to get people all riled up and to get people all divided based along their gender, their sexual orientation, their race, their socioeconomic status, and all. It's all about division. I think that both parties have moved substantially left, and that's going to hurt us very badly in the end.
Yeah. So the confusion, I guess, the controversy with this Dominion system that I was hearing recently was that they supposedly have the software has the capability of
flipping votes.
Not just flipping votes, but they can also artificially weight votes. So like one candidate can be worth 1.5 votes for everybody versus, or even 2. So you can say like somebody voted for Biden, that's 2 votes versus 1 for Trump. And whether or not those variables were configured that way or not isn't as relevant, just as simply as the fact that the software allows for that to begin with.
Right.
So there's supposed evidence for that. And then, but the confusion though, so Georgia did a statewide hand recount where they went and they recounted the votes by hand, and supposedly it came out with a similar or close enough result with the electronic automated count with using that Dominion system. So they're saying that maybe the Dominion system was fine. But the other thing, though, was again with the mail-in ballots. So there's this huge controversy with some of the mail-in ballots where the names for the voters were on the outside of the envelope, and then the checkbox was whatever on the inside thing is what they used to count with the vote thing. But what many of the counties did when they took the ballot out of the envelope, they just threw away the external envelope that had the name on it. And so there's all kinds of controversy of whether that invalidates the vote because now they can't recount it. There's no verification.
Well, and then I've heard other things like many of the votes were not dated, or many of the votes didn't have signatures on them. And I've heard stories of where
they were mass produced.
That they were mass produced, these fake ballots or whatever. And then I've heard other news that as people were sending in their mail-in ballots, they were finding like heaps of freaking votes sitting on the side of the highway, and they were for Trump and stuff like that.
That reminds me, it was Chicago and some other place.
Yeah.
I think it was Chicago was the main one, but there's other ones where they literally had like 100,000 votes that just came in late, and that 100% of them were for Biden.
Yeah.
Like statistically impossible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's blatantly obvious there's some sort of fraud going on.
Exactly. And then, none of this should actually surprise anybody. If you think back to the entire tenure of President Trump, think about how many BS allegations have come up against him. I'm going to tell you right now, okay? So I know I sound like a big Trumper. I didn't vote for Trump, okay? The second time I didn't vote was only because my knees are absolutely destroyed. I'm having a heck of a time getting anywhere or doing anything. But the first time I didn't vote for Trump, because he was nowhere near conservative enough. As far, I'm like, really, we just keep moving further left and left and left. And I didn't want to. Okay, so I haven't voted for a U.S. president since 2004, and that was George W. Bush. And the reason why is because I wasn't going to vote for Mitt Romney. Oh, heck no, that guy was such a snake. I wasn't going to vote for McCain. Everybody knows that guy was a freaking snake and a half. Yeah, so I certainly wasn't going to vote for any Democrat, but yeah, so no, I didn't. Now Trump pleasantly surprised me over the past 4 years, and had my knees not been so stupidly destroyed, I absolutely would have voted for Trump this time. Absolutely.
Well, we're in Texas, so
yeah. So since we're in Texas,
that's probably another big, I think, proof, evidence, whatever you call it, of fraud, because Texas, apparently it was like 4% margin for Trump Biden. That's not possible. Not here in Texas.
Well, if you think about it, there's a lot of people, Democrats, that are running from Democrat-run cities to places like Texas because they want to rob from us now.
Oh, the barbarian hordes?
Yeah. Think about the influx of new people moving to Texas. In a lot of red states all across the country, because they can't find work in the blue states because it no longer exists. So they come here. Or the taxes and regulations are so onerous now in blue states that they came here.
And of course, they mess up the good states.
Yeah, they mess up the states that are still prosperous.
That are still American.
Yeah. It's a big fat hairy mess here down in the States now.
It is.
Yeah, I heard somebody talking about, I don't know if it was through the radio or whatever, but I heard something talking about it, and they're like, if America takes the path to leftism, they said that they're fearful that it's going to be the worst in all of human history. Mm-hmm. Because, if you think about how decadent and stupid our country has become, I'm not talking about, America, because I love America, obviously, but I'm talking about how people in America have become like, they break a nail and they lose their ever-loving mind. People have gotten that ridiculous here.
Yeah.
Their feelings are all that's important. Nobody values logic or reason anymore. It's getting rarer and rarer, and people get depressed because they can't get a hamburger or something stupid. Just really dumb, ridiculous reasons to get butthurt.
Oh, and then they get on medication and all kinds of benefits by being diagnosed as depressed.
Yeah, and people actually, it's become okay. I've heard it said this is one of the biggest reasons why I say I agree that it's going to be absolutely heinous. Is think about how victimhood has become a currency. I mean, seriously, like. For example, it's like this hierarchy, you know what I mean, of oppression, whether or not, I'm going to tell you right now, okay, I'm just going to preface this. Nobody in America is oppressed, okay? Freaking nobody. I mean,
you haven't even been overseas yet.
Exactly. And I'm telling you, there's nobody here that's freaking oppressed. So what happens is that if you're, if you're a white male, you're the worst of the worst, okay? You have privilege and you owe everybody else something. Everything that you are, everything that you own should be given to somebody else who is supposedly oppressed. And then you have white women, and they're just a single rung above white males. We're privileged too, see? And we have to give away everything to everybody else who has more victim credits, or victim currency than we do. And then, of course, you start going into the minorities, and of course, the most oppressed and the ones that deserve the most from everybody in society, of course, would be somebody who is minority and also gay.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's ridiculous how stupid all of this has become.
It's called tribalism.
And that right there is the reason why I agree with that gentleman that says that if America continues to go down the path that it's going, it's going to be worse. Because, I mean, think about it. If you remove the humanity of large swaths of people, depending on their, their victim status, supposedly, it's not too far from there that they're going to think it's okay to kill them.
Yeah, true enough.
So history proves that time and throughout time.
Yeah. Well, and it is heading that way because you can't even have a normal conversation anymore.
No, you can't. Comedians can't even tell jokes anymore. It might offend somebody.
Yeah. All these feelings are just
So you're reminding me of how they used to say America was the last best place for freedom in the world.
Mm-hmm.
That's why everybody's trying to flood to come here.
Mm-hmm.
And so, Elon Musk, he talks about trying to create the first Mars colony as a quote unquote backup plan for humanity. And he tries to caveat it as things for like asteroid impacts or some sort of non-man-made event that might destroy humanity. So he wants to make humanity a quote unquote multi-planetary species, as he puts it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he's also said this as well publicly, just not as often, that he's very concerned about the rise of fascism, and that how he basically points out, he agrees that America that's why he came to America, because he was born and raised in South Africa, and then he actually went to Canada, spent some years there, and then decided to go to college in Pennsylvania, and then finally landed in California, where he made his life as it is now. And so he's basically agreeing that America is the last best place for freedom on the planet. Mm-hmm. And if America is overrun by barbarians, there's nowhere else to go anymore. So that's part of the reason why he's sold most of his properties now. He's devalued most of his businesses. I think Tesla and SpaceX and the Boring Company are the ones really left, because he used to have dozens of different businesses. But he's basically tried to accelerate the Mars plan as fast as he can, because of everything that's going on.
Well, and that's the thing. If you don't change the hearts of the people, and they're all a bunch of irresponsible people that are trying to live off the backs of everybody else according to some victimhood status, then you don't want those people going to Mars or anywhere in the entire freaking galaxy, because they're going to bring their stupid mentality with them and ruin those places.
That's why he's making sure it's staying as a private capital
venture. He better run a whole heck of a lot of psychological evaluations on anybody he considers, because...
Well, you saw what they put me through to get hired there.
So what I find interesting about Elon Musk is that he has a lot of leftish ideas, and of course, having come from South Africa or whatever. But I've noticed that he's begun to morph, and This is a very common thread. If you look back, just even, like from the 1950s or whatever, people that have left, other countries to come to America, over time, if not immediately, they're astonished at all the red flags about our country headed down the wrong trajectory. And I mean, I'm talking like from Ayn Rand, who was a all the way through like Igor Shafarovich, Yuri Bezmenov. There's all kinds of people that have come here from, communist or some variant of socialism. It's all the same crap. That are just like, oh my gosh, what are you doing? This is the crap we did. What?
This is why we fled our nation to get away from this.
And it's like hitting the gas pedal now. I agree with J.T. Flynn, who saw a bunch of warning signs back in the 1940s, who's an author way back then. And he's like, eventually, what did he say? Hang on a minute. I gotta get it. It's so good. Give me a moment, gentlemen.
Who was that old French guy?
Friedrich Bastiat?
No, the guy that came to America.
French guy?
He'd go to different American bars. Yeah, in the 1800s.
Oh, you're thinking about Alexis de Tocqueville.
There you go.
Yeah, he was amazing. He loved America so much. He says, the biggest scourge America has, and to get rid of it right now is slavery.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hang on a minute. I'm going to look up J.T. Flynn here. Okay. I have this huge, Joel has a fledgling quotes notepad file.
Yes, she's the professional quotesmith, I say.
He says, okay, this is one quote, and this was written in, this is
2007.
Well, that's the rewrite, but anyway, liberal fascism, the secret history of the American left from Mussolini to the politics of meaning. This was republished because he wrote his stuff in 1944. See. Okay, so this is the first one. It is born in crisis, lives on crises, and cannot survive the era of crisis. By the very law of its nature, it must create for itself, if it is to continue, fresh crises from year to year. Mussolini came to power in the post-war crisis and became himself a crisis in Italian life. Hitler's story is the same. And our future is charted out upon the same turbulent road of permanent crisis. Think coronavirus.
Yeah, that's COVID, yeah.
That's just one. Okay, and then here's another one that he wrote in 1944, As We Go Marching. Quote, we shall presently be presented with the final crisis, the necessity of taking the last few steps of the last mile to fascism in some generated crisis, of ending the prologue and running up the curtain on the swelling theme, or of calling off the whole wretched business in some costly yet inescapable convulsion. And here's another one. Nevertheless, this is the last one. Nevertheless, it is part of the government's plan to continue this new and abrasive order. Normal is precisely the condition to which we will not be permitted to return. Its spokesmen have said so in a score of times, quote, we cannot think of discontinuing the wartime controls, end quote. They add more specifically, but in view of the inevitable resistance of the people, how can such a system be continued? The answer is ready. We begin this experiment in 1933 under the pressure of an internal economic crisis. We continue and extend it under stern necessities of a war crisis. When the war ends with its inevitable chaos, unemployment, and world commitments, we must continue it under the inexorable compulsion of the post-war crisis. And there indeed is the secret of this whole black chapter. It is born in crisis, lives in crisis, and cannot survive the era of crisis. So there you go.
Yeah, that's right on the money.
Yeah, this reminds me how all the naysayers are talking about, can we ever go back to normal after COVID? That's exactly what Flynn was talking about.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
right.
Scary.
Exactly. It is scary.
And you can go back and, because I've done extensive historical research on all this nonsense. And I mean, Igor Shafarovich was amazing. He wrote The Socialist Phenomenon. And he was a Russian mathematician who came here. And he goes back as far as can possibly be gone back to.
He goes back to ancient Egyptian.
Yeah, and about different socialist societies and what have you. And I'll tell you, even with the tiny little itty bitty differences, the insignificant differences, it's all the same freaking crap over and over and over.
Yeah.
So all somebody has to do. Okay, so I recommend, if you're interested, read anything by Friedrich Bastiat. He was a French economist from 1801 to 1850. It will terrify you. When you read it, you'll be like, oh my goodness, because it's exactly what's happening now. I mean, almost verbatim. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
for sure.
I mean, minus the whole Rona nonsense. That's just one of many crises that the government likes to use. But yeah.
Oh,
Got her started, Jesse.
It's costing our government millions of dollars. I haven't worked since May. Since it started.
Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh.
No, there's no
Well,
work.
and it seems as though that this is a worldwide effort. Take a step back and look at how similarly everybody's handling this nonsense. There's a few countries that aren't, and they're doing fine economically because they didn't shut down, because they didn't do the China model. You know what I mean?
Right.
And force everybody to lose their jobs.
Yeah.
And as many as they possibly could. And what was funny? It cracked me up. I told Joel, okay, because at first I was like, okay, look, with everything that we're seeing, because you have to basically pay attention to stuff like this from the beginning, right? Read every news article you can to get a feel for what the government's really doing.
Right.
And you'll see a whole lot of nonsense. Oh my gosh. But, oh gosh, what was I saying? Oh, it's the way that they're handling it. It seems as though this is a worldwide effort to essentially destroy the world economically the best they can without so killing it off that they actually hurt themselves in the process, of course, because government, you know how they are.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, get as many people dependent on government as possible. Weaken our defenses, the whole 9 yards. Because I mean, if you destroy an economy, you've destroyed a country. It's that simple. It's there's no more effective way to destroy the economy. And like Obama allowing, I mean, unbelievable amounts of people to cross the border illegally, and with the promise of free benefits and the whole 9 yards. That's like step one. What's some other crazy crap that they've done? It's really late that the government's done to try to break the economy. Obamacare, or the hilariously named Affordable Care Act to impoverish more Americans and to give government more power over people's health care.
Well, I do like our health care we have here.
Well, I mean, it's great as long as you're pretty healthy. I mean, if you start getting seriously ill, I think that problems will arise. Whereas, like people all around the world for, I don't even know how long, have been running to America as fast as they can as soon as they come down with something really serious, or their children or family members do, to try to get treatment, because waiting for healthcare in other countries is difficult. But as long as you're reasonably healthy, I mean, socialized medicine seems good. It's those people that are extremely sick or that need extra freaking care, or are terminal. That's where you start to introduce problems. And I've noticed that there's a worldwide trend now that they are removing life support systems from people that are terminal anyway. So it's like, it's heinous. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, like the Dutch are like the absolute worst. I mean, people can go in there and sign up to get killed if they've got dementia or they're depressed. Even children. It's crazy. Oh my gosh. So yeah, governments all around the world are handling this all the same way. And it's a terrible death cult that's arising all around the world now. And I fear it's going to get a whole heck of a lot worse. But I'm thinking back to like Hitler. He was killing all the sick and infirmed, Yeah. People that disagree with him politically. I mean, we're headed right there. We're absolutely headed there.
Yeah, you guys didn't need an election right now, did you? For sure.
What do you mean?
Well, it would be better if in another year the election happened or something. All this is too much for your.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident that the whole COVID thing. I mean, there's all kinds of other confessed examples of where the statistics and the death rates and everything have been falsified. They've been purposefully mixing other results to create this artificial crisis to help destabilize an election year. I think this is all contrived.
I absolutely do too. I mean, even the CDC, I've got an article I still saved, but the CDC had discovered that most of their freaking tests at one point were supposedly already infected, contaminated with COVID.
Yep. And they confirmed that.
Yep. And not only that, but people were getting diagnosed with COVID when they were sick with other things. And then there were the death certificates. The hospitals were getting a whole lot of money, a lot more money, if they wrote COVID as a cause of death, which also helps bolster the fake numbers.
We had a friend of ours that he's a retired medical doctor talking about that.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I mean, like
let
right
Jesse
now.
Talk too, man.
Oh, real quick. Like, okay, is anybody sick with a cold or flu now, or are they all COVID? I mean, seriously. It's just all nonsense. It's like, come on.
Really I wouldn't say we have that kind of thing up here. I really wouldn't. They post results, and 10 people died this month already in Alberta. In our province, so I don't know, and they're all 70 and older.
You know, I've always been a big believer, especially with a supposed illness that has such an incredibly great survival rate. We were talking 98% plus are going to survive this thing, and yet they're treating it as if like it's the Black Plague. You know, we're going to lose half our country. You know, it's like what?
I'm one that I'm a high risk because I have a autoimmune disorder. So I'm high risk. So it's just as well that I'm not working anyway, but I really like the fact that they're making everybody wear masks and doing all that. Whether I know you told me the problem about what the mask is, but I mean, I'm glad of the
heightened awareness.
Yeah.
Well, heightened awareness is always good, but to take draconian measures like to cause millions upon millions of people to lose their jobs, to put people on lockdowns, basically like a soft form of freaking martial law, imposing that on people, is actually far more dangerous health-wise than the COVID. I mean, okay, so yeah, protect those that are most vulnerable. Joel and I are both most vulnerable too because of our conditions. So, but still, you know, reason has to win the day. Quarantine the sick. You know what I mean? Absolutely quarantine the sick.
Yeah.
Don't quarantine the healthy too, or you absolutely kill them through all kinds of other ways. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I'm probably falling down that road too.
Oh, I hope not, darling. Please don't. Please.
Watching more YouTube is harder on me than anything else.
Really? Aww. Yeah, people are getting depressed. They're resorting to drugs, alcohol, suicide. Freaking people that have cancers are having trouble getting tested because, you know, it's not essential, and it's terrible. I mean,
Yeah.
More people are going to die from them locking everybody down over a virus that has such a phenomenal good success rate than those that are going to die from COVID.
And depression's going to hit a lot of people too.
Yep.
You know, my mom is having trouble too. She's not going out, and she's struggling with that too.
Yep. It's heinous. I don't understand. I mean, well, I do actually understand why they're doing it, but it has nothing to do with keeping everybody safe. I mean, come on. I mean, more people die in freaking car wrecks, you know what I'm saying, than COVID. I mean, for real. You could slip and fall in the shower. I'm sure that, I mean, I could be wrong. I haven't looked up the actual statistics, but I'm sure slip and fall deaths in the shower are higher than COVID deaths, you know, overall.
Isn't there some sort of residual to this? Something happens, or you stay sick after?
I've heard that, but again, I'm still on the fence over whether this thing really exists at all to begin with. I mean, think about it. The regular flu causes people to come down with pneumonia and die too. But I'll tell you what the narrative is. Again, I don't know for sure. I take precautions because it's smart. We're diabetic. we should take precautions anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But what I've heard, again, the narrative is that supposedly some people will pass away from the after effects. Apparently, they say that it causes like some kind of permanent lung damage and various other residual ailments and stuff like that too. Another reason why I'm concerned about this whole mess is, which there's so many reasons, I've listed just a few, but is the supposed vaccination nonsense. So Dr. Anthony Fauci, this is a supposed expert, right, is like, oh, the vaccine, everything will go back to normal. Now he's saying, oh, the vaccine, but everybody still needs to be, it's like, what?
Raising the bar.
Yeah, he keeps moving the goalposts like left, right, and center. It's like, oh, this is just going to be with us forever now. Just like JT Flynn said, government crisis never ending. Yeah. So, and my concern is, okay, this is something that I thought about in the very beginning of all this nonsense. I'm like, look at how many people are willing to completely and wholesale sacrifice their liberties on all fronts over something that the government claims is there. And I told Joel, I'm concerned that this is like a test run to see just how much government can get people to comply, to strip them completely of their liberties. And I'm concerned that they're going to release something worse on us, inflict something worse on us. Because, I mean, even if this COVID thing does exist, we have a whole nother subject to talk about as to how willingly the government allowed it to come into the country to begin with. I mean, Trump did try to stem the tide, by going ahead and closing international travel from China and stuff like that early on, for which he should be commended, absolutely. But people on the ground, like, for example, there was a plane full of people, I still got the article link, that were permitted to travel with regular people on the plane that were actively sick with freaking COVID coming here to the United States. Those were people that were from the cruise liners that were found to have come down with COVID.
Oh, the Canadians. The Canadians.
Mm-hmm.
Was that the Canadians? Was that the Canadians in Florida?
I thought it was Americans on that flight, but yeah, it could have been Canada too. Well,
I know there was a Canadian ship, I think, around Florida, and they wouldn't let them dock.
Yep, but eventually they let them come home. And
yeah, they did.
They were still infected, and they were allowed to arrive home on planes with uninfected people. I mean, just stupid stuff. And then there was another article about medical professionals and stuff like that mishandling people with supposed COVID, and the whistleblower calling them out on it. So it's like failure. If this thing is real, they bungled it, and it has to be on purpose. Because, I mean, the way that the world is all handling it, minus just a very few countries, the way that the whole world is uniformly handling this nonsense is terrifying. They're all using the same freaking model.
Yeah, well, that's all they know. Yeah.
But now they don't. Yeah. There's no reason to shut down the entire freaking world because of a virus that has such a high success rate, high mortality rate. People are living with it for the most part. Again, go ahead and ask the people that are high risk to go ahead and quarantine themselves, but don't demand it. I mean, if somebody wants to take the risk to come down with a virus that they have a good chance of surviving anyway, let them. Holy heckle beans. And let the other people that want to lock down and want to lose their job and want to, go through the hell of trying to prevent themselves from getting sick, let them do that. Give people the freedom.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, Joel and I, we've locked down ourselves for the vast majority of this thing, but watching governments demand it to the point of arresting them is absolutely foolish.
It's fascism.
It's the small businesses and people that are living from paycheck to paycheck that I'm scared of. Mm-hmm. They're all getting hurt.
They're getting hurt bad. And oh, sorry, go ahead. I'm on my soapbox. There's so many things to share.
Very cute. I wanted to share this. Go ahead. Have you heard about this one yet, Jesse?
No.
Dude, you gotta watch it.
We know it acts like a virus. It causes high fever and respiratory distress. Tracking and treating a mysterious outbreak like this would take the CDC months.
We better get started then. Anyone who hasn't been exposed already needs to wear a mask.
China. Isn't that where flu viruses come from?
Yeah. A lot of viruses come from there.
International flight to China?
That's no coincidence. Whatever it is, it originated in China.
Time is not on our side.
It's like looking for a needle in a needle stack.
We have ruled out all the usual suspects: influenza, SARS, bacterial pneumonia.
How long is it going to take?
Well, it took 34 days to isolate the coronavirus that caused SARS, and that's fast.
I'm authorizing a quarantine on everyone who's come in contact with a symptomatic person.
There's got to be something I can do.
And the enzyme this virus leaves when they reduce
So the chloroquine. So the chloroquine.
This is it. This is your virus.
I'm sorry, but there's no cure for that. Chloroquine, that's an anti-malarial drug.
No. Listen, it suppresses the enzymes. Welcome back, you damn fool. What happened?
We started everyone on chloroquine, stopped the thing dead in its tracks. Now, the CDC would have figured it out eventually, but not in time.
It's from an episode of a show called Dead Zone back in 2003.
Oh.
What does that make you think?
I like how the title is like, oh, it predicted it. No, it just shows that the government's, oh, that's a good story. Let's go with it ourselves. You know? Goodness.
Hey, Gavin, you want a link for that YouTube thing? Or what? Gavin's asking for a link on it.
Oh, Gavin is. Oh, is he here?
It looks like it. Hold on.
Is he in the chat or let him in the chat?
Yes. He said, link, please. Oh, for that video or for the StreamYard here?
Give him the StreamYard. I want to hear Mr. Gavin.
Well, I got it linked at the top. He keeps forgetting. So yeah, I'm not prone to conspiracy theories, but
Well, when you look at history,
This
are
one's
they
pretty-
really conspiracy theories?
it's pretty crazy. Yeah.
I mean, people are like, "Oh, America wouldn't do some evil thing to people." Okay, did they not heard about the Tuskegee experiment? Come on, come on.
What's up, Gavin?
Shalomski.
Hi,
howdy.
darling.
Getting that?
You're killing me, Mrs. Joel.
Why? Why? What am I doing?
Super cute.
No, I won't go into it.
I want to know. Tell me, please.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
It's
Did you get all churched up at Praises?
Yeah, I've been swapping between you guys and Praises, and then I had a few phone calls as well.
Oh.
Yeah. Hasn't been a slow night, that's for sure.
You're not supposed to be doing personal stuff, you know. You're supposed to be just paying attention to Joel's stream.
Well, until I see some Benjamins in my bank account from Praise, I'll do what I like, actually. Still waiting for that long-awaited pay rise.
Yeah. Good. How'd it go over there?
Oh, it was fine. Yeah. It seemed to be fine. Just the usual. It was actually pretty. There was a lot of people there. You know,
Good.
20 people watching, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
Did you guys? Hey, I just had a dazzling revelation, but I think this may be something that a lot of people overlook. Praise never has super chats.
Yeah, you were saying that last night.
Yeah. Like he makes no money from his stream. It actually costs him money. Well, yeah, it must cost him more than he gets in, but he never has super chats, and that's something that no one ever talks about. So,
well, he's not getting paid by YouTube either.
I realize that. Yeah, I realize that, Jesse.
So I don't know. He maybe he's got a bank account.
Well, who knows? I spoke to his dad today. Praise's dad.
Oh, good.
Well, Praise's dad is the spitting image of Praise in about 30 years.
Okay.
My God, talk about loud. I had to hold the phone about a foot away from my head. It sounded just like Praise, but a guy that's like 30 years on.
Good.
Yeah, so that was kind of fun. But I didn't know what to call him. I thought I'd just call him Mr. Praise, but I thought, oh, that sounds stupid. So just ended up calling him Sir.
Praise's dad.
Yeah. Well, I ended up calling him Dad in the end, so it was easy.
That's cool.
Yeah. Gee, there's a lot of people in the room, eh? The room was pretty full most of the time.
Good.
Were they talking about something better, I hope?
Yeah. They were, believe it or not. Well, when I was looking, there wasn't much talk about once saved, always saved. So that was good.
Yeah.
And nobody was saying anything bad in the chat about you, Joel, which is a good thing, from what I could see anyway.
I'd still be over there talking tonight, I suppose, if they weren't being so rude.
Yeah. But the best way to ruin any party is just to put two humans together, eh?
Maybe not. You get good people together, usually. It's a great time.
Yeah. That's true.
We had Iger in here earlier.
So you didn't convert him to a round Earth?
Oh, I don't.
Actually, yeah, Jesse, did you hear him? He actually said the Earth is round. He said he did agree the Earth is a globe. He's promoting geocentrism.
Oh, okay.
So he's getting there.
Yeah, step by step.
That's cute. And that's fine. I mean, as long as I told him, as long as we can, we still be friends, that's all that matters.
Yeah.
I broke out Google Earth, though. Have you seen that? It's like a three-dimensional. You can go look at anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
It's like a virtual globe on your computer. I can show you real quick if you want, but
sure. Yeah.
And I went around a few places to where I used to be stationed at, for example, overseas.
Sure.
Tiger was talking about how he had us zoom into a few places to show how some places have like a 3D little graph for the map for the cars and the buildings and stuff. But it was fun. Could talk a little bit about where I used to live.
So is it accessible to anyone?
Yep.
Google Earth.
It's free online. Just Google Earth. You either download it as an app or this is just to the browser.
Okay. Wow.
There's New Zealand, I forget. Is it over here
to the east of Australia.
Huh?
We're to the east of Australia.
I knew that.
There we are.
Oh, you're quite a ways south, too.
Kiwi Islands. What's this blue stuff? Is that freshwater or something?
Can you get an exact address with Google
Yeah.
Earth?
Yeah, usually.
Really? Wow.
What part do you live in? North, south, east, west?
I'm in the North Island and I'm in Auckland.
Oh, you're in Auckland. Okay.
How do you spell it?
It's AUCKLAND.
Auckland.
If I gave you my street address and went out on the balcony and waved, do you think you could see me?
Oh, it's not live. Yeah.
Oh, it's not live.
These are
Not
satellite
live.
collections. They're usually about a year or two old. So no,
Oh, okay. All right. Gotcha.
not that sophisticated yet.
Right.
Does that look familiar?
Yeah, that's the city. I never go into the city.
Ah.
Yep. It's New Zealand.
I don't think I'm going to share any more on the YouTube streams.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
No.
What did she say?
I think her feelings are hurt.
What did she say? She doesn't want to go on any more YouTube streams?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think her feelings are hurt, Mr. Gavin, about what is it that he said? Oh, that you wouldn't share why you were laughing about what she said.
Oh.
Well, and it's not really appropriate for, it's not really appropriate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably
Why?
along
Well, what is it?
remember how he's saying how the not in the marriage contents, he's being silly.
Yeah. Yeah. Love you, but not in a married way.
Yeah, he's just being silly. What about you? Yeah, Australian Kiwis are.
No.
Come on.
I don't get it. I don't understand. What, did I say something wrong?
No, he was just being.
No, you didn't say anything wrong. Nothing wrong at all.
Gavin was going to say something inappropriate and then realized it after he started to screw up and then basically stopped.
Yeah, the spirit intervened into my flesh.
Well, if I've done anything wrong, I would absolutely like to know.
Yeah.
I don't
No,
want
you haven't. No. You've done nothing wrong. Nothing
Yeah,
wrong.
I'm so sorry, baby. It's just us guys being dumb on occasion. And Gavin's a good guy, so
He is a good guy. I agree.
that's
He's
all.
a very good guy.
Nothing about you personally.
What's that park?
It's like a golf course.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Sand traps and stuff. Yeah.
Those are real pictures?
Yeah.
That is stunningly beautiful.
Satellite pictures. Yep. And Google sometimes will make a 3D overlay of some places. Oh, what did I do? There we go. So yeah.
Wow.
Some golf course in New Zealand.
Look at all that green and beautiful trees. Wow.
Well, it's very artificial.
Wow.
Spent a lot of money making that green, I'm sure. There's other places that I'm sure are naturally green.
I see some very dark places.
Joel, can I get you to type in Raglan, New Zealand? So it's R for Roger, A for Apple, G for Giraffe, L for Larry, A for Apple, N for November.
Plop.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Absolutely stunning.
Church of Jesus Christ. Is this where you are?
No, I'm not there, but I go there lots.
Gotcha.
I bet you your drive is beautiful.
Yeah. Can you type in Manu as in MAN for November, U for umbrella, Bay, BAY, Manu Bay. That should take us to the ocean.
Wow.
Is that where you surf?
That's one of the places, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Absolutely beautiful. Oh my goodness.
Do you have those? Oh, what are they called? Jellyfish there? Oh, look.
Yeah, but not bad enough to kill you, Jesse.
Oh,
That is lovely. Oh my
have you been stung by one ever?
No, never.
Oh. So there's not too many of them, eh?
No, they're pretty rare.
What about sharks?
I've only seen 2 sharks in my entire life.
Here we go. It's like,
Oh, hey, a place you can go.
yeah, it looks like the Google truck went on this beach. There we go.
Wow, look at that water. Oh my
There it is.
Beach art.
It looks
if you can sort of go towards the top left-hand corner, because that's what we're seeing now is the actual beach.
Mm-hmm.
But if you go more towards the top left-hand corner, you'll see the first of three. It's what they call point breaks.
Someone over here.
Yeah. So on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see the land sticking out like in a finger.
Mm-hmm.
If you could zoom in there, we might be able to see what the surf's like.
So this is the edge of where Google took pictures at.
Okay.
So we got this area. So this is the street map view here. So we can only go where the blue spots are. So that part I guess you're talking about is not quickly accessible.
Right. Okay. What about up on the top there?
That dude is still out there.
Oh.
We're ready to go pick up a lot.
Okay. Can you swing the camera towards the left-hand side? Bit more.
Ooh, look at that.
Bit
Ooh.
more. Bit more.
Yeah, that is stunning. Oh my goodness.
Ah, there's the toilets. So on the other side of the toilets is a world-class left-hand point break.
Wow.
Oh, that's silly, eh? You got to click each one to go.
Well, that's the slow way doing. I guess I can zoom back out.
Oh.
Stay close to the toilet.
Stay close to the toilet.
Oh.
That's looking more familiar.
We need to go get to the store to get a lock.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry to bring it up again.
There's the
Wanna
toilet.
make sure we
Oh,
do it.
come on.
I'm sure that guy's still out there. What's up with that?
Oh, maybe he's just a guy wanting to be outside at 3 o'clock in the morning.
All night long. He's been out there
How
all
dare
night.
he?
Might be praise out walking.
Uh-oh.
No, it wouldn't be. Wow, that's amazing.
Yep. So let's zoom in. I don't know. Yeah.
Too much greenery. Stuff grows too well there.
Blocking the view.
New Zealand's a really green country. even in the summer.
Mosquitoes? Do you have mosquitoes?
Not really. Nah.
You want to see green in Texas? Woodland, Texas. North of Houston.
Oh, watch this. This is going to be awesome, y'all.
This makes me a little sick. Let's see here. Let's see. Where's a good spot?
Well, you see all the greenies everywhere.
Lots of old growth forests everywhere.
Wow.
You know, it's the middle of urban.
Everybody thinks that Texas is all desert, and it's not.
Is this odd for Texas or not? Yes. See,
no, it's normal.
It's normal. Okay.
Yep. This is where I used to go for Boy Scouts, Camp Strake.
Oh, okay.
Can you put the thingy there?
What are average summer temperatures in Texas?
Oh, it differs. Dallas is usually, it's a little colder, 50s, 70s. Houston, it's 100 degrees. Yeah.
It's not 50s and 70s in Dallas. It reaches triple digits too.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
it'll snow. Yeah, it'll snow in North Texas, but not in South Texas or Central.
Oh,
wow. Yeah. Snow in Texas.
Yep.
Would have never thought that.
Yep.
How come you don't have palm trees and stuff?
Oh.
You do like in Galveston, but yeah, you really don't find them often in Texas, which is interesting for being, I was born and raised in Southern California. That's pretty much the native tree there, you know what I mean? It's everywhere.
They have palm trees on the In-N-Out burger restaurants.
Yeah.
Oh, what's this?
This is a kind of famous old. I mean, they have like 100-plus-year-old colonial homes and stuff. If I could find where the main strip is, it's been a while. Hold on.
Well, those that survived the many hurricanes. I mean, Galveston historically has been devastated.
This is Galveston?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is the song. This is the song.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Get off I-45. So yeah, this is the main drag here, I think.
I wouldn't. This just doesn't seem right to be a country song and it singing about this place. Hey,
well, these are palm trees.
Palm trees.
When we get down closer to the shoreline, if it'll let me. Hang on it.
See, it probably stays a little cooler being so close to the ocean, hey? Okay.
Oh yeah.
Well, what's funny about it is, again, being from Southern California, I came to Texas and he's like driving me by the Gulf of Mexico, the ocean there. And it's all freaking brown. I'm like, oh, what is this?
Yeah, it's a gulf. It's not the ocean.
Like, it looks like a giant toilet. Holy moly. It was pretty incredible.
Wow. Where's the friggin' housing area?
Why is the water brown, Mrs. Joel? Why is the water brown?
Yeah, it was like brown.
He's asking you why.
Oh, it's Joel explained it to me. It's like how the currents flow in the Gulf, that a lot of the
mud.
dirt, the ocean floor gets stirred up in it, and that's what causes that effect.
Okay.
I'm trying to find the housing section, guys.
Yeah, they do have some really impressive, beautiful, old houses. Gorgeous.
Wow.
There we go. Yeah, these are century-old colonial homes down there.
Not that fancier ones down the streets.
Yeah, we're not in the old section still, but there's some houses that are some mansions and such that are really fancy.
Does it look a lot like Louisiana?
I think it's a little cleaner. Louisiana's very old and dirty and falling apart.
Oh, here we go. Wasn't that one? Or no? Not that one. That one over there.
Yeah. The other one up here looks like coming up.
Okay.
That's a church.
Nice. Yeah.
Yep. And then the beaches they're not bad, I guess. I mean, yeah, they're not California beaches.
Well, and the problem with California beaches is that, you know, people aren't terribly great there, so they litter the crud out of California beaches.
I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard that.
See, look how clean that is. Texans have more manners.
Yeah.
Well, because you get your butt kicked. Our state motto is "Don't mess with Texas."
Well, they have seagulls, that's for sure. Goodness.
Yep.
Poor things.
This is by Crystal Beach.
Do they surf there?
Oh yeah.
I wouldn't want to live in Galveston because hurricanes, no thanks.
The houses are on stilts.
Oh my gosh.
Are they really?
Yeah. See if I can find a few.
Oh. Gavin had a phone call.
Yeah.
That one's not on
Yeah,
stilts.
they're not. Some aren't.
So how do they survive the water that comes in there?
Yeah.
They usually evacuate
Yeah.
days before. If it's a bad enough hurricane, they'll mandatory evacuate everybody.
Yeah. It's really well built stuff.
To where? To where?
Usually
Anywhere,
just further north.
Yep.
So they don't have a place that you can go to? So you just get in your car and go stay in your car somewhere?
Or no.
Or you stay with relatives, or sometimes some cities further inland will open up shelters, but
Normally they go up the I-45 interstate, which can get, like, we call it the I-45 parking lot because it gets very congested. Yeah, just go further north.
So does Houston have trouble with hurricane too in the water?
Oh yeah.
oh heck yeah, they do.
Yeah, my folks, I was born and raised in the Deer Park area. There's Texas City. Where's Deer Park? There's Highlands. Where's Baytown?
It's gonna
LaPorte.
be close to Baytown and LaPorte, yeah.
Yeah, somewhere in this mess. There's Channelview. Where's Deer Park? There's San Jacinto, Kelly.
No, that's not how you pronounce it.
Okay, where am I at? This I-10. Come on. There's Pasadena. Where's Deer Park? There it is, Deer Park. So my folks.
How many people in Houston?
Like 10 million or more, 12 million. I forget.
Isn't it like one of the largest cities?
It's like the
in
fifth
US?
largest in the world. Yeah.
Yeah, the world. Wow, I didn't know that.
It's my old high school. But anyway, so my mom, they still live here in Deer Park, and when they had a real bad hurricane, I used to live over here in Stafford area, so they'd come over here and stay with me for a while, because they would still flood my area, but it wouldn't be like, death defying.
Murder and yeah.
Where is it? There's 610. Where the heck is First 59? Why does everything look different from there?
Well, it's been some years now.
Well, still, where's 59? There it is. 59 is the Beltway. So where's Stafford?
So how long does it take to drive from one side of the city to the other?
I like to kind of tease it. It takes you half an hour to an hour to drive anywhere in town, whether it's 10 miles away across the town, or if it's just,
okay,
a couple blocks down the road. It still takes you forever.
Yeah. So you've got that figured out to a certain amount. Yeah, I get that. Oh, look at those. Oh.
I'm trying to find Texas Instruments, where I used to work. See, there's the Beltway. There's 59. It's right off 59. Where the heck is it? Here somewhere.
What was really funny is I'm from California, and Joel's from Houston, and there's this area that is supposedly like really terrible called the Fourth Ward. Known for crime and all kinds of terrible things. And it was the middle of the night. We were out and about. I don't know why anymore, but we wound up somehow in the Fourth Ward, and Joel was panicking.
Scared,
He was so scared, and I'm looking around going, it's Fresno. What? I'm like, this is nothing. It was so cute. He's like, and then he couldn't get his phone to work to get instructions out of Fourth Ward, and he's like, oh,
well, because
we're gonna die.
That's where you get shot.
It looked like California. was really funny.
That's not Texas Instruments.
Maybe it is. Do they
No.
have new buildings?
It can't be that new.
Maybe it's just good maintaining, huh?
Where's Walmart? It was right across the street from Walmart.
You are cute.
Walmart's last forever, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a Wally World.
Oh, right. Texas Instruments is right here then. Yeah, here we go. Water towers. Oh wow, you're right. It has changed. That's the main building here.
Mm-hmm.
This is where I did my plasma physics chunk. This is the main vacuum pump stations. So maintained all the positive and negative pressure, cleaning stuff. What is this?
What are those chillers for? They're big.
Oh, these are water towers for air conditioning, mainly cooling.
That's it. Okay. It must be hot there because they're big.
Oh yeah.
It gets. I mean,
100% humidity, 100 degrees outside is the norm.
I walked outside and it's hard to breathe. I'm like, what?
This is the water deionization facility.
Wow.
Where's the hydrogen bomb bunker? Where's it at? Remember that, Kelly? They take it away? Where'd it go?
It's been like over 10 years. I don't think I remember much from it.
Where's the lake? Had a little duck pond in here somewhere. You see it? It's like right over here somewhere. Where'd it go?
They may have removed it, darling.
What?
Yeah.
I love that pond. What is wrong with these people? Why can't you just leave stuff alone? Yeah, it's gone.
Probably got mold in it.
Well, it was nice. It was a nice little nature preserve. A little gaggle of ducks in it. Go out there and just hang out, have a picnic. Yeah, it's all gone now. Storage facility there. Yep, this is where they make. It's a R&D. It's called HFAB. 3 floors of super fancy stuff.
Like what? Like what's R&D?
Research and development.
This
is where they go. This is one of the places that develops the new microchips, and that other fabs will mass produce them. But, yeah. Wait a minute.
Texas Instruments makes microchips. Is that what they make, or what else? I kind of think they might for their own equipment, though, right? Or
no.
For everybody.
Almost every Ethernet NIC card has a TI chip in it. Every cell phone, all the DSP chips and IO chips and stuff. So your cell phone's got tons of TI chips, IT chips. TI. They do. Yeah, they make some of the most advanced microchips in the world. They do a lot of military stuff, and they'll do toys, but
calculators.
Yeah, that's what they're kind of famous for, is calculators, but
yeah,
they do everything. One of the more expensive ones, which was surprising, we had a $25 million budget for developing a new microchip for the BMW's anti-lock braking system, for example. They wanted us to do it under $25 million in 5 years. We were pushing that budget.
Oh,
because we were revolutionizing. Again, we do new stuff that's never been done before.
It doesn't look like a well-kept yard.
It's not. Yeah, it's looking aged.
Like,
I haven't been there since when, Kelly? 2005-ish, 2006, I think is when I left.
Like
no,
stuff's
I don't know.
Growing out of control. Is that a walkway from one building to another?
Yeah, this is where the large scale, was it LGSI, where they actually do the design prints.
I'm more concerned about that little walkway between the two buildings. Is that a walkway?
A little nasty.
You guys don't like going outside or what?
Hold on. It might be because Google just doesn't have a good resolution. Let's go a little closer.
Here you go, Joel.
Oh, yeah, no, it's all overgrown now. Look at that. What? Okay, that's terrible, Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
You thought Gavin was being
wrong.
inappropriate.
What's that?
Nothing.
Well, that's out of the bag, Kelly.
Well, okay, so he wears this. He has to, of course, everybody's wearing masks now. So he's wearing this thing. It really, seriously, the material of the mask that he has is like underwear material for females.
Mm-hmm.
So we make jokes that he has to find his face panties.
Yeah,
Who is?
Joel.
Who's-
Yeah,
Oh.
they gave me this real fancy face mask for work. It's
Well,
it's like a panty liner.
It's
Oh.
just exactly the same material they use for women's underwear.
Yeah, it's nice and comfortable. So it's my panties for my face apparently.
Yes.
And so she found. Go back to your meme.
No, I'm not.
Something about G strings for your.
They're like, why is this G-string so uncomfortable? Where's my face mask?
Yeah, there's all kinds of. This wasn't there before. What is this? iLab? What is this?
Hey.
Pulse Street?
Well, from what I hear, isn't like Houston growing like Dallas is, where it's just constant construction nowadays?
Well, yeah, it's always been like that. But
Well, there
dude,
you
this
go.
used to be all open space and parking lots. Now look at it. It's like all I don't know. Everything's changed.
All developed. Well, yeah, they get a couple $1 million for that,
Heck yeah.
or more.
And not only that, but how
Oh, yeah. Look at
wow,
that.
how
That-
exponentially quickly
That
Texas
place is falling apart.
I was gonna say it doesn't look like it's being used anymore.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, people throwing stones. Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Is that storm damage you just never repaired?
No, I'm thinking that it's closed, and so yeah,
Wow.
it's either being renovated. Yeah, so third floor is where all the fab equipment was, and the second floor was pipe space, and the first floor was all logistic stuff. That'd be cool if I could see inside there. So you go closer.
Yeah, it would be neat.
People go in there and they start hawking the copper and everything out of there, don't they?
It does look like it's been gutted, yeah.
It does.
Because the second floor pipe space for sure, that was full of it was packed full of equipment and pumps and gas
What's that?
panels.
What's that damage from there on just one more over to the left there? What's all that damage from?
I'm zoomed in.
Yeah, that just looks like. Did someone do that?
Well, Kelly might be right. It might have been storm damage. We do get tornadoes on occasion.
They'll do that?
Yeah.
Oh
Ooh,
gosh,
yeah.
yeah. Ooh. Tornadoes are terrifying. I'm scared to death of them. Yeah, they are scary.
What was really nice, there was in the middle of the building, there was an arboretum. So like come here. These glass, they're all fogged over now, but this used to be nice and clear. There was a little like park inside, trees, little waterfalls, everything.
Wow. Is Texas Instruments going downhill a little bit?
Not that I know of. I mean, I haven't really followed them. I sold all my stock, so I don't know. But
They may have just gone to a new facility somewhere else. Yeah, because that looks severely dilapidated. Like they've abandoned that years ago.
it does. I have to call and find out. But yeah, most of their fabs are in Dallas, the D-fabs, where the main productions are. This was kind of like a, what do you call it? This was a very rare fab back in the day when I was there. Because again, it was doing research. It was like a research fab.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the acid dock. If I can get it to maneuver right. Wait a minute. Where's the acid dock?
Look at the structure on this beautiful supercell, Joel.
Yep.
Wow.
What am I? I'm getting confused here. Okay, so that's the vacuum house. This should be the acid dock. Right here, it's all mess right here. It's like all grown over. This should be a giant loading offload section where we had big trucks come through and.
Oh.
Yeah, there used to be a liquid oxygen facility here. It's all gone. Crazy. Look at that. It's all gone. Oh well. Stuff doesn't last forever, I guess. Yeah, it's definitely not in use anymore. I got friends still that work elsewhere that I could call and ask them if they know what happened. Anyways, yeah, that's where I used to work.
Neat.
Back in the day. I guess this is what's left. So we used to have a liquid hydrogen facility, and we had this big dirt concrete barrier out here, and it looks like they've cut through most of it. It's not as big as it was, but the purpose was that if it had exploded, the dirt would hopefully help not kill so many people.
Oh.
Yeah.
What? There's water there? What's that water doing there?
Oh, yeah, that's a little shopping center.
And they have a pool?
Yeah.
What do you do with that pool?
It's just decoration. I don't think anybody'd swim in it. It's got a little fountain there.
Oh.
Applebee's, little restaurants.
Oh.
I guess that's still there, huh?
You know what I find funny? There's no people anywhere.
Probably if we find, let's see here. Probably depends on what time of day. Yeah, this is probably not a lunch hour day time when Google went through to pictures. I'm sure we can find places somewhere. Dude, Herman Park. There's always people at Herman Park. Another nice little green spot in the middle of downtown Houston.
Oh.
They have like theaters and. In fact, that's right there. That's the theater. There better be people over here. Ah, it's covered up.
See, there's no people. They're all in the walkways.
Oh, I'm trying to get to the.
Oh, there's some. Oh, they're working.
Yeah,
okay.
Like cleaning crew there. Where's the friggin' amphitheater? Is that the famous hill? There's a hill we always, huh?
Yeah, I get it. Now I don't think there's people there.
Yeah.
It's too hot.
People's city, ghost town.
This
is a kind of famous hill. Growing up, we'd always
oh, it rained. Oh, okay.
We'd always roll down, you like to roll off a hill. We roll down this hill all the time. It's pretty long. Yeah, no, usually it's pretty packed. They got so many squirrels there that are so used to being fed. You'll be sitting up here just having a picnic, and they'll literally squirrels will come up and feed right out of your hand.
Really? Wow.
But you're right; it does seem kind of deserted.
Maybe it's just a hot day.
Yeah.
I don't know.
This is the Science Museum. There's a really cool. They have a almost to scale little map of the solar system on the way leading to it. Where's that? Yeah, that's the entrance. I think that's it. Is that it?
Oh.
It can't seem to move very much. You remember that little pool there, Kelly? The pool had the little wall there, little water wall. Oh, what's the name? Transco Tower, the one that Matt took his epic picture of. It's on Matt. He's a short little guy, and there's this like giant 40-foot wall of waterfall. That's not it. Where's the tower? Heliport. What the heck is a heliport? Is that it? No, that's face cool. Where's the Transco Tower? Why is this so difficult? Called the Williams Tower? I don't know what this heliport thing is. Here we go. That's the picture of it there. Yep. This building was fun because it was kind of a tall building by itself. We would see this little park right here, this little area here.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I would take friends and my kids, and we'd stand up against the top of this wall here, and then look straight up.
Oh, I see. I see.
It was pretty epic. And then there's a little fountain, there's a waterfall right
That's
there.
a big building.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah. Oh, look at that.
So our son, he's like 5 foot something, real short kid. So he stood here, and I took a picture, kind of from the ground. And so he's standing there, he's looking all giant and epic against this big wall of water.
Oh yeah.
It was cool. One of our favorite pictures of him.
Oh, that's kind of a nice fountain.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
A little park here in front of the tower.
And there's people. Look at
Yes.
the people. Nice. Oh, it's big. Yeah.
Oh, that bad boy.
That's what I was saying. Yeah. Oh, my legs. Okay.
I think I better go to bed. I said that an hour ago.
Yeah.
Sir.
That's what you get when you're talking to interesting people.
Right.
Goodness.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, thanks, Joel. I didn't have to go sit over there and listen to arguments, so this was
Yeah, I know. Yeah, thank you for the suggestion.
100 times better. So, I like Praise. I like his channel and everything,
Me too.
but don't like that stuff.
Indeed, sweet indeed.
What's that
Yeah.
town? Oh, that's Dallas? Okay. Yeah.
It's an hour drive, or 8 hours drives from Houston to Dallas.
8 hours?
Yeah, it's a pain.
Oh, Texas is big.
Very. I describe people. So I used to, when I was stationed at Fort Bragg over in North Carolina over here, I was young. And I go home on leave, and I would drive. It was 19 hours. I'd drive down to I-10 or I-20, go across down back to Houston, right? It was a 19-hour drive from Fayetteville, North Carolina to Houston, Texas. And I could do it one stop without stopping,
Now we're old.
And what was funny is that as you see if I get to show the state lines or not. But as you go across states, so you're driving down, you get to Florida, you get to Georgia, and when you're driving on the freeways, you'll see the state lines, and they have the highway markers. It'll mark the miles for you. So when you get, and it starts over at the state line. So you get into. Gosh, I wish it would show me the states. You get into Missouri, you get into Louisiana. When you cross the state line, it'll say about roughly 400 miles, and then you can watch the mile markers tick down to 1.
Yeah.
And so Alabama, it's like 400 miles. Louisiana's like 300 something miles. And then you get to the Texas border, it's like 1,700 miles. So, yeah.
Oh, man.
It's big. Everything's bigger in Texas, they say. It's no joke.
Including the mosquitoes. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, there's mosquitoes?
Oh, big ones. Yeah, they're crazy. They have stripes on them. I'm like, oh my gosh, what is this?
I used to drive from Houston through Beaumont down to New Orleans. I used to drive that. It's about a 4-hour drive every day after Hurricane Katrina.
Oh, okay.
Because I was doing a temp satellite job for a friend of my brother's, and he was a private contractor, so FEMA hired him because the government contractors took too long.
Yeah.
And so he got his license, and they could certify him like overnight. And so we were just nonstop putting satellite dishes and stuff back up for everybody. And it got to the point where I'd been doing so much work. I would just stay. I would just sleep, and all the hotels were booked because they were giving all the hotel rooms out for free to the people that lost their homes. So I just slept in the van. It was pretty miserable.
Wow, that city's laid out funny.
It is. New Orleans is kind of a terrible place.
You got a
Is
good
it?
friend that lives there.
Yeah, I don't like it. It's old. I mean, it's rich with culture. It's old and it's got huge history, but
Sure. Is it a safe town or not?
No.
Not so much.
not at all.
Oh yeah.
It's old and falling apart. This is one of the nicer neighborhoods.
1940s design.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's plenty worse areas than that, but I don't know. It was good to help people. I enjoyed, I'm a first responder kind of guy.
That'll work. All right, Joel, I better not look at it anymore because I gotta go to bed.
Yes.
Yeah. No, you can get lost for probably hours in Google Earth.
Let's go get our
people.
Because what time are the movers going to be here?
No idea. That's what we're talking about. So the Gulf of Mexico is brown.
Oh, it is. Yeah. It is. So what river do you get the river? What is it? The Columbus that goes through does it come into the water, into the ocean there?
Which one? For Houston?
That goes through Grand Canyon. What's that river called?
Oh, Rio Grande.
Yeah.
Colorado River for
Colorado. That's it. Yeah.
I bet you they got some special graphics for the Grand Canyon. You can type. Probably zoom into it and stuff. Probably really cool. Because it's a famous place, you think it would be rendered. Whoa, look at that. That's beautiful. Look at that. High res.
Wow. Is it ever, right?
Oops. I just did something wrong. Here we go. There's a... Dude, can you zoom in right on the river? Did Google actually take a boat through it? Yeah. It looks like Google took a boat through it.
Yeah, see, that's freaking Mars. No thanks.
Well, Mars isn't even that green.
Oh, that would be so hot down in there, wouldn't it? Oh, what's down?
Probably.
What is all that?
Well, it looks like some sort of... What the heck is that?
That's his base. That's his base.
Is that a pool of water? What is this?
It's a freaking wormhole, y'all.
No, that's the base for his
camera.
Camera, yeah.
Okay.
It's wormhole.
But still, this looks like it might have been like some ancient, native structure.
Yeah.
Foundation of it. I was hoping to find the river, but
I kind of rather be. Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to be down in there. That would be hot down in there.
Yeah. Zoom. There we go.
There's the river. Oh.
Some hats floating around.
Are they so what do people do there? Do they canoe the river or?
Oh yeah. That's from my understanding, some like class 3 whatever rapids and stuff. There's some real challenges.
Oh.
It looks like the pictures got smeared though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if I can find a clear one. Sometimes you can move a little bit. So I guess some Google crew went down there in their little boat. Yeah, it's all smeared.
No, well, the head's popping out of the water.
Yeah. All right, Jesse. Oh, Mrs. Joel wants me to go buy a lock for the truck.
Yep.
Yeah, you better do that.
Yeah, go get some caffeine, maybe.
I'm
What else do we
going to
want?
bed after we get that thing.
Well, if we're going to a gas station, we gotta get some gas station food, right?
It's true. It's true.
Oh yeah, so grocery shopping's probably on a minimum too, isn't it?
Not here so much. We're kind of thankful. We're in the middle of Texas, the heart of Texas, as they call it. So we don't have a lot of the COVID rules here. Or if they do, it's not enforced.
Yeah. I live outside Edmonton, and we never did, but they just enforced them now. So
No.
about a month ago or so.
Yeah, they're like, I just read an article that they're closing down grocery stores here in certain areas. I guess, I don't know if it's the Houston area. Chris Jones posted it, but
I saw that.
yeah. That's going to be awful. I mean, it's funny because there was one, no, it wasn't Texas, it was in New Mexico. Anyway, the New Mexican government, the governor, pardon me, was like, because apparently if people are lining up outside the store, which, it kind of defeats the whole purpose of having, maximum capacities, on these different stores and what have you. If people are lining up outside the store anyway, I mean, they're going to spread the virus by crowding up outside the store in lines.
Those in our lovely government have ordered all persons entering indoor facilities to wear a mask. Wow.
Keep reading.
If you have a medical condition that prevents you from wearing a mask, you are exempt from this order. Due to HIPAA. What's HIPAA?
The health,
Fourth Amendment.
Okay. Yeah, it's like a health privacy thing.
Okay. We cannot legally ask you about your medical condition. Therefore, if we see you without a mask, we'll assume you have a medical condition. We will welcome you inside to support our business.
There's a few little pockets of freedom left.
So how many people are walking around without a mask?
I would say
50-50?
Yeah, it's about 50-50 out here, yeah.
Okay. We're boy, since they did that here, I've probably seen one person without a mask.
Wow. Yeah, that's pretty incredible.
Sorry about that, Gavin. I was playing with Google Earth again. He's been out there.
No worries.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. You've been there for a while?
Oh, poor Gavin. Sorry, honey. That sucks. Forever.
Get to see the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, look at this. This is kind of cool.
I was hoping to see if I could find some rapids, but
Yeah.
I don't know if the Google crew is going to take the rapids or not.
Yeah, maybe not.
It's pretty gorgeous, though.
Yeah. For Mars.
Whoa.
That was interesting. Wow.
Got some people's heads in front of the camera that time.
I like the ones, the hats in the water.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's glitched. That's funny.
It's pretty good for a free service. You guys can go. Just Google Earth. It's free.
Look at all kinds of interesting stuff all over the world. Yeah, we better let him go, honey. He's so tired.
Yeah, me too.
Keeping him up.
Yeah, I'm oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm yawning.
Same. Is that some rapids coming up? I can't tell. I see some white. Getting annoyed quickly.
There's another boat up there, and I can't tell what it is.
Another raft? Those look like they might be rapids.
So images are distorted pretty badly, so.
Yeah, but you see like the little white frost-looking thing? Either that's like a bad reflection or...
Oh, almost.
So there's a few rapids there, I guess.
That's what it looks like to me.
Nothing too impressive, but something.
Still pretty cool.
Is that a class 1 rapid? I forget. I don't know. You know about that stuff, Gavin?
Rapids? No, not really.
There's like different categories of them.
I'm just loving the graphical glitches with the guy just standing there in the middle of it all.
Yeah.
That's funny. He's all walking through it. Yeah.
They're on they're wearing jackets.
They life vests, I wonder?
Maybe it's cold. Maybe they're Houstonians that are used to 120 degrees weather, and it's like 80.
Yeah.
So they gotta wear a jacket.
Like I dress like that.
Yeah.
For here. Now. Right now. Today.
Wow.
What, even inside, Jesse?
No, outside, shoveling snow.
Right.
There's some rapids.
Okay.
Yeah, there's some
That's
rapids.
so pretty. Yeah.
We were living in Fresno. Heck no, in Fresno.
Okay, I gotta go. Have a good
right.
night, you guys. Thank you very much. Nice to
Anytime.
talk to you, Mrs. Joel, too. Glad you stopped in, Gavin.
God
Thanks,
bless,
Joel.
Jesse. God bless.
Thank you
Yes,
for your
guys.
company.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, gotta figure out how to get out of here. There we go. All right.
Where's the door?
Yeah,
You'll bust your way out somehow, Jesse.
yeah, that's right. All right. God bless, guys. Bye.
Sir.
God bless. God bless.
This is where Mrs. Joel was raised.
Oh, wow.
Riverside.
Look up Hemet. HEMET.
Zoom.
So that barely any green at all. That's what I'm used to right there.
Yeah.
Wow.
So when I got to Texas and saw the beautiful greenies, you can imagine my surprise.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Yeah, when we were leaving Fresno,
Yeah, look at that. See how barren it is?
Yeah.
we're having a countywide drought, and it was like illegal to water your lawn.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
And so the lawn services started offering
Painting.
new services. Yeah, they would come and they would literally paint your lawn for you with paint.
Oh, you're joking.
I'm not joking. Literal.
So it looked green.
There's a little bit of green. What's that? You know they water the crap out of that area. Acacia Avenue. I remember that street.
The village.
Oh, that's an old
Assisted
retirement
living.
home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's those palm trees. There's the mountains off in the distance. How do I turn the street here? Here we go. Healthcare center. What's another cool place to look up?
Oh, you wanna see Corona, California? LOL. LOL. So there's Mexico. See? We used to go to TJ and Ensenada often when I was a kid.
Tijuana.
Tijuana. Yeah. Can't go there now though. Too many crazy people.
Oh, excuse me. I went to boot camp. Fort Sill. So Praise is somewhere around here, right? In Oklahoma?
He's in a city called Moore, Moore.
Oh yeah, okay.
That's all I know.
How far away that is from Fort Sill? Okay, so it's like a suburb of Oklahoma City. Yep. Yeah, so Fort Sill was the quote unquote home of the artillery. So somewhere out here, a big giant field where they would shoot the artillery rounds out, and I forget what it was. And every time they would do a live fire exercise, they'd have to call all the military spouses at home on the phone to warn them to take the china out of their cabinets, literally.
Ah, really?
Yeah, because it would shake the ground everywhere.
Wow.
I have no idea where. I was a kid, man.
Had you always planned, Joel, had you always planned to spend some time in the army?
Yes, and there's 6 years.
Yeah, but had you like sort of planned from like when you were a teenager to do some time in the army?
Actually, no. I was planning Air Force when I was growing up. I wanted to be an astronaut, Because again, my grandfather worked at the Johnson Space Center in Houston.
Yeah.
And he'd take us there to work almost at least once or twice a week, every week.
Yeah.
So practically lived there. And so, and I wanted to be a fighter pilot because most astronauts are fighter pilots.
Yeah, sure.
But I didn't have perfect vision.
Right.
And at the time, I didn't have LASIK, so
right.
I couldn't be an astronaut. So I got into computer. Well, I was already into computers, I guess. But whoa, where's it going?
Where are you going?
That is not.
That is nasty.
That's the wrong place. Research Institute. What? Oh, that is NASA. I don't know what I was looking at earlier.
We gotta go, honey. Get that walk. I'm really tired.
Okay. Where's the Saturn V? There's a Saturn V rocket on the ground somewhere. Rocket Park. So yeah, that's it right there. Rocket Park. That's right. They put it in a hangar. Forgot about that. See?
Wow.
Yep. Real world Rocket 5, Saturn 5.
That's some serious horsepower, Joel.
Only it's like 5 million pounds of thrust or so. I got a picture of me standing almost inside one of the F1 rocket engines.
Wow.
These guys.
Yeah, Joel's 6 feet tall, and he looks like a little midget standing there.
This is a big rocket. They got one outside too.
Come on, dude. We gotta do this, honey. I'm so sleepy.
They got one of the original Redstone rockets, and
Oh yeah, I remember looking at all that.
there you go. See how big it is?
Yeah.
You go and just stand on the
Wow.
rocket. What's the first rocket that went to space? American rocket, anyways. Yep. And then let's see. Let's go to the front. It used to not be in a hangar. It used to be on there, all sitting out the side. But they refurbished it, thankfully. There's the Apollo spacecraft. Squished inside that little guy. It's all rusted.
Mm.
Big old rocket going to the moon. Yeah. Hurrah, hurrah, hurrah. This is the world that God has made.
Amen.
I wonder if there's anything in Antarctica.
Ooh, there's a question. Come on, let's look at our lock. We got movers coming.
They're awfully cute. Uh-oh. What is this? Is that the... What do they call that? The sea ice? Or sheet ice breaking off? Looks like the satellites aren't quite perfect. What is that? Oh, wow. Is that the South Pole?
I see no Santa Claus.
Well, the South Pole. So he's in the North Pole.
I have several pulled muscles in addition to my back.
Where's North Pole at? That's Greenland, right? Is that Russia? Where's North Pole, Gavin?
There's no what? No North Pole.
Where's that? Looks all too green. I guess global warming's killing us all, I guess. Where's that?
There's no land at the North Pole.
Oh, is it all water?
Yeah. Well, compared to the South Pole, yeah.
Can't take it anymore. It's 4 o'clock in the morning.
Having fun. Yeah, there you go. So is this the North Pole or is this Greenland? That's Greenland. Where's the North Pole? Arctic Ocean. That's Alaska. Oh wow. So all the ice is gone now? Or is it just Google's not showing it? Maybe they're just showing the water.
I'm not sure, but I know when you look at the south, like Antarctica, on a map, it's it's got solid land there or snow, whatever you want to call it. But the North Pole is just a lot of water.
Okay. So yeah, I guess we were looking at the satellite view of underwater. So that's yeah. That is the ice view, I guess. Okay. And this is just underwater view, I guess. We can see the underwater canyons and stuff, which is still cool. Gorgeous. Is that Ireland? What is this? Split Green. What is this place? Nord? Svalbard? What is this place, man?
Can you stay up for a couple more hours?
I doubt it. Not without good conversation. What's up?
Because I want to get that lock, but I'm exhausted now. It's 4 in the morning.
All right, let's go. All right, Gavin.
All right. Love you guys.
Yes, sir.
Take it easy. God bless you.
Good luck with the moving.
Yeah. I hate moving.
Everybody hates moving, Joel.
I used to pride myself on keeping everything I own to fit in a duffel bag.
Yeah, well,
Then I got
you got to
married.
do what you got to do.
Yep. Had kids.
Yeah.
Now I got 6 bedrooms worth of stuff fitting in 3. It's great.
Yeah, right.
He's like, more like 4. I was exaggerating for effect, dear. Yeah. Oh, I don't want to move, Gavin. It's going to hurt just to move.
I know.
Wah. So yeah, so today is Friday. What time was the thing with the Jonan guy? How do you pronounce his name?
Johannan.
Johannan. Is it tonight?
Yeah, I think Johannan was tied up with Thanksgiving family stuff.
Oh, okay. Changed his mind?
I don't think he changed his mind. I think he probably didn't. Well, maybe forgot it was Thanksgiving or something. I'm not too sure. But he'll come on eventually. Did you watch Jason Lyle on Standing for Truth channel?
I have not yet. No.
Okay, right.
It's on my queue, I think. What was it? Was it really good?
I don't know, Joel, because it's language that I'm clueless about.
Oh, okay.
But I know Leo Filius and David Neff did a review video on it and just tore it to shreds.
Really?
Yeah. But you're talking about a couple of guys, one who's a shelf packer and the other guy who's got no qualifications at all.
Who's
So
the
I don't
shelf
take
packer?
much. Well, David is, yeah,
Hmm.
because he's a full-time music student.
And you're saying he tore? It wasn't Dr. Lyle? Isn't he like a PhD guy in bio something?
Oh yeah, he's an astrophysicist. He is a PhD. He's astrophysicist. So you'd probably find what he had to say really interesting, but it's a totally foreign language to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so you're saying pretty confidently that the atheist guys tore him apart? Like what? Some sort of after show?
No, I wouldn't say they confidently tore him apart.
Oh.
They've got the luxury of reviewing the debate and microscoping every syllable he takes and then looking it up on Google or researching it through other means or sources. But I mean, I don't take what Leo Filius say or David Neff say as particularly honest, because they've got a huge agenda that they need to
atheist religious
advocate. So, but anyway,
what was that?
Oh, they've both got a huge agenda, They don't want God. They don't want God to exist.
You gotta call them the atheist religious fanatics.
Yeah.
They will reject and deny any and all evidence that goes against their religion.
Yep. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. And some theists can be just as bad, but I think atheists are always like that.
Yeah.
Whether they'll admit it or not.
I know.
But we try. I don't think I've heard your story, Gavin, how you came to the Lord.
Oh, my story is as boring as paint drying, Joel. I had no special revelations or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not entertaining at all.
Well, I don't think mine is either. I literally dared God that if he exists, he has to prove it to me, and he did the next day.
Right. Maybe the only semi-interesting thing about my story is because I've got a bit of a brain injury. That I take medication for. I can't. My emotions and my feelings are not trustworthy. I can't trust them. So I had to find out whether God and Christ was real based on the evidence. Bit like J. Warner Wallace, I suppose.
Okay.
Because I had to know that the evidence fitted. And the more I read and the more I looked, then the more things seemed to fall into place. And at the end of the day, so many things, even the simple things like you were talking about, the rules of mathematics, they didn't just pop into existence by themselves. They weren't thought up by men. So they're a prescription, which obviously entails a prescription giver. So yeah, those sort of things are pretty convincing.
Gotcha. Yeah, John LPP, he had a brain injury.
Yes, he did. And he was very lucky to come through it relatively unscathed.
Yeah, I remember him saying something about how he was kind of actively rebelling against God. And had that accident, and it was just literally just a giant wake up call.
Yep. Oh yeah.
So yeah, he had a literal miracle. He probably shouldn't be talking today, but he does. Talks very well.
Oh, he's great. Yeah, John Maddox is great. I've never seen him lose a debate.
Yep. His brain, whether or not his brain's damaged or not, it doesn't show, you know?
No, that's right. That's right. And every debate I've seen him in, he always has a stronger argument than his interlocutor. But he's got some great one-liners, though. Great one-liners.
Yeah. I'm not thinking of any right now, but I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he's pretty talented guy, that's for sure. Underrated. Very underrated.
Yeah. Yeah, he said he's running a business for a while too. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Not easy to do.
Yep.
Well, I'm trying to brainstorm what I want to go get at the gas station. So it's not gas station food's not the best.
No.
So
no. In New Zealand, you got to be pretty hungry to eat a petrol station pie. You got to be really hungry.
Oh, it's probably too early for the regular hot food, you know.
Yeah, you're in that no man's land, Joel.
Yeah. Well, so our local gas station on both directions is the Stripes, whatever, and the Gefcos, whatever they call it, and so they've got like little kitchens. You know, they'll cook food. Yeah.
But, that's nice.
But they're not 24 hours like the rest of the store is, though. You know.
Sure. Yeah. Sure. Well, as long as you're not foraging through restaurant dumpsters, you know.
Yeah.
You'll be all right.
To do that before. I mean, I've lived on the streets, but you know, God always provided. So.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, yeah, when we were in California, that was one of the things that really bothered me the most about California. They have what's called a oh, Kelly, you still awake? California redemption tax. What was it called? That tax called? CRV? Redemption value. Anyways, so they, you know, one of those wonderful, lofty, liberal, left-wing, socialist, fascist, whatever you call it, in, you know, government programs that have wonderful intentions, but the implementation always turns out really bad. So they basically they have a mandatory exchange rate for, you know, plastic and tin cans and whatnot to recycle with, right? So they automatic state tax if you buy for like every soda can you buy, for example, is automatic like 5 or 10 cents tax they add onto it at the store when you buy it. And then you have a choice. If you recycle it, you'll get your 5 or 10 cents back at the recycling place, right?
Right.
So if you don't recycle, then you're paying that tax, right?
Gotcha.
Tax. So you know, it's supposed to motivate people to recycle their trash. Well, the unintended consequences is that the rich Californians still don't care, so they just throw the trash in the dumpsters, right?
Right. Okay.
But the poor Californians that you know that are on that they're whatever, you know, that aren't rich, so they go dumpster diving every day. There's actual people. That's how they make their living. It's really sad.
Oh,
you know,
my goodness.
And I hate it. We weren't in the really super nice. We were on the edge of the ghetto. We called it. We were in a nice enough apartment complex, you know, where the crime rate was relatively low, but you know, you walk across the street, you know, and you're in the ghetto, you know.
Right.
But and every day there'd be somebody out there in our dumpster. It got to the point, you know, I'd know them. I talk to them, you know, I'd know them by name, you know, and sometimes I would pre-sort my trash for them. You know, I just hand them a bag of the good stuff, you know,
just to make their lives easier.
Yes, exactly.
Oh,
I felt so bad for those people.
Yeah, I know.
And they were happy. It's like it was just status quo for them. They didn't care. They're making their money for that day.
Yep. Yeah, understand.
It's horrible. Anyways, I don't know how did that get brought up?
Oh, rambling away. ramble.
Well,
Avoiding going to the gas station.
Is that what it was?
Well, possibly. The Bible's silent on that, Joel, so I'm only speculating.
About gas stations or welfare?
Yeah. About you procrastinating going to the gas station.
Oh, yeah. She wants me to go buy a lock for the truck because she's concerned. Yeah. But again, if you hear me earlier, so I'm from Texas. We don't worry about locks so much.
Sure.
So, remember when I first brought Kelly to Texas, when I first brought her down here, before we went back to California. We lived about 6 months here in Texas together, and I was in a small little town, and I love the way she tells the stories because, again, she's from California where the crime rates and stuff are really high. And this one time I was working for the Census Bureau at the time, and my car wouldn't start. And of course, I'm North Texas, so it's all big country, farms and ranches and stuff. So you have to have a car.
Yeah, of course.
You drive 100 miles to get anywhere. And so I'm trying to push start the car down the street, and some elderly lady that I never met her before. She's like 5 or 6 houses down. Was asking, if I could use some help and get a jump, and I was like, sure, because I was struggling with it. And she's like, okay, well, let me call my husband to come off work, come down here and jump, bring his truck. And it just floored Kelly. She's like, what? Come off of work to come jump some stranger's neighbor's car? I was
Goodness
like,
me.
So just those little things is what, and I love seeing her so excited about it too.
Yeah, it's great, eh? It's really cool.
Stuff that we, it's probably the same in New Zealand, but we take it for granted here. The kindness of strangers it's kind of normal.
Yep.
And you forget it's not like that everywhere.
Yeah, that's right. I'm about to collapse, Joel. So,
sir. All right. Well, appreciate it.
All good. Love you. Love Mrs. Joel in a non-married way.
I agree. I love her in the married way because she's so awesome.
Yeah.
So
Good on you, mate. And keep reminding her every day how lucky you are.
Yeah, I am. We have our every once in a while we have our little sparks.
Well, that's normal.
Yeah. Oh, and they're real fiery, but we get over it like super quick. It's weird. It's like, what are we mad about again?
Yeah.
So I love it.
How many years have you been married?
Oh gosh, I forget. At least 10.
Right. Okay.
And then we knew each other for about 5 years before that. So
gotcha.
We were best friends when we got married.
So you've been married 10 years, but you pumped out 8 children.
Yep. Yeah, we had previous administrations, as she put it.
That's classic.
I love that. Made you laugh.
Oh, I've got to remember that.
Yep.
That's a classic.
So between us combined, our Brady Bunch, we have 8 kids. Yeah.
Yeah. I got your previous administrations. I love it.
Yep.
All right, brother. Well, look, I will see you tomorrow, hopefully.
Yes, sir.
Either on your channel or on Praises. It doesn't matter which to me.
I'll start on Praises, and as long as I can stay cool and chill.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I'll need a break. I'm sure. I want to direct these mover guys here in probably in a couple hours or so. I don't know when exactly they're going to get here. It's supposed to be in the morning, but I would.
Yeah.
To move some
and
stuff.
and look, and Joel, here's the thing: moving is actually very stressful. So, when you're in that state of being quite stressed, little things can kind of, be your tipping point and that sort of thing.
Oh yeah.
But no, you'll be fine, mate. You've got a lot of people that love and admire you on Praise's channel, especially Praise.
No.
He's got a lot of time for you, and Mrs. Joel. So yeah, don't let today's circus put you off.
I caught Prey. I could tell he was trying to kind of keep things calmed down, and I don't blame him at all for what happened. It was all standing.
Yeah, I know.
I tried. I think for a couple minutes I tried to get Standing to want to chill, but he kept getting worse, and that's where I had to go. And I lost my cool too. So.
Yep.
And it's not the first time. And Standing, he's apologized in the past for that, and that was gracious of him. But.
Yep.
We'll figure it out. Yeah, no, I really appreciate it, man. It was good to hear you as well. Thanks for coming and having a good conversation.
Oh, no worries. I'm glad you were streaming actually, because I mean, Praise's stream was good, but it was really busy,
Yeah.
And that's okay. I mean, that's okay sometimes, but sometimes you don't want that busyness, and you don't want it so busy that you're trying to wait for someone to take a breath so you can get a word in. I hate that. I hate that,
Trying to compete for airtime, yeah.
Oh my goodness, yeah, I don't like it. But anyway, God bless you and Mrs. Joel, and we'll catch up tomorrow sometime.
Bless you as well, Gavin. I really appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
Catch you later.
Yeah, bless you, brother. Good luck with the moving. I'll keep you in prayer.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Right, brother.
Good evening.
God bless.